Oh, well, hello there. Fancy seeing you. Of course, welcome back. It's Gamers8, G8 for short. My name's Trace. We got Jason. We got Yanko down on the end. We're ready to jump into all indications point this being some sort of a banger. And that would be VP versus FaZe. We'll get right into that. But first, I do have to ask, guys, what's your take on Riyadh so far?
I've been having a good time.
It's a little warm?
Yeah, a little warm.
The thing is, it's not as warm as you think it will be, because you see like 45 degrees Celsius or however much in Mickey Mouse numbers, but you know, you think it's going to be terrible, but it's actually really dry. So it's not that, I thought it was going to be way worse. I mean,
we went to the market,
Yeah, we went to the market. We were walking around. You know, it's a lot of antique stores in there. We saw some sabers, some muskets, a lot of carpets and
helmets.
rugs.
Yeah, coffee pots.
How do you pronounce it? Oud. Arabian. It's like the thing, the incense and all of that stuff.
Oh, so yeah.
It was a cool little experience. Not too much time to go and explore, unfortunately, right? We're pretty busy here with the games, Trace.
Sorry, I was just on the phone.
It's all right.
Real quick. Anyway, I'm sure that was great, or it wasn't. Either way, I'm happy for you, or I'm not. The classic
Sorry,
tweet.
didn't read.
Yeah. Sorry, but TLDR is that, yeah, we look at FaZe VP in depth. In doing so, I ask about Riyadh for several reasons.
Okay.
And here would probably be one of them. Now, we do have a chance to look at FaZe as they are coming out of here, and perhaps you guys would like to see that. I would like to see that personally.
Well, rival footage, I mean, just the most default thing in the world.
Yeah, that's what you think. But there is a little bit of a twist here, so perhaps we can get the arrival footage.
What happened? Did someone slip and fall?
Oh, maybe.
That would be funny. I would if one of them just bit it on the way in. Like
Kerrigan hurt himself, and now Neo steps into the server. And there's...
Oh, here it is. This is what I was talking about.
They're enjoying Riyadh.
As if.
All right.
I like the hair. I like what he's done with that.
Well, Twist you can't mess with perfection.
You can't have hair and then just yeah, I get that. Yeah, so they're feeling it, I guess. Is that a?
This is a statement walk-in, you know. This is a big statement.
Where is Brokey's? And Twist, like his hair is in the way, you know. I mean,
it's a good look, you know. I see the Louis bags are up.
I never tried this, but I bet it's really comfortable though.
I bet, yeah.
It's like, you know, it's loose.
I wore it
air flowing.
I had it in Abu Dhabi last year. Yeah, it was, there's a lot of air flowing. Yeah.
Yeah, nonetheless.
You do know, Jason, you're supposed to have underwear under this.
Oh,
that's probably why it felt so breezy.
Oh, there they are.
Wait, what happened?
Wait.
That's FaZe. Okay, that's FaZe. There we go. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, FaZe coming here for the first time to show us what they've got, and obviously to bring us back on track. That'll be taking on VP on the other side because, well, we haven't seen them a whole lot.
Is this another way for Kerrigan to, you know, get the crowd on his side?
That's another tactic.
I mean, it has worked. In the past, it has worked for Kerrigan, I think, i.e. Katowice.
What's he going to wear there?
I mean, he has that really tall hat.
No, he had the jerseys of the football club. Nice.
Yeah. Oh, and Rio as well. Or, well, it had been Belo Horizonte back then. But once upon a time.
I miss that place.
Do you?
Yeah.
And why is that, Jason?
Caipirinhas.
Everyone's favorite. That's right, Jason.
Capybaras.
Capybaras, too. Yeah, they do have those down there. Hey, regardless of all of the capybaras that were spared in the making of this show, we do actually have to talk about the game itself. Believe it or not, that's exactly why we came up here, guys. So let's talk about what we see with regard to FaZe. What do they come in here looking like? What do I expect out of them, Yanko?
They're not looking great, Trace, at the last tournament, right? Like, it's, you know, you look at the scores and you're like, what is this guy talking about? They just lost to G2 and Navi. You know, those are two good teams. No shame in losing to them. Well, it's not that they lost, it's how they lost and how they played. And that wasn't the FaZe we're used to seeing. You know, they seem to be a shadow of themselves, really, which was unexpected considering at Blast, they were fine. They looked okay. They looked good, right? So now it's about sort of, could they really pinpoint what went wrong? Can they change their attitude? Because in those games, you just felt they weren't ready to play.
It feels like a crisis of confidence at the moment for FaZe. Like they like don't feel like they believe they're one of the best teams.
We're
at the moment.
seeing how they arrived seems to be gone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that is. I mean, you'd hope that swings them back into shape. But yeah, they just see they're like so up and down at the moment. It's not like the normal FaZe where you know it's going to be like a top 3 team, and if they peak, you know, this is a team that can get upset.
Let's do a vibe check with FaZe, but not with us. You know, we can hear from them. Oh, yeah, there we go. Check it out. What's up, Kerrigan?
FaZe Clan are back, and they're going up against Virtus.pro in the opening game. And Kerrigan, I wanted to start with looking at just what you guys thought of Cologne and coming off the back of that. Obviously not a result you wanted, but where are you at right now as a team? Neo has obviously had a bit more time with you.
I think we're in a transition period, right? Losing Robin was a huge deal for us. I think we handled ourselves great in the blast groups, and also the first game in Cologne against NIP played really great. Everybody's popping off. But the next two matches, nobody really was there. We couldn't recover, we couldn't reset, and I think the biggest problem I had was that that tournament felt like it wasn't a FaZe game. Like, it's not like we fight it until death, you know, like we fight everything. So some of the things we talked about, we need to bring some energy, we need to make sure that we can reset and come back. That's what we have done so many times in this team, and we have still to believe we can do it.
And that's it, right? I was going to say, you many times have told me about this resetting, bringing that energy. So what specifically have you said this time around? Say, guys, okay, we need to up it this much. What is specifically going to change?
Yeah, that's the question, right? We are trying to give more responsibility to Neo now. It was said that after Cologne that he will get more, 1 hour he has to talk all the time every day, going through what we can improve on, retakes, small details he saw we can improve on, and I think we can always come back, but we need some confidence in the team, right? So if you're fixing these small mistakes and we have small wins here and there in a game against VP where we improve on our mistakes, and that's where we get the DNA back of confidence and coming back. So that has been main focus, to let Philip bring more to the table now where there's a little more room.
Now, for me, though, going against Virtus.pro, this is a clash of styles, right? How on earth do you handle that? They're waiting, they're sitting back. Obviously, you know what's going to happen, but what do you do to make sure that you can out-aim them, beat them to the punch, so to speak?
I mean, I think I've played against very different styles my whole career, right? You have to figure out a way to beat them. And obviously, we have some ideas what we need to focus more on in this game. It is a clash of styles, right? I don't see us save that much, but James is saving, and there's always going to be an orb in the round. So we need to make sure we take the right decisions in the round and right direction, and keep track of the money is very important against these guys. So a small adjustments here and there, and then we just have to play off each other good. That's the main thing, right? It's a single nation, it's exciting, no second chances, and I feel like that's where we always perform best.
Oh, no second chances, and that's where they perform best. Let's see what they do when it comes to the server. Thank you very much, Kerrigan.
Whole conversation to be had about what we just learned there, but I'm going to kick it to you both, because you both found yourself in similar situations,
Yes,
where in
sir.
which you were into a lineup in a coaching capacity. How difficult is that from the very get-go, Janko?
It's difficult, and it also depends on the type of a team you're coming in. Is it a team that recently made roster changes, so it's a sort of a new project, or are you coming in with an already established group of people, and you sort of have to establish yourself in your own authority? I mean, I like what Kerrigan said, because we talked about this in the podcast, where this is exactly what losing
Get out.
Losing Robin is like a big blow to FaZe, which no one, everyone's pretending, what did he do? He did nothing. It's like, those people who say that, they don't know anything about counterstrike.
Had to.
But it's like, I think it was a little bit sudden for them, and he was the glue guy in a lot of ways. Obviously he helped with the game too, but it was a lot about the energy, the atmosphere, all that stuff. And Neo isn't really that sort of a guy he can't be that guy from the get-go. He needs to sort of ease into it, and also that's what you could get from the interview too, is that they've let him know that that's also his responsibility. He needs to work on that, not just the CS and the strategies, which is where his strengths lie.
He's got to assimilate a little bit, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, when Sam asked him that question in the interview, if you saw during the break, I mean, he's kind of like trying to find an answer, because the answer to the question is, I don't know what kind of style of coach I am yet. I'm still figuring it out. It takes some time. He's got to really kind of work in his way, and as you mentioned, a bigger focal point for him is going to be managing those personalities. We know they're great players. We know they're smart players. We know the team in general is a very smart and talented team. It's about figuring out how to manage the personalities to get the best out of them as often as possible, and it's a hard thing to figure out. Those first few months are a little bit of a roller coaster.
And it has nothing to do with CS. Absolutely nothing to do with CS. Only about human relationships and figuring out
managing stress.
And I'll tell you, man, even I think I'm 10 years older than Brokey, right? Like, so when I had him on the team, it's like, shit, how do it's like a bit hard to connect.
I felt the same way,
my
friend.
Yeah, but Jason was 15 years older than his players. But there's just a generational gap as well, where, like talking to some of the players, you can find common themes, and you can find ways to get a relationship going and communicate with them and work on things. With some players, it's more difficult. I'm not Maniac. I don't have a master's degree in brain sciences,
Brain rocket appliances, that's the one. Yeah. No, I think you're exactly right, because good leaders aren't the ones that are over there cracking whips or telling you and directing, make sure, some people will respond to that better. But in this notion, getting the most out of a player, is more than half the battle.
Well, maybe this guy needs a whip and this guy needs a little bit of a
exactly.
You know,
Everyone responds to things a little bit different.
Exactly. A carrot.
A carrot. Okay.
Stick or the carrot, you know.
Yeah, the stick.
My players didn't like carrots.
For the donkey.
Yeah, or the donkey pin. Okay, yeah, you got me there.
The main character in that story.
You have a good story about a donkey. Let's hear that one. What do
For
you think?
another time.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Maybe
For the podcast, Jason.
Yeah.
I was trying to
Talking
read the
counter.
room a little bit. What is it?
Talking counter.
Okay, no, sorry, you're cutting in and out. Okay, yeah, Talking Counter is the podcast. Thank you very much, Jason. I want to make sure we highlight that. Also highlighting Virtus.pro. Now, it has been a while. We haven't seen them around.
Yeah.
What they've been up to?
It's been a minute.
God knows.
They've been losing to a team called Thunderflash.
Hey,
Thunder
don't
Flash.
be like that. Like VP, still the roster is a mess, right? Because Kickert is transfer listed. Like he is supposed to be on his way out from the team, but Norbert, he injured his hand, I believe, so he can't play at the moment. They brought in Mir as well to sort of replace Kickert, but you know, now that Norbert is out of commission, he's playing. And this team even won the last event of last season by beating Ents in the grand final of the ESL Challenger Katowice, right? But that was with Norbert and with Kickert without Mir. So their roster has been all over the place. Obviously, the team that won the major a little bit less than a year ago, right? But everything since then has been pretty much shambles. And there's a ton of talent on that team. Jane, Fame, and Flit is a legit heavy-hitting core, right? Yeah. But it's about now the remaining two pieces and bringing it all together and sort of rediscovering themselves as a unit.
I'm really curious. I'm really excited to see what they're going to look like because it's like you said, it's been so long.
It has.
It feels like it's been forever since.
It feels like it's
play.
been since the major almost is what the
yes,
big major.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no,
absolutely.
It has such a ball there that's been rolling for a while. Anyway, look, we could speculate. I'd rather us hear direct from VP.
I got Kick Up with me here as he is still playing for Virtus.pro, but I want to ask you, Kick Up, to start off with is just since coming back from the player break, how are you guys feeling? Did you have a boot camp? What's Virtus.pro been up to?
We are feeling good. We had a really good break, and then we just went to boot camp, and we had around 3 weeks to prepare for this tournament. So I think it's great.
The online results, though, maybe not what you would have wanted, right? Not hitting the games you want to see the wins in. What do you put that down to?
I think we played good in online matches, especially in qualifiers, but we were lack of some confidence and preparation in some matches because we had games in a row. So I think now we had enough time for prepare to FaZe. So I think it's going to be good.
Okay, so confidence is now high. You think you're prepared for FaZe, but they have a very different style of play. You guys, we know it, the slow style, the methodical style, but FaZe, very aggressive. Do you feel like this is actually benefits you in this situation, that you can wait back for them?
I think it's going to be a battle of styles. Okay. Which style is going to be better, CIS or you?
Oh. Who's better?
Yeah.
You?
I think yes.
He thinks yes. Let's see if they are. Thank you very much, Kicker.
Thank you.
Virtus.pro, what'd you get, Jason?
Well, I like the fact that he came out and said CS is better, just straight up clash of styles, because that's what it feels like is the best thing about this match. Is we know the slow, methodical pace that Virtus.pro like to take that can be so frustrating to play against, and we know FaZe like to be explosive at times. I think a lot of this matchup is going to come down to how much information FaZe can actually gather. Because I can tell you, when I was coaching, we actually played against VP plenty and had to prepare for them. The hard part is like when they go quiet on a map. Sometimes they're just sitting and waiting, and sometimes they're moving to another side of the map. And if you're a team that doesn't have information and you really want to get at that information, you can very easily stumble into a situation where you push, thinking they're moving across the other side, and someone's just waiting for you. And it gets so stressful because it feels like you're playing so much of the game blind.
Yeah, you're opening a door, and you don't even mean to, right, Yanko?
Yeah, I think, though, if you go back and watch the Rio Major, VP isn't playing slow. Like, they're playing as you see FaZe play in their prime, as you see G2 play when they're very good. Like, there's a mix between default style counterstrike and also sprinkling in some faster execution.
When Flit joined, they added those faster stuff
on their toes, right? Like, so that's what they've been working on 3 months prior to the major. Then they change a player and they have to start again from sort of the ground up, and that's why you see more of that slow style. So I just want to see VP with a stable roster so they can start working and bringing those things back again, because that's what allowed them to win the major, is having variety and changing the thing. It's so tiring, like listening people to replicate the same narrative, and it just isn't true.
About playing slow, right?
Watch the games, yeah.
Well, I know when I talked to James at Media Day, he very much just said, yeah, we're starting all over again because of all the roster changes. He's just like, we're just kind of at the basics right now. He hasn't been able to really develop this team in anything at the moment because of all these different switches.
Yeah, and it's never an easy thing. I mean, we talk about trading one player bringing in 2 even. Like, they're 2 totally different battlefields to fight on, Yanko.
And also Mir, I mean, he is an experienced guy, right?
Yeah.
He's been around for a long time.
Shout out Vegas Squadron.
And it feels like this guy who's always been pretty good individually, but his teams were just never really able to take that final step to become a contender. You know, you felt like, oh, maybe he can go to Navi and like do something there or whatnot. But this is his opportunity. The problem is, I wouldn't build a team around him. Like, for me, he's the 4th best player on this team behind Jane, Fame, and Flit. So interesting to see. Maybe this is even the final roster. I don't know. Like, we don't know. If there's one thing you can't know for sure is what the hell is going on in VP's camp. Because you go back to the RMR and them changing a player mid-RMR before the elimination game, like, that's wild. That's scenes that we have never seen before. So I guess we just wait and see.
Yeah, we'll just wait and find out. Yeah, it's that's why it's so intriguing to me what they're going to come out with, and also, I mean, equally, if you want to think about how frustrating it can be dealing with change of paces if they have that in their playbook at this point, a slow style if they're going to lean into that a little bit more. If you're FaZe and you're kind of lacking confidence and already having a little bit of frustration with some disappointing results, that could be really tough to handle. You can crumble. There's going to be a lot of pressure put on you in this game.
Yeah, and I think it's also something that FaZe, I don't think they've had to the same extent. It's a little bit of that double op setup, because that's something that always works really well on the CT side against default style plays, right? Punish that sort of style, punish maybe the sides of the map, focus on the mid when there's not too much utility being used. So we'll see if they maybe whip that one out, especially here for, you know, Twist sometimes uses it on Mirage, maybe Robs can use it on a map, like sometimes on Nuke, like just pick it up on ramp. Obviously we won't see Nuke here, but just as a concept to counter VP, a double op setup on the CT side, if they're still more prone to the default style, can work really well.
Yeah, you're right. We won't see Nuke, we won't see Vertigo, and we won't see the Vetos just yet. Instead, I gotcha.
We got a little tease of them.
You thought right there. You thought.
I was ready for it.
Check this out. What's FaZe up to in Riyadh?
But now Brokey pinched between 2 spots, and one of them is simple. He met on Monster, jumps around, and Brokey goes back to die, to fall, to fail in Cologne.
I think back-to-back 2-0 losses for FaZe to close out Cologne is pretty rough for that team, considering they haven't had a win in over a year now. This is a squad searching for victories, and they're scrambling to find their identity at the moment.
I think the atmosphere was a little rougher than normal. I think that comes down to not having Robin with us. I think Robin was one of the greatest people in the way he was emotional and had contact with people and could talk with people and lighten the mood. In some of these maps, we had no chances. I think 3 out of 4 maps against T2 and Navi. And that's very unusual for FaZe Clan, what we are known to be.
They got knocked out by difficult teams, but a last-minute splutter in an overtime overpass to still be eliminated, right, doesn't really fill you with a lot of confidence if you're a FaZe fan. This is a team with a puncher's chance at every tournament. You look at them, you go, hey, they can win, they can beat everybody. But the question is, are they on form and are they motivated? Have they solved whatever issues build up? Because this is a team of 5 people playing together day in, day out. Resentment starts to build, it starts to exist, and with a team that hasn't won now in such a long time, do they still believe they can?
FaZe is a team that mostly completed a lot of things, right? They won majors, they won Grand Slam. If you just think it on paper, like, this team is incredible, right? And why they can win like every tournament.
They need a spark. I think 7 is the magic number where most people's relationships end. I think that they have solid players, but what are they playing for? Well, to win, but they've already done it all. I think what's missing for FaZe is the motivation to be the best.
I'm happy to bring Neo in. It's maybe also the time to kind of come with an outside perspective. We have playing the same counterstrike for a while, so if you can change 5% here and there, I think can help us improve. Well, coming to Gamers8 and looking at the single nation, it's a bloodbath. It's a war from day one. The goal is, as always, in FaZe Clan to win. But what I want to see is a reaction from the Cologne loss. The last 2 games, we need a completely opposite FaZe Clan. We need the FaZe Clan that played NIP in the first game, really aggressive, really playing with confidence. So that's what I want to see, and if you play like that, I know we can win tournaments.
Yeah, pretty deep stuff right there. Obviously, you know, with the coaching change, we talk about trading basically one legend for another, all right?
Yeah, but two completely different guys.
Yeah.
You know, like Neo is more of a counterstrike guy, and Robin is more of a people's guy.
Like a glue guy.
Which makes sense for FaZe when you have a guy like Kerrigan who's pretty self-sufficient when it comes to organized game. Listen, I'm not saying Neo can't do what Robin did in a little while and to the same extent. Time will tell, but why FaZe lost the games wasn't because, oh, they forgot how to play, they don't know how to play a certain map, or they don't know how to counter certain things on the server. No, it's because they didn't come in ready to play. They didn't come with energy. And a team like FaZe, who's reliant a lot of individuals and defaults and shorter wall and being active on the map, that comes from having good communication, for people giving information, for asking for things for your teammates, offering things, seeing things on the map, right? It has to be fluid. It has to flow constantly. And when you don't have that, you're going to play like crap.
Yeah, and Jason, outside perspective, though, sometimes that is a good step.
Yeah, I mean, it is someone new with a different kind of idea of how to go about things. And as we mentioned, Neo's going to be figuring out as we go, but like a different approach to managing personalities, a different person who's going to bring in different solutions to the problems that he amounts. And also, I think him being a Counter-Strike guy, I think can be even helpful at moments. Maybe he notices something that he can talk to Kerrigan about and help him. I think Kerrigan is one of those guys, whenever I speak to him, that seems like he would be very open to have that conversation about the X's and O's of Counter-Strike and different ways to approach different situations. And Neo can probably bring a lot to him in that sense, and also be a confidant who can help him out and develop things a little bit further.
Yeah, and perhaps they develop into us playing Nuke and Vertigo between these two teams at some point, but not today. No, sir. No way. Not today. In fact, we will get into vetoes.
You keep juking me, man. I'm not.
Yeah, you thought, Moses. Let's check out the vetoes. Let's find out what this best of 3 holds, because again, at the very end of the road, somebody's going home.
Yeah, VP with this roster in the online games that Kicker mentioned, there was a lot of overpass. I mean, they were picking a ton of overpass, but that's one of the better maps for FaZe in the last 3 months, so we'll see if they still decide to stick with it or they go with something else. They played a good amount of Mirage, so has FaZe. That's been their most played map, and yeah, VP just going for Mirage. And FaZe has recently more prone been to punishing their opponents with the picks, but you know, when you're lacking confidence, maybe that's not the way to go. An Inferno here, I think, would be a good choice for FaZe.
Yeah, no, I think it was Chad brought up a really good point, or maybe it was you during the podcast as well, that just said teams in the best of ones, that teams that focus on themselves are going to have a better time in the best of ones. Just because, like, you can't, like, in a best of one, you can't just, like, sit there and prepare for your opponents each and every time. That can be dangerous. If you get something wrong once, you're out. So focusing on yourself, probably more prioritized. And I have to imagine FaZe's focus has been all inward for a while.
So what you're saying is play your own game.
Play your own game, as they
say. That one before. Yeah, so the final map, there's no Ancient. What is it going to be?
Overpass.
Boom.
Nice.
He's right again. How many times do we let this happen in one day, Jason?
I don't know, but he's 3 for 3 right now.
Yep, Overpass as a decider. So VP, Mirage, FaZe, Inferno, Overpass, should we need it, boys?
I think this is good for FaZe predominantly, right? Like, it's like you have teams, if they're going to be really good, their strongest maps have to be certain set of maps. For FaZe, I believe it's Inferno, Mirage, Nuke, right? Similar to G2, because you look at their best players, they work really well on these maps. Like, that's where they can have a lot of impact. So they got Mirage and Inferno. They're going to be happy with that. Overpass as well. They've been able to find a lot of success on it recently. And for VP, of course, it's going to be an uphill battle regardless. And they picked Mirage for a reason. So they've had some really good games on it at different times. And that's where you look at Fame and Flit, right? On the T side, on middle, they're that 1-2 punch. You know, usually Fame coming from underground, Flit coming from mid, so they'll have to do a lot of work on Mirage.
So let's do it like this then, Jason. Who do you take in this series? Let's get a score line. I want hardcore numbers for every map.
I'm actually not even sure. This game has like upset written all over it in my mind. I think FaZe is going to be the favorite. I'm going to take FaZe to win it, but I think
backpedaling already.
Upset all over it, picking FaZe.
But then again, also maybe Jason. Yeah, but how do you really feel?
All right, guys, go on. What you got?
I'm going with FaZe also because I want to see Maniac's hot take be completely dismantled.
It's okay. Sorry.
And I think it's already dismantled.
And I think
he already lost.
And I think FaZe will bounce back from Cologne. I think they understand what the problem was, and they won't allow themselves to lose in the same manner. Like, they have to be outplayed by VP to lose this game, and I don't see that happen.
The only reason I'm not picking, like, calling the upset is just because I don't know what Virtus.pro is going to look like coming into this on land in this match, to be honest with you. I don't really have a great idea. They have a 100% win rate on Mirage over in the last 3 months of 4 maps. They beat Ents on it twice, but like that doesn't mean a whole lot to me, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, I don't know. Both these teams find themselves in precarious situations, right? So either way, we're going to find out. That's one thing I can assure you. That dog is going to hunt today. I think it's what Yanko was telling me, at least in the green room. Nonetheless, guys, thank you very much for your input. Let's get the game started, shall we?
We're going into an epic clash and the final one to decide who moves another step forward and who goes home, at least within the opening bracket of the game. Now, Fancy, the guys have been discussing it, the guys have been looking at this matchup, that this could be one with upset potential on it. But so far, we've not seen these upsets come through.
We also heard the analyst saying that we believe that IAM Cologne for FaZe was a setback and they're here to bounce back and they're here to try to take the trophy. أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما احنا عارفين بيكون عندنا الآن Virtus.pro قدام فيز. المباراة هذه بتكون جدا عظيمة، كله بسبب انه فريق في بي دائما يكون عندهم الفرصة انه يفوزون مباريات، كله عشان الستارز اللي موجودين معاهم. بس بالمقابل فيز احنا شفناهم ادائهم كان ضعيف، واليوم جاي نشهدهم انهم يرجعون الى المستوى المتوقع.
When it comes to FaZe trying to make that comeback, right, they've changed things, at least in the coaching department. They're trying to maybe have a new approach and style, but it takes some time to get this all embedded in. Doing it against a team like VP, though, who right now are in a position where they're sticking with what they've got. Kickers out of the team, but currently filling in for now, so not too much should have changed, but they're such a difficult team to play against.
I mean, Philip is a legend, we all know that, so I'm sure that he knows what's wrong with FaZe and he's here to fix it. أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما احنا عارفين أيضا إنه التغييرات اللي صارت في كلان FaZe بالذات كانت أشياء مرة كثيرة، خصوصا إنه الكوتش حقهم تغير، هذا أكبر تغيير ممكن نتكلم عنه. نيو الآن موجود معنا يبي يحاول قد ما يقدر إنه يرجع التيم للمستوى اللي احنا نتمناه منهم، لأن FaZe كلنا نشوف الأشياء اللي هم سووها ونتوقعها أنها تصير اليوم في المسرح.
Well, let's welcome onto the stage one of our first teams for this matchup. They are so strong from start to finish. They're a team that have powered up over and over again, and they are previous major champions in the past, but they're looking for major glory here in Riyadh. Let me hear it for FaZe Clan. FaZe have been a dominant team and a dominant force sticking with these five. They know what they can do on the server, but we need to see it now. We were looking at the changes they've made in the coaching situation, but these five players, they know each other inside and out, and at any given time, they can dominate from start to finish. Kerrigan leading this team, and he's always giving himself harsh criticism, knowing he wants to do better, knowing he wants to be the best there is.
زي ما انتم عارفين اعزائي المشاهدين فيز وصل عندنا في المسرح، وزي ما انا احنا عارفين كيريغان مع قيادته شفنا منهم اشياء عظيمه في السنين الماضيه، لكن السيت باك حقهم في ايام كولون ما راح يوقفهم انهم يورونا وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه عندنا في جيمرز 8 هنا في رياض. هم جايين زي ما سمعنا في كل المقابلات وكل النقاشات اللي تكلموا فيها انه احنا عارفين وش مشاكلنا، واليوم راح نوريكم وش اللي ممكن يقدموا في هذا البست 3، خصوصا انه سنجل اليمينيشن والشيء هذا يساعدهم دائما انهم يعرفون كيف يحلونه. لكن الان خلينا نشوف مين بيكون خصمهم، كلنا عارفين انه بيكون من اقوى المباريات، خلينا نرحب فيهم. رحبوا معنا في المسرح Virtus.pro. فريق مليء بالنجوم من انحاء العالم، كلنا عارفين مين بيكونون. الراستر هذا شفناه يقدم بطولات جدا عظيمه في السنين الماضيه، لكن مؤخرا ما عاد شفنا منهم انجازات كبيره زي ما احنا متوقعين، لكن مع قياده جيم احنا متاكدين انه بيكون عندهم فرصه انهم يوصلون للمرحله يتاهلون فيها حتى على فيز، حتى على الابطال اللي ممكن يكونون هم المرشحين في هذه المباراه. الا ان زي ما احنا سمعنا من المحللين ايضا المباراه هذه فيها ابست بشكل واضح، بشكل جدا كبير صراحه.
When it comes to Virtus.pro, we know what this team can deliver and do. When we look at Flit and Fame, for example, these are names that have been heavily looked at for delivering the powerful punches. But James, well, we can talk about James time over and over again. This man plays it smart and he plays it to win in every single game. So I'm looking forward to seeing this clash.
كلنا متحمسين نشوف ايش ممكن يصير في هذه المباراه، لكن حطوا ببالكم اعزائي المشاهدين فيز دائما يكون عندهم ميزه واحده، اذا صار ما عندهم فرص ثانيه ما في سكند شانسز دائما يؤدون افضل اداء عندهم. هذا اللي شاهدناه في كل مره يواجهونها في اي بطوله، والان هم يبورونكم كيف بيقدرون يسوون كذا، خصوصا انه في بي الان مليء بالنجوم، وهذا حرفيا كلاش اوف ستارز في هذه المباراه، ودنا نشوف شو ممكن يقدمونه، خصوصا انه ما عاد في فرصه ثانيه لهم كلهم.
Both teams can take their seats and we'll get ourselves ready for the match that's about to go down. But Fancy, I want to find out a little bit here, right? Most people are going for FaZe here. Do you believe that Virtus.pro can make an upset?
Honestly, I have to go with FaZe as well, because we all know that it was just a setback for them in IM Cologne. That's what a lot of people don't get. And honestly, I'm here to witness them winning. I don't know about you though.
I'm going to split it. I'm just going to go the opposite of you.
All right,
I'm going to go
okay,
first.
I like
I'm going
it.
to give them some love as well. We got some FaZe fans in the house. Okay. And I see there is a little VP section over here. VP guys? Okay, that's not too bad at all. I like that.
أعزائي المشاهدين جاء الوقت نروح للمعلقين نتكلم أكثر عن المباراة. But you know what it's time for, James? It's game time.
Oh, James time. Let's see if it works out for him.
Game time indeed, and it's FaZe Clan versus VP time for us to get this series started. What are you saying, Chaddy B? What is the mood in the camp for you? Are you thinking this goes 3? You thinking we've got a ball terror on our hands?
Look, we all know that the type of counterstrike we could be expecting here today in terms of the pace. Yanko astutely pointing out on the desk that the team that won the major, they had a bit more range, right? There was aggression in the mix, and hoping that we get a bit of that out of the Virtus.pro boys here. But hearing from the FaZe side of things, Kerrigan talking about energy, being able to reset and come back, the DNA back of confidence if they can get some of these little wins they're talking about. We also have the integration of Neo into the roster, so a lot of that is still outstanding. The bigger questions around Virtus.pro is this team, and one on your screen right now, well, as far as I'm aware, Norbert's meant to be the man here playing, but he's injured, right? So Kickit is continuing to play with the squad, and I just am wondering what that does to the overall mood, right? Like, this isn't the team of the future, this is the team of right now, and I suppose that works perfectly in a tournament like this, where it only matters the form that you're showing here over these 5 days. So I'm going to give you a bit of a softball answer here, Alex, but anything is truly possible, and upsets have been few and far between. So aren't we due one?
Well, yeah, precisely. I think that's certainly a conversation as to what we can expect. I think who's upsetting who? With FaZe Clan's dip in form, VP admittedly are going to be coming in as, I would imagine, like a statistical underdog, given their, well, 3-week boot camp. They're going to be been off of our Tier 1 competition radar.
Yeah, I think it's key as well to keep note that the brackets were released in early August for this event.
Oh, I like where you're going with this.
So teams had a lot of prep time available to them. And for VP, a team who are trying to piece things together, trying to work out the direction that they want to go, well, you know that you get to counterstrike for your round of 16 match, the last round of 16 match that we have here. So that's going to be a big positive, big boon for Jame and his boys. Got to remember Dastan, the coach, behind them there as well. But FaZe, if they can find, I want to say, the drive, and it feels like a cop-out. We're talking about competitors here, but quite truly, it feels like they need to find that drive to get their individuals firing on all cylinders. And tell you, Rainwaker hasn't joined the team. He might in the future, though.
We're leaking the script again.
Yeah, they're getting rid of Rain, adding Rainwaker.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened.
You know. But look, this matchup here, I think Mirage and Inferno, pretty good domains for FaZe, especially Inferno, right? That's always a bit of a punish against a team like Virtus.pro. And Mirage, look, guys, this is what you need to do first thing.
Who is he turning up?
You got to the team speak first thing, 100%. That's the first thing you got to be settling in. As we are just getting all the individuals in the server. All 10, I can see them dotted across.
So this is the last team yet to be locked in for the quarterfinals. We've got Heroic Gamer Legion locked in for Friday. We've got Cloud9 Ents as well. And outside of that, you've got Na'Vi Vitality and G2 waiting for the winner of this one. It's going to go from what was 16 down to 8 into our second round of this single elimination bracket. There's a lot of exciting matchups there. I think Cloud9 Ents could be a real interesting affair when we get there. But it's interesting as well to see who would G2 prefer to play. FaZe, VP, going to be a very interesting affair either way.
I'd imagine FaZe, just based off of it's a bit more of a playstyle that they enjoy, and it's more packing a punch, whereas VP are going to make you stew in your juices a bit, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I like that you brought up style, because so did Kerrigan and so did Kickit.
Yes.
Both kind of referring to this idea of a clash of styles. Does that echo with your kind of sentiments, in the sense that both of these teams are going to be on polar opposites of style?
Well, that's the question, right? VP, they'd like to remove the risk, right? They're going to take these pauses within mid-rounds, cut the audibles. Moses was talking about there, even in the time he was coaching Liquid, of ways that they would approach, right? Are they moving across the map to execute elsewhere? Are they just sitting pause for you to push into them? Well, that right here is going to be FaZe's opportunity to try and figure that out. Are they going to be the one trying to dictate to Virtus.pro? Or are they going to? Yeah, well, the Plow. We've got Pasha around here, Cuban's here, Neo's here. We're missing a couple of members, Alex, but we're on our way. As we are underway.
Yeah, let's see how this pistol goes, because as you said, a lot of time to prep, a lot of time to do your research, to counter-strat the counter-strat, so let's play some Counter-Strike, dropping smokes.
Yeah, so we're going to see 2 smokes out of Flit here to set them up for this B play. Now,
they've got Twists on short side, so there's 3 to receive them early. Even Brokey, if he's got parkour, can quickly strafe over. So let's see how this works. Anti-flash on Rops, Kerrigan first contact, and here it comes. Kerrigan firing off shots, bait, Rops struggling, Flash still controls his aim and actually manages his ammo. Still got 7 for the fight, and a clean one into Fame as well. Mir's got that bomb, he does hit the headshot as well, but it's up to Kerrigan emerging through the smoke, and another headshot, this time from the Dane. Up to James, struggling with Flip combined, good work back. Rain, though, makes it a 1v2. James hunted down, Brokey contributes. That's a nice defense in the right place, and FaZe will take the pistol.
Yeah, nice stuff right there. They had that stack. You were talking about the rotation points, and they take care of business. The bomb doesn't go down. And that's the type of start you'd be looking for. Is we're just going to have a bit of a technical here for a moment. Everybody having a chit chat. This is the first time they will be on this stage, so there's a few things you want to work out. You want to make yourself comfortable.
Acclimatized to the environment, especially when it is so cutthroat. I mean, every round here in these best of threes, it counts. Sometimes it doesn't, you know, in other formats. Sometimes you will just be playing, whether it's playing for seeding or you've got a nice backup in that lower bracket. Here, you really want to hit the ground running, and FaZe have. They've got themselves that first. And so what's the best case scenario for VP to grab the reins immediately?
Yeah, without a plant here, it seems impossible to justify a force buy. Sure, they could go with some Tech 9s, a little bit of util, and try an explosion onto a site here if they want to try and condition early, but you take a save, you milk out the round, you allow the CTs to use all their nades, and, well, you go with the AKs into the next. But we'll have to wait and see, as we're just waiting for one individual to get back in the server, Mr. Rain.
Okay, we've got a black bar user or an abuser.
He needs a new mouse pad, though. Can someone kick it up? It's getting a bit dirty up there.
Dude, we've got a brand spanking new one here. We could go deliver it to him.
Mine's got bubbles in it.
I saw your bubbles. Yeah, no. But this is legit.
Yours
this
is looking nice, yeah.
And it has a universal X and Y axis friction.
Oh, you've been reading the box.
Yeah, listen to how silly that sounds. I'd be worried if my mouse pad didn't.
Yeah, look, I've been trying to look into the mouse pads a little bit more because I've been geeking out on keyboards and mice.
Yeah, right.
Kind of
so what's the current science about it?
I don't want to go down the rabbit hole.
Oh, yeah?
It's one of these things. At the end of the day, what you like, your personal preference.
Bring back the ice map. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Bring back a hard
you want a hard pad?
I don't know how you're traveling with it.
Nothing Gilbert.
I don't know how you're traveling with it. Actually, bring back ball mice while we're there as well.
Okay, and DSL too.
Yeah.
Every time the phone rings, we'll be disconnected from the internet. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, I do remember screaming around the house, don't answer it, give me 1 minute, please. You can call them back.
My family used to get so mad because my sister would be uploading pictures on MySpace and Facebook.
Mid-fragging.
Yeah, I'd have to go unplug the internet. Caused a few rifts. But here we are. We're all back in the server right now.
It's a good start.
We can talk about Mir, 27 years young, the newest addition, but the oldest member of the team by a significant margin. I think he's 3 years older than anybody else on the squad.
How would you characterize Mir?
Well, he was an absolute banger of a player.
Yeah. What do you mean was?
Everybody thought Mir was gone. We haven't seen Mir in ages.
Yeah, that's fair.
We heard he was hard to work with from an Overdrive rumor, right? We really don't get to tap into that scene, but what Overdrive says we seem to take as gospel. Apparently hard to work with. Gets himself onto VP, a team who has been reeling ever since they won the major, decided to make that change. They got rid of Norbert, they bring Chiron in. They then replaced Chiron in the middle of an event.
Oh, that was bizarre.
And then look at where we're at right now. So it's been a roller coaster of a journey here for VP, but this is a team that have a good understanding of the way they want to approach the game. They have, Yanko talked about it, a heavy hitting trio, Jane, Fame, and Flip. They are, a pretty pound for pound, good trio.
That's fun to say as well.
You got on the other side, you've got, for today, Twists, Rops, and of course, Brokey. So I'm curious how you want to try and rumble VP, because we talk about them, or at least we used to talk about them, as one of the hardest teams to put away.
All right, so let's see how much they want to milk that util out of FaZe Clan, because at the moment their belt loops are rather full. Rain with a full belt of utility, and these guys have got themselves a single smoke flying through the sky now, and a flashbang to perhaps throw bodies out of B.
Wow, they've really feigned middle here. They used both bits of utility, I guess, to draw the attention of Brokey, Twists, and Rops. So looking to try and exploit Kerrigan for a plant here. That nade.
Juicy. On your head, son.
Not too shabby whatsoever, is it? And he has support here. Twist hasn't gotten off too far.
What are you lining up there? That's a con smoke? That's nice. Valuable.
Nothing, has he?
Yeah, well, he's got Twists, who's hit a precise headshot with that FAMAS, and he'll be contributing nicely. Just the two of them getting the job done. Fist bumps exchanged as FaZe stay undefeated into our third round.
Now, Kerrigan pointed out they need to make sure throughout this matchup that they're keeping on top of the economy, right? Understanding what is possible for VP. James going to be saving a lot, and he's going to also mention there's always going to be an AWP in the round. But we're still in the early game and no AWP available. They know that no plants, hardly any frags. See that one right there, a clean sheet for FaZe. But as prophesized, the VP AK-47s are going to come out. See how they want to whir into action here. Drops with some aggression.
Oh, he's fine. And he's going to use that smoke deployed by the T's against them. Posturing forward.
Oh,
but
double molly, that's a bit unusual.
Oh, they're pushing him. The flash. Oh, the awkward movement as well. Look, Mir didn't quite finish him off. Never mind, engage with him. Twist brings the fight back and actually bests him. That was FAMAS v AK. Mir concedes the opening death.
Yeah, problems here. And this is where we will see the clock just start to get melted away. You don't need to be in a rush here. Group up, try and find yourself a bit of a frag, then play across the map as Brokey's floating over to assist Kerrigan here. They have multiple bodies at the ready. Kerrigan still with a smoke, so once he's pressured, you'll see him dump that in similar fashion.
Just a B player POV, isn't it?
Yeah, and look, it's not a fun job by any means.
And jump, and jump, and smoke on Con. We got a bit of action mid. A deep window smoke. Not sure if that was what they were aiming for.
But this is what Moses was talking about, right? Jason's saying you don't know if they're just sitting and hitting pause and waiting for you to aggress across the map. You don't know if they're regrouping.
Right.
And look at how much space Flit's been able to get silently here as the admin. Well, he's looking on.
Just checking in. Oh, Flit's going to be mad about that one. Again, they're winning with the lesser guns here. This was a bonus. And Kerrigan, he could continue to frag out. Look at this angle. They're not ready for it. Kickert's back his turn. He nearly gets them both. As James enters the site for a moment. Caught and plucked from the air by Rops, and the last could be getting the bomb down. That's a nice big win from Fame. In the face of adversity, he's managed to recover a nice extra cash for the following round.
Well, you did 2,900 plus 800, Alex.
Fame's got some frags. Hang on. This would be insane. He's not got the health for this. They can wall bang that. He's in trouble, but you're hearing them coming. Closing the gap on him. He's got nothing, no hope, and yeah, Twist will confirm it. So FaZe, they keep their head above water. It's still 3-0, and a couple of extra AKs to ring through.
Well, this is where now we look to VP and see how they want to approach this next round. Fame could drop an AWP here for James, but he would have nothing else. So really picking up where Sanji left off all those years ago, or they could bring out one hero AK. They could try and keep this economy of FaZe before it gets too out of control. But well handled here, and it all comes with a couple of easy openings, but FaZe confidently wanting to fight over towards middle. Double mollies behind the top mid box, and here you go. Okay, well, they are going to bring out a little bit more. So this is the thing for VP. If you're going to be operating in rounds with such light utility, we see out the gate a cat smoke, a window smoke, just trying to buy some space for Flit. It's going to be about the trading, right? It's going to be about trying to catch them off guard. They got a little bit wonky on the aim right there, didn't he?
Yeah, there's a bit of a panic there, an adjustment made.
I think Twist just smoked Palace again here, so they can really keep their attention over towards the ramp. You see Twist supporting his teammates all across the map with his util.
Yeah, right. Every round so far, you can see he's been deploying valuable utility to delay.
And Kerrigan into an AUG early. It's going to help him out with those head-to-head duels if they do try and knock on the door.
This is a fight, favors Brokey, smoke back into the ramp as he spotted them out, they're ahead of it. And good damage as well, he's been humbled by Kickert. Will they overlook Rain on the Goblin box? No, not at all, Kickert's good for it. He might even have some more. Flash is good, Rops is spotted. Repositioning off of his teammates' monitor as well. 4 versus 3, they can go for the retake. Kerrigan's investigating and they're all backing up in towards that Tetris position. Looking to play this one out is FaZe. They're just going to be sniffing it out. Kerrigan investigating. Eyes on the prize. They still have that position in Palace. Fame should be set for success here, but it's a good start back, and Kickert still hitting every shot he takes. Fame, that was important. As the smoke and the kit were approaching the site, he does time it on that sound cue. Kickert finally brought down, but that triple kill leads to VP's first.
Yeah, great stuff. Just good trading in towards the site right there. So catching Brokey off guard. He's trying to deploy a defensive smoke. Gets caught on the timing, bang through the box. Second kill on towards Rain. So really good understanding of the situation here from VP to get this early round on the board. And still enough money for a FaZe buy. There won't be a rifle for Kerrigan here, and they're lighter on you two already. So what seemed like a very decent start. You get 2 rounds, one was close, one was lost, and already starting to teeter here. Again, Flit out towards middle, this time straight with the pace, window smoke up. CT's Two of them now towards short, so a boost available here to look for a little bit of information. Oh, Twist even going to mantle up. We've seen Alexi B in recent history play on this box where he can be out of the line of sight, but here much more forward looking for a fight.
Yeah, despite Flit's shortcomings in that duel, they still managed to convert thanks to Kick It.
Yeah, and they have that ability, right? It's 4 of them essentially strolling out there onto A to trade off of each other. So it wasn't like they were defaulting across the map. There was nobody disconnected over towards B apartments. It was just that Flit pressure towards middle here. And, well, here it is again, right? They're happy just to let you sit and wait and wonder what is possible. There's not audibles. They're not spamming a lot. Here's a smoke. Twist still doesn't see anything.
I like the angle, though. It's not going to be the pre-aim from Flit. Not at all. No trade. Mir was spotted. Twist missed with the nade, but still an advantage for FaZe.
I don't think you're clearing Robs here
Accelerating.
up in the vent room.
Twist still in a power position as well. Kerrigan can support, and yeah, that vent room's not going to be cleared out, so he has that flank on Mir. Timing it well. Backs a turn. Kerrigan to distract. Now we need a double. We need a multi-kill out of Robs. A 3-on-3 emerges. And Mir's posted on the hunt. Robs is spotted and executed with a precise headshot. Puts it really into a tailspin for FaZe. No interest in the retake. Finances broken. And so we will be seeing 2-man save. Happy to convert. And Kick It again, high impact, considering, you know, he's in a, what, do we call it a stand-in in the absence of Norbert? Or
yeah, I guess at this point, they just have to play the best counterstrike he can and hope that maybe they go, well, we don't need Norbert back, do we? Look, I don't know how this is going to end up, but seeing that round right there unfold, I'm saying Robs is in a power position in the vent room. Twist has already got the first kill, right? He's been able to do that damage. And then if Robs is going to sell his teammate, which is fine, you needed to get the double like you were saying. But there was no double in sight right there. So we didn't get to cover off completely from Robs' POV to see exactly how it all unfolded. But yeah, look, if Twist is going to go down, Kerrigan falls on the site, Robs is going to have to get that multi-kill. 2 consecutive here for VP. But yeah, great work from Kick It in consecutive rounds, opening up the site with a multi-kill. And Mir not allowing Robs to get off to any antics as these save rifles are coming to play. Light upgrades around them. Gonna try and make the most out of these. Brokey towards window. Rain booster towards B for the info, and yep, that's a sitter. You take that one every day of the week. Now the M4 has been spotted. Do they accelerate, or in classic VP style, do they hit the brakes here?
Flit.
Gonna have to fight him, aren't they?
Yeah, he's been flushed out of his tap position. Rob's surely holding. Oh, he's calling for a flashbang. This is it. This is a good-looking flash. Fame still pulls the trigger. Just a reaction speed test at that point, so luck favors him. And now a 3-on-3, but this is already quite competitive.
It's just Brokey.
Yeah, you're right.
They're trying to get the other rifle that Rain killed over towards the B apartments here, but they're in towards the site now. They even have extra utility. A couple of flashes. HG, Molly's just been deployed right now over towards jungle again. They should be able to get the bomb down, looking like a default plan.
And looking like another round for VP. This will be 3 on the trot. James. Yeah, lovely work onto Rain. And those rifles will be maintained.
All right, well, Lost Bone is starting to build here on the CT side, 2,400 into the next. Important that they do hold on to a couple of these rifles here, because you just take a look at the cache left-hand side of your screen, you see it's going to be pretty touch and go into the next tier. So discussions for FaZe to be had, maybe a timeout. We'll sit here and see how things will settle in, but Jane with a double this time round.
He's got a skedaddle.
So we got 4K on Kerrigan, 5 on Rain, Rops with 4.1. Drops are available from both Brokey and Twist. Well, Twist without armor, so at least Brokey can facilitate a bit of something here, but we should see FaZe get into a rifle round. Or will they? A timeout has been called, so gonna have the discussion first. And almost finding opening kills on polar opposite sides of the map right there. It didn't really account for an awful lot for FaZe here, but good impact from Rain at least to give it a crack.
Tough one to concede there for Robs. You know, you sit there and you always weigh up, like, do I give it a second to see if they start to spam, or do I try and catch the timing on it? But yeah, Fame. He punished that. Otherwise, it could have been a very different looking round, considering that was another rifle.
A power position in Palace, right?
Oh, you're forced to kind of go mid or B.
We saw FaZe on that bonus round, right? The first gun round here. They went for the very heavy mid approach. And that was a heads up. You're dictating the play. You're deciding what territory you want to fight over here. So let's see if they offer something a little bit more aggressive again. And I expect pace changes to come in for VP at certain moments within this game as well. But Flit up to the devices again in middle. They're giving him this util, right? They're smoking card. He gets the window molly in play as well. And James just being able to search over towards B here. And look, this isn't too shabby, right? Especially with Kerrigan, when you've seen him jump spotting. You've already highlighted it, the life of a B defender. So James just picking his poison of where he wants to take these fights.
Right, so they park Flit and Fame, and then these three start their investigations for that early CT aggression. No one underpass, that's always nice to report. And we saw yesterday Fallen making huge plays from the early aggressive underpass position.
And they're silent. Like, Flit's just walked down mid. He's just activated from behind the mid box. No window smoke, and this is it. This is potentially going to catch them off guard here. So many unknowns for FaZe.
Oh, Brokey, he's thinking about it. He's only got an Incendiary in, yeah, caught out by the pace of this, but Flit doesn't contribute enough. It's chip damage, spotted 2 on the A site. Twist, investigating, but he's going to get swung on. Surely James got him. No, no, James misses. Flit's got him. And really awkward for Kerrigan. Look at him, flustered. As he does go down to Flit, a nice contribution second from him in this round, starting to really lead his team to another round. Flashed off and still hits the headshot, just like Fame in the prior.
Hold up, Ro16 is here.
Yeah, overlooked. How long do you wait for the frag, though?
Bomb's coming.
It is. He's going to let him go.
He's
hearing it. He's hearing it. Oh, this is brilliant. Rops, not a second. Kick it with a knee-jerk reaction, but the bomb has to be retrieved. Only 15 seconds left. It's up, it's up, it's up. He's got to do some parkour.
Rain's coming.
Seconds.
There's a 1v1 available.
And now it's going to be awkward. Do you fake?
He has to stick it.
He has to. Rushing him down. Kick it's on the bomb. He's going to go down. It's the round. Just like that. What a play from Rops. Buying time. The crowd will love that one. Wow. Turning the tide of battle with some discipline.
Yeah, and that right there lulled into the fact they're expecting it to be an empty B bomb site, not only because it's Rops just lying in wait, but there's also another kill from Flit onto Brokey coming through connector. You're thinking, are they really going to go B? So at that point, Rops probably just hoping that he can get away with a save, but both come their way. He looked a bit frustrated that he didn't get the second there. Knew exactly where Kickit was heading off to. So good shot from Kickit, sure. But I think that what threw this into a dangerous moment for that of FaZe was the scaling of Flit, right? It was before the connector smoke landed, before there was a window smoke in play. And he's already taking the fight as it's hitting the deck. That's why it's catching players off guard with nades in their hand. They're subverting the standard expectations of defaults here.
Oh, it's a quick window smoke deployed out of James. Maybe there's a bit more pace on this. I say that as I see the bomb as it spawned.
But they do have territory again, right? And they're happy to search through middle here. So connector smoke will land. CTs will block that for now.
James fires off the shot, AWP noted by FaZe Clan.
But see this, he's taken a shot and immediately reroutes. He knows that, hey, they're aware the AWP's in middle. Find himself even a bit of utility as well. So
I was about to mention utility. Look how little there is for everyone. We've got smokes, but nothing more. 3 now still in the hands of FaZe. And there's just enough for a half execute. You've got 2 smokes and a flash. Could get you through. And Rain's even going forward on this. Power position, you can jump up and fight that Palace. The favorable headshot angle.
And what does clearing this even mean?
Yeah, nothing at this point. Does the shadow betray Kickit? Oh, another scorching headshot out of Kickit. Finding rounds for VP consistently. Does he really get past Brokey, though? They've surely used that one flashbang on Fame. He's in Palace, though. He hits the shot. That's what Brokey needed. 4-on-4 emerges. Will they get the bomb down? 25 ticket. Flipped. Nice through mid. Not ready for the second as Twist does start find the trade. Into the site with 20 seconds left. Rob's trying to destabilize. They know the plant has to be hurried. 17 seconds. Miz still on sandwich. And Brokey will push. That was the frag chance. It doesn't matter when you get the kills. And down to the wire, using every second they had on that clock.
Just taking a look here at the scoreboard on HLTV and thinking, can this possibly be right? Twist is 5-0 in opening duels at the moment. I'm just scrolling through.
4-4.
Yeah, right. So I'm just scrolling through to make sure that is actually the truth, and yeah, it is. So an opening for James, an opening for Kickit in this round here that's just gone by. Rob's found an opening on the pistol, but Twist has been quite active with different rifles. We've definitely spoken about the aggressors over towards mid. Gonna be a timeout this time from VP, and I guess Dustin just wanted to let them know how much on the ropes FaZe truly are. And this was the Kickit entry against Rain, essentially a 1v1. Kickit did have support behind him, but he's just taking that duel on his own volition, and yeah, good stuff.
Oh, Kicker, man. It's really easy. He's earning his salt here. Keeping FaZe humble. And how many now? Yeah, 4 of the last 5 going VP's way, and you can see what that's done to FaZe Clan. Should be looking at another. Even Flit looking to farm up extra cash, a deliberate Mac 10.
A little bit more direct here. And they've stacked a sight. Flash at the ready for Rain. There's a couple of scary pistols here, but no armor behind it, so they're going to have to be lethal with this first bullet.
Who goes first? You think Flit maybe going to stretch his legs and investigate, but now Mir finds one jiggling. Robs in that headshot box. The good for the first. Dinks down Mir. Glad he brought his helmet. And on the swing, James reads it so well. Kerrigan not bad on the USP. That's 2 members limping now. But should be no issues here. No armor, don't forget. So Flit very deadly with this SMG. Another bullet into twists, and it's only 2. Maybe Brokey's overlooked. I don't think there's much to say about that one, as Rain does take down the bomb carrier. There is a very low player in Mir. Backs a turn, P250 primed, and yeah, that's made a bit of a meal of that one. But it's their conversion, as it should have been.
Brokey looked a little bit disappointed in that moment. I was like,
could have been 2.
Pistol in the back, you know, always a difficult time.
Yeah, hitting those heads can be difficult from behind.
But Flit, he's been able to hold on to this Mac 10, so I'm curious to see. He does have an A spawn right now. Do they want to try and use it a bit more aggressive? He's traditionally over towards middle.
And they probably, because of the abacus and because of the big brain of James, they probably are aware there's not a single helmet on the enemy side.
Yeah, or an AWP. Only 1 defuse kit. So right now, FaZe, you're in the washing machine. The tumble dryer.
Ooh. Robs has been spotted. I love the angle. Brokey and Robs combine. Double fame, catching aggression onto Rain, and now James. Good grief. They're into the site, they've traded out, they're into A, and the bomb's going down. Kick it to punch in the code. Covered by the squad, Util dump. Brokey unwilling to take the fight on his own. He's got Kerrigan rotating CT. Rob's still top mid. And so much Util on Kicker. He can use that molly for the post plant, stop the defuse. It's really not looking good for FaZe on the way in. The kit's been found on Kerrigan. No, Kicker's been precise so far. Repositioning into Brokey. Good contribution. Awkward now. For VP, James misses his chance on the crossback, but it's FaZe. A double spray, Brokey in the clutch. Light on time now, finds the kit, but what are you supposed to do about it? Holding, James charging, fakes it out. Can they? Oh, it's tight. I think Brokey's just done enough.
Oh, Brokey!
Right down to the wire. A clutch up against the odds to tie the game. Nice.
Brokey was involved in every single kill in that round. He was on the assist with a double with Robs in middle and then having to close it out there in the tightest of margins. So yeah, getting the AWP, getting the round on the board, but only just. And that was a great little response there. If that was the opening, right? We know that when you're looking at a team like VP and their openings into rounds, they don't have to commit to it, right? But the fact that they knew it was a mid control, the fact that they knew that FaZe were playing 3 players aggressive middle, they're getting stuck into that fight, they just teamed out of the apartment. And I loved it from James covering off his teammate. They've got enough money for a buy here as well, VP. And look at FaZe. You tell you who won the last round, who's worse for wear.
Yeah, they know that they're just within touching distance of breaking them again.
Yeah, when you're teetering like this on the CC side, you're gonna have to work hard for this one. Get the most out of these MP9s. So Rain and Kerrigan wielding those on the extremities. And a full rotation being called back over here.
Okay, so we're looking at an exec here.
Plenty of util for it, but I suppose the same to block on the other side of the server.
Rain readies himself for battle, has the support of Robs. Oh, and he strikes. Catches one of the ramp players. Mir's gonna be mad about that one. Now Kicker's the next victim. Rain on that MP9. Fame as well. Spins on a dime for the double. And VP really left wanting. Okay, Rain. Man on a mission. Brokey will close clean, and FaZe take a perfect round of counterstrike. All of that discussion about hanging on by a thread economically, throw that away.
Yeah, and that one's going to feel real good. You know, VP on the other side of things, their lost bonus now not looking good. Likely to see them take an eco here. Oh, an AK's been dropped, of course it has. So VP playing the numbers, wanting to try and keep these as competitive as possible. But the MP9 profiting, right? This is great news. And then being able to find a second, get the AK into his hands here. So Rangers mauling them. Let's see how far Flick can push the issue here. Sent once more towards middle. Window smoke in play, and he's out. He's taking a lot of space.
Admirable from Flip. Will he get a surprise frag or two? Oh. Yeah, he's been robbed of that one. Doesn't quite manage to manifest onto Rain. Twist will save him.
One of the keys in that previous round, where FaZe had the 2 MP9s, was the fact that a lot of them held on to smokes for a bit longer in the round, right? So they were able to block once they found that information, meant that they could isolate the jewels a little bit better. And now they're going to get themselves up to a 2-round lead. I don't really feel like anybody is slacking.
Nope. Ooh, that's nice.
And yeah, this is a FaZe that you want to see coming in sharp, hitting those shots. And you're also seeing the energy coming out of some of the individuals getting fired up after key rounds. That was something that Kerrigan said was lacking over there in Cologne. And they also said they're giving more responsibility to Neo, right? He had just joined as a coach at that point. And when you lost an individual like Robin, you know he's great for the team in terms of that mood and the environment. And then the mood tanks. Well, look, you're not blaming it on Neo, but the guy's just come into this. He knows some of the personality, sure, but what is his responsibility? Right. It's a major winning roster, right? This team earlier in the year won EPL. They won the Grand Slam. And the vent not broken here. So we know that they're more than happy to give up mid control. Yeah, it does.
Straight waterfall out of their Palace position, and Rain has been toppled. Need a big one out of Robs here. More from Palace, worried about ramp. He's got Jame onto Kerrigan elsewhere on B.
And they can cancel. This is what VP do well. Cut the noise,
take
play
the advantage.
Exactly, because you have a minute 30 seconds left on the clock here, and right now FaZe are down a man, and they're scrambling. They're hoping you want to keep playing heads up CS. Fight them, get in their face. Well, not to be the case right now.
But yeah, and the beauty of cutting noise is the uncertainty forces either pushes for information, a la Robs, or you end up spreading them thin, and you don't have to deal with a full squad. That's the push for information, and Mir's angle profits. A rifle, a frag, and a 2-man advantage in this one.
I suppose the only other option is to go for a full-on gamble and just hope that they finish over towards your side, but...
That's very VP-esque.
Now they can send feelers out. They don't have to full commit. Kick it. Sent forward once more. Clearing out some of the hidey holes.
They're not in a hurry, are they?
Exactly. But Twist and Brokey still alive here, up against 4 players, no utility remaining, and they want to give this one a bit of a look in at least.
He saw the flash. Fame going to be Molotov'd out. This is an engagement that favors the AWPer if he had posted. Last of the util. Oh, Twist across. Just one frag, and yeah, Kicker's the one to post it, so the AWP will be
They're gonna hunt him here.
He's aware. He is more than aware. Maybe he can find himself a rifle and be threatening. But absolutely no AWP. Wow, okay, Brokey, nice find. And they're coming for him. How many can he leave with? None. The answer to that one. A full team effort here from VP. Mir perhaps dragging his heels a little more than the rest, but everyone is toe tagging and body bagging. 13 as well, a piece for Twists and Robs. Very, very promising signs.
Just looking at the finances here for FaZe. Second timeout called. And you see Rain just getting caught off guard. You mentioned the pace right there, just teaming out of that apartment's position. Some good shooting, some clean shots from Kicker, right? He's been looking hot. 9 in total for him so far. And this is a change up. You can definitely see coming into play when you're against teams who are playing contact, you know, who are taking a few more liberties without util. Twists and Brokey into the big greens. Even Kerrigan with a scope as well here. This is the business end. VP can still take 8 rounds in this half. FaZe and VP also both looking at that 1900 loss bonus into the next tier. So this is a very important round as far as who's going to come out with the lion's share of rounds in half number 1.
VP's pick. Solid T side so far. But can they tip the scales to leave with the lead? This round determines that. Brokey this time dispatched towards the B apartments, and Twist has brought a second into the mix. So early information flows, no occupation of Palace. And there's a flash of Mir. Information implies there's at least one towards the B apartments. No gamble, no moves.
Isn't this crazy though? It's like watching statues right now.
It is, yeah.
And both teams are just holding on to util. So right now the uncertainty grows, but Brokey's about to get an answer.
Oh, anticipation grows as well, because when does he choose to pull the trigger? He's ahead of these util. Wait for it, postures, turns, and strikes. Straight to the head of Fame, and sticks around for more. Brokey doing damage, smoke to delay. He's gonna burn through. Mir will catch him with the spray, but still, can they recover the site? Damage inflicted. Rain's gonna overlook this. Oh, but Flit fumbles. 2-man advantage for FaZe to take the lead here on the CT side. 8 rounds, just 2 frags away. Mir's got the bomb, he's on the site, but with the flank coming through, James in trouble. Oh, or not. Rops has given him plenty of warning. A lovely play for damage, but yeah, James precise.
Losable now.
Certainly is, especially if Kerrigan overlooks this bench position. Doesn't look like it's happening though. Good eyes and a better shot between the eyes. Mir nails it onto Rain, and it's maybe a manageable 1v2 given the health. James disadvantage and no time for this really. 13 seconds. He'd rather kill him.
He wants to get out of here.
Or rather leave with the AWP. Not to be. Kerrigan will steal him away. And that's a big confidence booster for FaZe. That perhaps has that foreboding and sinking feeling in VP's stomach that what could have been a real tied-up game could be looking at a 9-6. They'll have rifles.
Yeah, it felt more important for FaZe to win that one, to have a better buy going into this last round. TSC VP, they still just have enough to get out primarily AKs. Be a few lighter on, but stubbornness from Brokey here, hanging around for the second. Where else is he meant to go? You may as well fight your way out of that one. So shuts them down before it gets out of control, and we're back into play here. Once more, another classic 2-1-2 setup as early
Double
nade.
smoke.
Yeah.
Bit of a whiff on that one. They've only got 2 left. And FaZe have got 5.
Yeah, and that's what they've kind of been forced into doing by a way that these VP players have been approaching a lot of the areas on the map here. So just stalling out the U2, if they want to take a little bit later in the round, well then you're just changing the timings of when you're deploying the U2. You're just going to block them for longer. It's going to make them more desperate. Want to be scooped up here. Couple smokes, couple mollies, a few flashes in the mix, and plays like this have worked before, especially when Kicker's just waltzed out and taken multiple. Remember Brokey over towards Ticket within the early stages of this first half did get caught off guard.
Yeah, I think that's exemplified in Kicker's 12 deaths. He has been a bit of the can opener, throwing his body on the line. Re-smoke on Con, that will slow Mir and Flit. But then in no hurry whatsoever. 45 and counting. They can run that clock down so long as the frags or that bomb plant come through. Final round of this half, all to play for. Make it just a 1-round game. Kick it. Oh, dead to the Orbra despite a solid flash. And now Rops has got 2 on his plate. Despite the flash, he gets the 1. And now Rain comes out of his hidey hole. Looking good for this. FaZe to find the 9th. Twist stubborn. Twist's fragging. And Jame alone again in the clutch. Found 1. Nice find onto Rain. Unable to find more as Twist makes it good. 9-6. FaZe take the lead comfortably as we will take a break as we swap sides.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one selling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you?
6-9. Ooh, hey, nice. We got ourselves a game. Second half of Mirage. It is a best of 3 single elimination. This is the last of the round of 16. So first look for everyone here as to what FaZe Clan and Virtus.pro have to offer. That vicious polar bear, quite the iconic logo across the history and tapestry of history that Counter-Strike has had. Let's see if they can bring it back. 9-6, the scoreline as we've swapped sides. They'll be taken to the defense now. I'm Machine, I got Chatty B with me.
Yeah, par for the course so far, isn't it?
So far, so good.
I think exactly what we're expecting in terms of the pace and the tone of the game. One of the keys, FaZe, looking sharp twists on the CT side, 6-0 as far as opening exchanges were concerned.
He's comfy, cushy.
Oh, this might be another B play, mind you. The U2 being lined up. Now take a look. 2 pairs of dual Berettas, one on Flip, one on Fame. Now Fame's on the other side of the server. But Flip might be able to unleash a little bit of fury here. 30 bullets in the dual Berettas, and he'll have multiple players baiting for him. The ability for these USPs to take contact first.
So it's Brokey and Kerrigan doing the double smoke and double flash. Flit has vision, but they opt for the window, and that's the first engagement taken. Nice from Flit, but traded. Mir keeps the advantage. Mir down. Brokey fragging on the Glock into the site. Now kick it on the bench is cut down. James, forward position, but already the bullets are being hit. The individual shining from FaZe Clan. And now the individual Fame up against the world, up against 3. Twist anticipating this. He hasn't got all of the health in the world, so it could be run down. Nice headshot from Fame. The first of the 3 required. Advancing loudly, considering that descent.
Ooh, this crossfire though.
Yeah, it's very hard to break. I mean, there'd have to be a bit of an oopsie from one of them. Fakes it out, not moving a muscle. Brokey's the one. Beautiful. FaZe will take the pistol, 10-6. And that's both pistols going FaZe's way on Mirage.
Yeah, okay, well, not too shabby indeed. And look, that right there, we see both teams essentially try and run very similar pistols, right? But to varying levels of success here. The fact that Flick gets that first, sure, but you're hoping that you're able to deny them getting so much access. Good shooting from Brokey on the pistols twist as well, contributing here. And even Kerrigan finding one. So this is where VP will bounce back with a force buy, unlike the first half. James into a Scout, Deagle, Famas, MP9. A whole mix, an assortment of weapons here.
Oh, but they are out already. Look at this. There's the contrast to these T sides. Second round, we've got already 3 bodies up mid.
But you see how this is a bit more by the book, right? They're playing with the util, they're scaling with it. Differences in players. Oh, okay.
That's interesting. Stops any angles and info. I say that, he still manages to get a gap. Oh, that did not work out for them at all.
No, not at all. This is problems now. The rotation point of Mir trying to get over in time. That smoke.
You can't fumble this
the trajectory of that.
Yeah, he knows one's kitchen. He knows one's ladder.
Kerrigan is so isolated here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no threat. It is just Flit that's going to go down to this. So a nice rebuttal Fame returning through mid as well, so Kerrigan can hold on to that and be responsible for that. Bomb's coming through now.
If he keeps tabs on those rifles, that's probably key here, because Rain's taken an awful lot of space by slinking up short. Kerrigan just holding onto the prized possessions. I was going to mention the Fame flank, but I don't know if we're going to see VP bother going for this. They'll go fishing.
Yeah,
they'll at least have a look. They'll put the rod in the water, have a dip.
Oh! Might have a go now. A stunning headshot from Mirs Deeg. Maybe it's just an extra Mac 10 to bring through. Oh, but they are all gathering. A congregation of
It's not a short plant for Kerrigan either.
Hold on, messy spray, still manages to tame, and yeah, they will repel the invaders, the attempted retakers. Jame alone with his scout and being hunted as well. Not particularly wise. You don't want to be losing any Glocks, but no problem for Twists.
Okay, should be a full eco now for VP there. Map pick Mirage slipping through the fingers. And that right there, I was just trying to work out worst case scenario, because Kerrigan isolated over towards vent room. It was a default plant, so if they get into the site, he's not going to be able to help out here, but standing strong. An important kill here for Kerrigan, right? Because if they're able to get more bodies over, pick up some of those guns, could be a real problem here for FaZe, but this is more like it, as it will just be light investments for VP.
Easy street for round 18. Fame's looking for that early engagement. You've got her. Got a couple of deagles to boast. It's going to have to be some stunning headshots if you want to be threatening. Rain's got this one dead to rights. And Kerrigan Skalil fills the feed as well. So we will be seeing a nice 12th round already for FaZe Clan. I mean, really reaping the benefits of winning both pistols.
Yeah, and I know it's still early on in the second half of play, but if Kerrigan and Rain are going to get all the mid space on their default, right, and then be able to condition this area of the map, that's key, right? Especially if they're getting opening kills. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that, because these two, they want to try and turn this into a mid-round scenario. Kerrigan wants to call these players into a place where they can show their pedigree, that the likes of Twist, Ro16, and Brokey should be able to shut down rounds against anybody in the world. So as long as Rain and Kerrigan are able to find the space and put these three into favorable positions, it's looking good here for FaZe to pick up map number 1. We've got Inferno 2 and Overpass 3 if we do require it.
Yeah, but with this being VP's pick, this round really hinges on how confident they're going to be into that second. You don't want to get blown out. Your map pick, first map of the tournament.
Opening pick here would be great for VP. CT side out of FaZe. Twist was having a field day in that fashion. Rops also with the contributions.
It's a funny standoff. It was Rops and Fame doing the same thing on the first half as well. Standing, looking to find that opening engagement if anyone's dangerous or rather braves the Palace fight.
See how procedural this is though? Using their util, taking each part of the map, whereas we saw Flick coming through this area. It was just on contact on these weird timings.
The re-smoke on jungle. Rops could just walk out, as he has. Nothing to fear. Kick it, however, has found Rain. That is a big way back. That was all the way from short side. Twist to try and fill that gap, and around the smoke. Oh, that's brilliant, Fame. Oh, and Fame will close as well. A triple kill emerging from the smoke, and they needed that. As VP, plenty of hope, maintaining their map pick.
Yeah, swarming over towards that A site. Good stuff. FaZe, at that point, all the utils out. You know you have to get that bomb down. You're running out of options. And Virtus.pro strikes. So, drawing first blood here. 4 staying alive. That's great news, and we'll get it from Fame's POV. The lineup is beautiful, and then the adjustment into Rops just leering out for that third. What is the change going to be here for FaZe? Do they want to try and do something pacey, or they want to still try and something a bit more default spready? Now, Brokey.
Rain was communicating a lot after his first glance mid. Not sure what he was working with.
Well, I think right now, because they've sent Brokey towards the underpass, they're worried about mid-aggression.
Unusual. Yeah. Most definitely. I was about to bring up Brokey's T-side up, but yeah, he's kind of escorting Twist down the underpass. And Flit, if you dare, jump. Yeah, that smoke gonna lock you out. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Misthrown there, so slight dangers.
Yeah, he'll have to respect the flames, but gap is most definitely still present.
Yes, it's scary, isn't it? So this is an unknown.
It's gonna slow him down.
You might even, I was gonna say call it off, but a redeploy.
That leaves them with 1, Chad. Smoke on Con, deployed by Flit.
Bit of a stalemate here in middle. No real space garnered as VP.
Bit of a bait and switch setup. Maybe Kerrigan overlooks this kick at push. Oh, Kerrigan caught with a pin in his hand still. Traded by Rops.
I don't think he was believing what he was hearing.
Yeah, he heard the steps, still went wide. Oh, and this is falling perfectly into place. Jame will catch Rops on the cross. Mir will pocket a second. You're looking at a 1v4 for Twist. Mir, another time we've seen a multi-kill out of him. Back-to-back rounds. Giving VP a solid defensive haul.
They knew what was coming, though. They had so many bodies over towards B, right? Kick it forward, that kill on Kerrigan. He had Mir there as well. Jame over towards the marketplace. So many bodies to respond to this. VP had great tabs on what was happening on this side of the map. And I guess maybe, just maybe, it was a gamble, because if Kickett's pushing like that, it doesn't tell me that he knows what's on the other side, you know what I mean? Like, it's just I'm running, it's a wide swing. Either way, has put FaZe down to just a couple of pistolas here. 3 deagles, a P250, a smoke. How much can they get out of this? Well, if they walk into Jame, probably not a lot. Warning shot fired. No damage done. This is VP's turn to hold on to a bunch of util. Plenty of smokes, all 5. And there he is. Jame is going to take down Kerrigan here. And this is going to be necessary on the CT side. More contributions with the opening kills.
Nice angle. You can see Twist was caught off guard by that one from Kick It. Doesn't go down, and oh, lovely shot into the side of Mir's head. Same can be said about Fame onto Rops, and well, Rain in a lot of trouble there. 2 from the cleaver into the body, but only 1 frag to boast in that round. 21 now heading into our 22nd, and the gap closing. This is 3 in consecutive from the defense, and don't forget, VP losing both pistols on their pick and the conversion, so 6 of FaZe's 12 have come from the openings.
Yeah, and one of the keys here is the fact that in the last 3 rounds, the bomb hasn't gone down, and FaZe in those 3 rounds have only managed 1 kill per round. Now, that's not such a problem when they had the deagles come out like we just saw, but in the 2 before that, when they had the guns, they weren't really keeping VP honest here, so they have to find a bit more traction, just a 3-round game.
I like this a lot, Brokey. He's just put the pedal to the metal, and James says no.
Back-to-back openers for Jame here.
Yeah, he's starting to warm into things, isn't he? VP doing things the hard way. Twists, staying dynamic. Here's the approach from Mir, so information as to his location. Oh, but with that vent broken, Mir has options available to him upon the fade. Yeah, already. Mantles the bricks, catching any boosts that may establish.
Playing for info again here. So kick it up to similar tricks, so this really frees them up. So this is info. This is how now they can play with the stack, and it feels like most times... Bang. Oh no, the barrel bait. Yep, Kerrigan's going to be feeling real rough around the edges about that one.
Yeah, no fun for Kerrigan.
3v5, and look, they're just boxed in. They are absolutely boxed in. Where are you meant to go?
You're hoping you get something from VP, but they're not the ones that need to be wondering. Mir, oh, baited by the jiggle. Rain, strays wide, has jungle, so the next target's going to be Fame and Flit.
But look where Kick It is. If you continue on this...
Yeah, they're even considering it, but it's Fame that takes the first engagement. Nice trade out of Rops, but he's down to just 13 points of health. Very limited resources here for FaZe if they wanted to turn the tide. Seems nearly impossible. Kick It confirms it with a nice 1 to the back, and down goes Rain. FaZe yet to find a round in the last 4.
Yeah, and right there, you're sitting there as FaZe, you're going, where are they? Why aren't they fighting us? Why is no one taking the duel? Well, with Kick It coming around the world, why would you? You don't need to. You know he's going to seal the deal. He can take contact next.
They've only had 1 frag to boast in every single one of these VP rounds.
Yeah, right. And even though the loss bonus is now maxed on out, they need to make sure the bomb is going down here if they want to stay threatening, because VP is starting to really make some bags of cash here. After the rebuys coming in, you've got 3 AKs, 1 for Kick It, 1 for Flit, 1 for Mir.
Well, you said you're giving Neo a bit more responsibility. That's his 3rd timeout. He's made a call, or at least given some advice and observations as to where things are going wrong. That's a tough, bitter pill for Kerrigan to swallow.
They have bought 4 smokes here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a top mid or a window smoke and then some form of an execute, because so far it's been through mid and then getting bottlenecked and then losing space on extremities, not knowing, and then VP having so much information. So Neo maybe wanting to call something more direct, saying, hey boys, let's just try and bludgeon our way into a site here. So no early mid or window smoke deployed just yet.
Oh, this is geeky. Lineups for the drop, so you can get it all done by Robs.
And they were running this pocket strat where they were smoking Palace from top mid, but Brokey only has flashes, so I'm curious to see how this one looks.
Here they go. So they smoke middle, allow Brokey for an aggress, and what? James just got deegged out by the wide swing of the deeg. Rain nails it. Can FaZe really convert it? This was just a partial buy, a partial investment. Now Flit's got to be careful, because Rops is coming for you. Nails it on the dig. Bomb. Oh, God, everyone's dying. VP absolutely rumbled by the digs. This is the FaZe Clan special.
That's all misdirection. We can talk about it in a second here. I'm not sure if Mir wants to give this one a crack. That's a great shot.
Hold on. Fame and Mir, they are going to have a look in.
Smokes as well.
They've got kits. But do they have the round? Do they have what it takes? They just don't have the
boss man
time.
said, no,
they just don't have the time.
But that right there, so the smokes that came into play was all misdirection. They smoked short, they smoked window, they smoked jungle, and then they did the bench smoke, right? And that's all telling of an A split, right? Coming through connector, scaling up, trying to take that space. And they all just came out A. So that right there, even with Brokey throwing the mid flashes, it helps sell the idea that they're coming through middle.
Do you think that's why Rain ended up having such a freebie onto James?
Yeah, because they're so worried about this scaling through mid. There was quiet. They could have walked through the underpass, right? There was flashes out top mid. You're worried about these pistols just coming up fast and through that bottleneck. And it was all misdirection.
And off of the back of a tactical timeout.
Yeah, Neo's going to be feeling damn good about that one, right? So James with the AWP poster, there's no support there. And yeah, you can see this smoke. The jungle smoke in play. There's a window smoke. The cat smoke's great as well. It means that they can start fighting towards connector from A. So FaZe still one away here.
VP is starting 3B. It's very interesting to see.
Boost here.
So they'll establish James and then likely rotate one off if there's nothing to report. Twistical clear through underpass. Rain up top mid. Going through their procedures now.
Look how much they've just moved in the start of the round there, right? So you talked about 3B, set James up, now leave him. It might be the right call. It might be the right play. Check out where that bomb is.
And look at this Fame and Flit duo. Partnered up. Looking for toes. And this is all about timing on Robs. He's not cleared his corner on Tetra's side, and now Fame does contribute the first. A big one from Twist through mid side, but Flit, he reveals his location with lethality. Panic from Brokey, and Kickert. He's got another freebie on his plate. Brokey fakes it out, spammed on down. It's VP taking full control of the game right back. After some heroics on the Deagles, FaZe just can't get it done with the guns. Yeah, Kerrigan in the 1v4 now 3, but nothing to be done here. An 11th etched onto the board. VP, they're very much putting up a fight here on their map, and they're doing it the hard way. I'll reiterate one more time. You've lost both pistols. This is your map pick. You are doing this on hard mode. Mythic plus difficulty.
Feels like the mind games are really rife here. Like just walking out Palace and then Rob starting to run, going, okay, where are they? Trying to draw the fight. Brokey's got the bomb. The setup as well. Kickit was also responding to the fact that window boost was a possibility. They could have played through that quadrant of the map. So it's not like VP had all the information, but they had a setup that was strong enough. And
don't worry, Chad. They haven't got full guns. This is a FaZe round.
All right, well, let's see what tricks they've got up their sleeve here. A little bit of a boost. So Twist with the AK-47 needs to be careful on the joust. Jane will confirm nobody top mid. Brokey just to walk out. The timing here could be on his side.
Could be. Molly. Oh my God, Brokey! That is a quick headshot to Flit. It's not going to translate into much more because that was the only rifle to boast. Rain spamming away, does tag up James. You can see the intentions are to test Kickert.
James here as well.
Oh, and yeah, nothing on that first Eagle shot, but Robs, he actually takes a more proactive approach. He's in. James aware and sweeping through. Ooh, spots another bomb on the map. They'll know. Bomb's heading B. The rotate's coming through. Mir and Fame. Oh, and the flash. It's so good from Mir. Sets up for the first, but Kerrigan back on that P250. They need another frag here. They need to find James because he's going to hit that shot on the fake. And now all onto Rain. What have you got for us? 40 seconds. Maybe there's something to be said. The Norwegian coming up clutch. He spots you out. He's hunting you down. Mir's down as well. Rain saves FaZe.
14 on the board, and that one right there down to the wire. And that, as you mentioned, was not a full buy that FaZe put in their back pocket and slapped VP in the face. Massive stuff. They get out onto the site. You see James so worried about them traversing. Kerrigan gets across just. Doesn't feel like he's the difference maker there. It's all Rain. And that one is going to sting here. Just as we're talking about this comeback of VP, they're going to take their second timeout.
What a god.
Yeah, Dustin probably going to want to reset the troops here. This is not how you want a round like this to go down. You've just lost the Deagle round where they did smokes across the map, misdirection. This time, you know exactly what's going down, but you can't stop Rain. The Norwegian smashes them here. And Brokey, that energy that Kerrigan was talking about, they're all feeling it. Twist as well. Everybody getting pumped up. You can see here, premeditated to understand they need to come in with high energy. Speaking about, you know, it's hard, like CS2, what events are coming, right? No second major this year. The one thing that you got to remind yourself, day in, day out, we are paid professionals, we're competitors in Counter-Strike. The only thing that matters, making your opponent look silly and getting that W.
Yeah, well, $1 million prize pool certainly would be enough to motivate me. Tell you that much.
Well, they win this round, it's essentially the map here.
Robs. Oh, he caught a little whiff of Flit towards the jungle side. He's going to be postured forward and trying to flush him out from long range. That trajectory spotted and forces out a smoke, I'd expect. Oh, Flit. He's used it. Robs is in. And Fame caught out on the edge of the smoke. Robs looking his usual self. Finds his 20th frag. Jame confirmed towards CT. It's Mir burning up in the window. Saves himself with the extinguish, but down to 20. And look at the territory.
Fading.
Robs just eats the flashbang just like that.
Don't know if he saw it coming.
Still, the round's on. And Brokey's investigating onto kick it. That's a big frag. That could be the round right there. Rain's going to cut off the rotate. And Brokey's found Flit as well. What a contribution. Triple out of Brokey on the T-side AWP.
Now this is the thing, get that bomb down. You know who's last alive. You know what weapon he has. You rip this away. It's 1900 loss into what should be the final round here. So definitely hunt. Definitely try and take this away for the in-game leader of VP.
And they're coming. But this is where Jame plays his best Counter-Strike. You will not take this away from him. You will not.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of distance between him and anybody else here, but that's going to be 15 for FaZe regardless. And Brokey, bit of impact right there. 3 kills for him on the AWP. Well, 1 came with the P250 through the smoke, so big impact. But it all really came down to Rops, right? The fact he was able to find those timings. As you mentioned, he saw the little toe over towards jungle, then he slipped out of the pounce position, unnoted by Fame, who had thrown out, I think, one of his own limp smokes. You got the better of him there, and then you're on high alert. You completely lost A at that point. You don't know exactly what's going on in the site. And FaZe strike.
Has to be James AWP. I mean, this is their last hurrah. You've got very limited finances. You're on your map pick, and that Deagle round loss. That Rain 1v3 still probably rattling around in their skull.
Yeah, it's just the type of rounds that they've lost here. It makes this so unfathomable for VP to get back into it.
It's not the worst looking buy considering they're fun. The funds, they can make something work here. Kick it. He's the one that shouldered the burden by dropping a FAMAS across. They want to come towards James AWP early, so some real early util. No reaction and no commitment. Brokey's trying to crack open mid. He knows they're limited in resources, so got a bit more of a spring in his step. Flit really wants to contest this. Got the biggest gun other than on James AWP. Twist pushing through. They can confirm they have con control. Rain really charging on this one. There is a boosted player, maybe they'll overlook him. Meanwhile, Twist has cleared out A, just like that. Rain confirms there is nothing to initially, but on the jiggle, kick it's been spotted. The boost as well from Mir. If they really commit into B, it would be a problem. Or could be. Oh, kick it, no armor, so that HE hurts. And here's a ring in, body is dropped, and Mir still on his box. He's gonna have to move eventually, it seems, as the bomb's gone down on the other side.
And they've just completely evacuated.
Well, that's one way to secure it. Impressive from FaZe Clan. Taking their opponent's pick and starting their journey here at Gamers8 with a win.
Come on now, Mir. There you go. Brokey's going to take him down 16-11. VP's map choice. Inferno up next, but an impressive showing. Great form out of Twists, Rops, even Rain on the 20 there, and Brokey coming alive with some impact on the AWP later. But this second half, it's going to be remembered for the Deagle round and the Rain 1-on-3. The difference makers here, they get FaZe across the line.
my name is Sam. This is a Counter-Strike event, and apparently we're go-karting. I need to go watch that FaZe game. Anyone? The FaZe game? Anyone have the score?
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Exactly what you are, what have they sold you? On that blacktop boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you? On that red hot boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul.
Yeah, so as the story's told, FaZe came through dripping. And what does that mean exactly? Yeah, they showed up looking cool today, right? They also showed up looking cool on Mirage. So I'll bring you back to Gamers8. That's G8. That's where we are, way down here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And we are looking what is an elimination game, as is all games here at G8. Guys, good-looking FaZe, good stuff all together. But overall, Yanko, I'm gonna pitch it your way just a little bit here. Let's talk about what we saw from FaZe.
I think we saw a better FaZe, obviously. I think more importantly, we saw them getting fired up, which is, you know, really important for them. They came to play this time around. I think it helped them, the fact that they won both pistols in this game, because the game was still pretty scrappy. I mean, it wasn't a clean win from FaZe. They really had to go, you know, in that FaZe bag of tricks, especially in the second half with a couple of, you know, half buys, the sort of mixed buy rounds that actually, I mean, been known to winning.
And you know what helps, Jason, is when you have like Twist, for example. He came through what? He goes 24 and 16 over 27 rounds. We'll take that.
Yeah, he was a beast in opening kills as well. I think he was +6 in terms of his opening kills differential, which is great. And a lot of that activity, especially on the CT side, we saw it early on in that first half. He was being really aggressive on catwalk. He was more than willing to peek out and take those fights.
They even lost a couple of the first 2 gun rounds. He gets an entry kill and they still lose the 5v4.
Yeah, they got caught in that like awkward push going up catwalk, right? And like Jame peeked from behind him. But I mean, look, when Twist is here, and it's good to see too, because one thing we've touched on a couple of times or talked about, especially back in Cologne, Twist seemed a little like down on everything in Cologne. He was very quiet, very much more reserved. So seeing him being more active individually on the map, I think is a great sign. FaZe can always use his firepower.
I mean, we could speculate as to why things like that happen, but I mean, there is a bit of a hardship that gets endured, right? Like, it's a pretty relentless travel schedule. It's a pretty relentless schedule overall. That shouldn't be an excuse. It's not an excuse, but certainly something has to change there for that, right?
Especially when you feel like you're struggling so much. And we know FaZe has been through that stretch where it feels like, you know, as good as they are and as good as they can be, they haven't been reaching that. And so just over time, it continued like a couple disappointing losses and a couple disappointing tournament runs. That frustration just keeps mounting and building.
Yeah, and building is what we will do. You can build on that, but first, Yanko, let's get our STC analysis underway here.
Let's do it, Trace.
Yeah, we did. There it is. That was it.
That was it. That was the
we did it.
Yeah,
right.
here.
It's done?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Great.
Okay, well, this is Brokey. That's a nice clutch as well, right there. All tied up at 5-5. And yeah, this is, I mean, you mentioned a couple times like FaZe in the before this match started, the individuals of FaZe, and this is a great round from Rain. They needed it. This wasn't like a great looking T-side out of FaZe whatsoever. It really bailed out by a Deagle round, really bailed out by the 1v3 from Rain, and that got them back into the swing of things, into this game. That's what got them fired up and able to take this match over the finish line at the end of the day.
Which is a pretty nice concept. I believe it's pretty easy to grab. You see Brokey down there, but you know, at a certain point, Brokey was there when he was needed, right?
Yes, and it was a couple of unfortunate rounds for him as well early in the first half, getting spammed through ticket, you know, some lousy timings and whatnot, but he persevered through it, you know, still found some impact in this game. And yeah, it was important. It was still pretty close, could have gone either way.
Yeah, it's something to grab onto. I think we started jumping into these rounds earlier rather than later. We saw some pretty cool stuff on the FaZe side. I think even starting with round 23, perhaps, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I think, you know, for FaZe, like they win pistol, they convert, then VP goes on a run, and this is actually, Neo just called a timeout, and I think this is Neo's call, and this is something he maybe even installed, because you can see all the smokes falling on mid, right? It's looking like, oh, they want to put pressure mid, and then there's just a dry peak from Rain, really, and the rest of the FaZe guys, right? And you're like, this is super risky. It's all based off timing. Like, you have to believe that your smokes are going to cause the players just to move away for 2 seconds into connector, you know, maybe to just check it or throw some counter utility, and you're just counting on catching that one guy and trading with him quickly, which was exactly what they were able to do. And I can tell you, when I was coaching Neo, when Neo came to FaZe and he was the in-game leader, he loved having like set strats for half buys, like for only pistols, like with a lot of utility, because they've had a lot of success with that back in the day. And your first instinct is, man, this is not really gonna work, you know, it's kind of easy to counter this or whatnot, but it worked actually, you know, for whatever reason. Maybe people are not ready for it when they're playing against pistols or whatnot, but we had a decent success rate with it, and I think this was like an example of probably him having some direct impact on the result.
And Chad mentioned it during the cast as well, like a little bit of the fake, as you mentioned. You're throwing that utility with the hope that someone's going to get pulled away, and as you said, it worked. Flit turns around. He was at top stairs looking towards Palace and just shifted to Con, and maybe miscommunication, maybe Jame didn't enter his brain at a point that made him switch things, but he was so focused on ramp that Palace swing was so effective.
And he goes to drop the smoke and Con, and then obviously
smoked,
leaves a hole.
right? So you're thinking, okay, at least they're gonna throw some flash or something, but no, like that's the whole point of it. And it's risky, but you know, you're half buying anyway, so
take the risk.
It's high risk, but it's also super high reward.
They tried to do it, I think, the next round with guns as well. They did something very similar. I don't think it was exactly the same, but they still tried to swing 2 players out of Palace to execute an A split, and that time it got absolutely demolished.
That was like, it was later round, and they were putting pressure on B, so that was like when the molly fell on B, and after a second they just swung, because again, you expect the Con player to start moving either down mid or go jungle towards B, right? But it was a different setup from VP, so it didn't work out as well.
Speaking of VP, now that we've seen them, because as we identified, it had been a while, what did we see from the VP side?
Well, I think it was scrappy at the beginning. You know, a couple of rounds that looked like, wow, there really isn't much there. Even the second time around in round 4, right? I didn't like it, but they managed to win it. And here you can see some of the sort of earlier aggressive moves right from VP, so to sort of like, they're not going to go maybe all in early in the round, but they're definitely going to apply some early pressure, try to take map control, try to force some trades, and that's when they'll slow it down. Now, when it's a 4v3 and there's a minute 30 left on the clock, you don't need to end the round right there. That's when you can take things a little bit more slow, but the narrative that they're just sitting, you know, playing passive and playing super defensive all the time, it's just not true.
Sure, yeah, and I think, I mean, the way I look at it is they kind of work in tandem. Is those like aggressive plays at the start, like those aggressive moves with 1 or 2 players are more effective for success when they play slow.
Like, they've been doing this for a long time, and people are still like, oh yeah, they just play slow every single time.
And that's just simply unacceptable.
Yes.
The mindset.
Yes, the mindset is simply unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, you have to appreciate counterstrike, right? Like, you have to play until the whistle's blown, and in this case, it's when the clock ends, right?
Yeah, where the clock ends, the whistle blows.
Where the clock ends is where Jason starts.
And when it rains, it pours, Trace, and boy, did rain show up in the second half, right after he won that 1v3. FaZe didn't look back. They won all the remaining rounds, but that was another half buy. That was sort of, you know, a couple of pistols, a couple of AKs. Let's try to make something happen. Let's try to make some magic, and you know, it didn't look like he was going to win it, and then all of a sudden he's in a 1v1, and Mir was a little bit maybe slow to force the fight, but yeah, that one really sealed it for FaZe.
And you know, your VP, you've lost the first map of the series. You go into Inferno now knowing that this is a FaZe pick, you know, yada, yada, yada. How do you pick yourself off the floor, Jason?
I mean, I think that you have to be, first of all, confident as you can be with your map pool, and obviously confident in your teammates and your team yourself. This next map, I mean, they can easily win it, right? It's just as much as FaZe took their map pick, they can do the same thing back to them. And I mean, if you're going to know Inferno as well. Like, this is a map you're going to be comfortable with. You're going to want James Op to be effective on the CT side. It's all the standard stuff with Inferno.
Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, but they also lost to Thunderflash in the IEM Sydney qualifier. Trace, the Polish team, you're familiar with them, right?
Yeah, Thunderflash. It's like Thunderstruck, but not
because
ACDC.
I'm not. So like they really didn't have much success lately on the map with this particular 5 players. You know, I think it's going to be an uphill battle, but if anything, you know, they were winning some fights. They were winning some duels. You know, Mir seemed sharp for a good amount of that game. So maybe like you're hoping that that's going to continue coming into Inferno, and also that James is going to get a couple of good reads when it comes to gambles on the CT side, because Inferno is still a map where they have that tendency to take those risks.
So Flit, where's he at in the server right now?
I mean, he had a solid game. He was okay. I mean, look
at his moments.
Yeah, his moments.
Had some moments, but maybe not the output that you're looking to get from him. And we saw some positional changes, right? Fame wasn't mid with Flit. It was Mir and Flit, and Fame was over in AAP. So maybe that's temporary because of the fight that they have at the moment. Maybe it's a sign of things to come. But I mean, for VP, it's a tough game, tough matchup for them to have. But you know, there's no second chances. Yeah. So give it all you have.
So
leave it all on the server.
We're gonna leave. We're gonna see FaZe venturing out from this bracket at this point.
Yeah, I think so. I saw some upset in that in this matchup coming into this, but I mean, I still have FaZe winning it, and I think especially with taking Mirage, I think Inferno is a very good map for them to end it on.
That's a Moses seal of approval.
A nice clean 2-0 would be a great thing to have.
You feel the same way?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a tool.
And I think it's important to be a 2-0-2 because with FaZe, we mentioned, we want them to build some confidence. Get a confidence win under your belt to start this run, and let's see how far FaZe can carry it from there.
G2 is waiting in the wings, Trace.
Which is
some
scary
sweet revenge for Cologne.
Yeah, it's revenge. It's also, you know, a good time for us, and especially a good time for you as a viewer. We're going to go ahead and jump into this game. There are no holds bars. We're going to Inferno with FaZe and Virtus.pro.
Thank you very much, lads. Loving that. Yeah,
is it a cage match? Are there chairs? So. Is it anybody off the top rope?
Yeah, we're going to have some Hell in a Cell style Counter-Strike, I reckon.
All right, we need more wrestling.
Give them the chair.
Yeah, look, I'm not looking forward to VP's Inferno. They have opted here to start on the T side, and you know, you dig into the numbers. On LAN in 2023, it is a T-sided map. It's 51.7%.
I know I'm not the color commentator, Chad, but the last time I've cast VP's Inferno, I think it was in Rio.
Okay.
And I think it involved...
almost a year ago now.
James calling gamble stacks every time they conceded an opening kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, like every single time that the first opening gambit didn't work, he would just flip the coin, roll the dice, and sometimes It looks masterful.
Yeah.
They run into the stack. Sometimes
you save some guns.
You watch 4 people save for 60 seconds. Let's see.
At least on the T side, there should be less of that.
That's true. Thank you.
So if we're looking for silver linings here, Rain up on the half wall. Maybe that is the top rope.
Talking of silver linings, this is in the VP playbook, pushing, and fine. Escaping off the flash, no issue, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, defensive flashes there to help them get out of dodge here, and just collecting a little bit of information going both ways as Kick It propels quite quickly up mid. Sound cue too many. Twist, pick it up where he left off. Openings, a 2-piece feed. And right now, VP is scrambling.
Oh, that is a mean one from Rops. Staring into the wall, overlooked in a bullet into the head of Mir. Now, Brokey's got returning to middle. They're bringing the fight to them, and they're being punished for it. Flit, mechanically, sound. Hearing them long. Rops tracking.
Mid to B.
Yeah, but that's going to be audible for Kerrigan. Kerrigan, you hear it. You hear it. Make a choice. Make a choice. He's indecisive.
Surely
they're going to clear him. They're bouncing Glocks. He's going to have to hit a bangeranger. And, ooh, they're going to... Oh, this is awkward for FaZe Clan. After all of the contributions from Twist, it all falls on Rops. He has to leave with 3 in this pistol round. Oh. Yeah, 1 pull.
He's quick.
He's got a kit in front of him. He's got armor to work with. And he's a deadly weapon. Diligent on the clears, Ops for the ring around. Oh, that's been heard. Now he will start making noise. Flip on the flank, so now it's just Fame one-on-one for now. Light on time. Worried about the majority of the unanswered questions. Still concerned about the back of the side, but now he's working it out. From behind, Flip will strike, and this should be the end of that. And what a recovery. Just the 2 of them, Flit and Fame with 5. As VP will find their first pistol of this best of 3.
Yeah, that's nice, but Twist with another opening that isn't converted upon here. Even got the double up there, right? And they just kept leering forward for more fights. Look, I don't hate it, but if it was together, it's a little bit better. But those duels, they all just look, they happen so quickly. It was hard for us Obs team to keep up with it. And in that moment, all these kills going down. So this is it. Kicker is making a lot of noise up middle here. I think because there was multiple players Banana, they weren't expecting them so forward, but some nice shots. And Kerrigan, yeah, look.
You could see his indecision, right?
I think he was also worried about Banana.
I see. We didn't know it was 2.
Yeah, so this is the thing, and they're force buying in. Kerrigan, I think he's mad.
Spaghetti-O, this already has gone horribly wrong for VP. James dead too. The scout doesn't connect. Mir could have him running him down. Rock's got his back turned, and he's got some space on the site. Rotations through. Big play out of Mir to try and stabilize after Kerrigan kicks up a huge bit of chaos.
Oh, the timing here, Brokey.
I like that.
He's a bit of a thorn here.
Yeah, he can be really disruptive.
Kicker's talking a lot, did he?
He might have.
Yeah, because Fame is acknowledging.
Oh, but Brokey catches Fame. The full loop from Brokey, but he's not ready for Mir. Nice trade out of Kerrigan. This is Kerrigan's round right now. He's still a bit mad about the shortcomings in the pistol, so Kick It left alone. And with nothing to report, quad kill out of Kerrigan as he returns FaZe to their winning ways, round 2.
Okay, so first pistol for VP and first force by loss. So that right there is going to sting. A real kick. Last round they gave him the big FUs, and this time Kerrigan runs all over them. You see that, the 5-7, it packs a punch when it's that close. And then even the spray just holding down Mouse 1. James gets found. A good timing here. Mira just killed Brokey, unable to get away. And there's the Finn Anderson. A Danish in-game leader, plenty of those going around.
Mr. Anderson. Ooh, good chip damage. Brokey forward.
James through the aggressive mid-smoke, Alex. They've thrown the G2 mid-smoke, and James actually playing ahead of it, so this might catch them off guard
might
here.
Be overlooked. Currently, no info mid for the CTs. James, nothing to be done initially.
Look at that headband as well. He means business.
Right. He's gone into full headband mode, and hello, Kerrigan again with an opening kill. Back-to-back rounds. Kerrigan first in the feed, and still very limited here for VP. They put all their pennies into this one, trying to wrestle for that economic control after conceding. And, oh, Brokey, you don't need to, but he wants to. Forward position, playing the fade, hoping to catch Fame. But it could be one quick reaction deeg to the head and an AK falls into enemy hands, and oh, who knows? Oh no, Brokey's fine, and he spotted Kick It as well. Still vulnerable to that one, deeg. Kick It's taking his time with that one.
Oh, this should be a 3-1 start here as we see an eco very likely to come through. Who was the tennis player that always wore the headband? We might be a little bit young for this. I'm going to Google it. Oh, there's a lot of them. There's not just one. McEnroe, that's one that's just come into me ears. Looks like Rafa always got a bit of a headband on as well. Here's the aggression. Brokey, an AK in the last, an MP9 in this one, getting real stuck in the face. Brokey just looking at...
He's going to go, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in T-spawn.
He's in T-spawn.
Hey guys, we've got T-stairs control. I suppose if you don't want to allow the milkmen to take their time, this is one way to deal with it. Just farm them up with some MP9s, just mopping them up. And there you go. They made light work of that one. That could have been a long minute and 55 seconds, but FaZe, well, they said they're fed up of waiting.
Lightweight, 3-1. Guns out. VP won the pistol. So, yeah, this is going to have to be a very convincing weapon round up against the FaZe defense. Now, they're still operating with those 2 SMGs. So, do you choose to deploy them differently? You know, do you kind of mix up your setup given the SMGs?
Let's go for a bit of banana control here. It's actually Brokey's AWP who might be the first port of call. Now this is where the rounds can slow down. The AKs are out, almost in full force. Just kick it here. You have to frag with the Galil. Flip, calls for the flash, makes his way through, and oh no, he doesn't. Thinks better of it, held at bay by extra utility here. And look at this late walk down from Rain. On the fade, they are staying very jarring, aren't they?
I feel like that's been kind of the lay of the land for most of these opening games, is that a lot of teams, you know, look at 9 and the way they were playing, they try and, you know, throw the playbook out the window a little bit, and you get frags like that. Overlooked, Flit's gone down to Rain, and Rain will deal the double. Just like that, VP in a bit of a tailspin here as Rain racks up a third. That's his first contributions, and it's a multi-kill.
That's a nice upgrade, isn't it? Kerrigan's 8-1 right now.
He wants to get this job done quick. He's not interested in being eliminated in your first day of play.
Well, the desk were just talking about it, right? We already know how this bracket is going to shape up here. Every game is an elimination game, right? You don't get any second chances around here at Gamers8. But the match, oh, we all know it, and we all love it. FaZe versus G2, a possibility in a quarterfinal. And not only that, we have Na'Vi versus Vitality coming up after this matchup of our first quarterfinal. Simple versus Zai. Everybody loves to sink their teeth into that. Cloud9 versus Ents.
Love that.
And the last and final is Heroic versus Gamer Legion. But I feel like Heroic might have something they want to say in that after the Paris Major. Yeah. So that one there is a grudge match aligned for Heroic. It's definitely not one of the bigger fixtures, but it's a matchup that has gone against the Danes before, and they're starting to get a bit of a label thrown around by a lot of the pundits out there of choking. So this is another one of these scenarios where they can try and swat that title away.
But you saw Heroic's opening game. It was by no means convincing. Well, resilience, sure, but it did look like they were really kind of already flustered and stressed to convert that first win.
Well, that's the thing. You're going to go to so many finals or make it in a playoff bracket to not be able to convert these trophies. Eventually, it's going to start to wane on you, and you are going to need to look for different solutions here. So that's the big conversation around Heroic, because we do have a partial investment here. But that's the thing. All of these series within our opening rounds have gone 2-0, except for Na'Vi Furia, the game we covered last night, and G2-9, the opening game of today. Everything else has been a 2-0 throughout this round of 16 bracket.
Yeah, sure, the 2-0 might sound convincing, but Falcons really made him work for it.
Yeah, that should have won Mirage, you feel.
You definitely feel. Oh, and Kerrigan, they've definitely got an objective here. Take banana, deep banana, and allow yourself to have the majority leaning A.
So these 2 HEs here for Jame and Mir, likely to head over towards the bike position in pit, but we can see nobody home. Rop's playing over towards Graveyard. Brokey, the front of the site to take that first fight. And to assist from range will be Twists over towards Moto. So a strong setup here.
It's going to be an explosion. Kerrigan still with nothing to report deep banana, so they stay poised, prepared. Now the nades will sail through. Counter utility deployed. Trying to segregate this wolf pack. Charging up short side. Robs readies his aim. Stack nades do nothing, and just like that, the rifles fill the feed. Nothing to celebrate for VP. Can they save Rops? Doesn't matter. Saves himself. And all 5 alive. No stress.
Oof, this could be a quick second map here. I know we're only 6 rounds into it, but just the way that these seem to be unfolding. Now, in these 5 rounds that they've been able to post in consecutive fashion, we've only seen a total of 4 kills come in for VP. Plants nada. Money being built now, and this is looking way too easy.
How are your plans?
Probably dying.
Yeah.
I warded them the best I could. I went with the water bottle trick, but we'll have to wait and see when we get home.
I'm excited to see.
Deep mid smoke again here. We've already seen VP more than happy to brave this. The rifle's out. Brokey hyper aggressive.
Yo, this is aggression from both teams. You see Kickit trying to test Rain, but again, he just passes the test. You cannot get through Rain and Kerrigan right now. There is no way in. And this angle from Brokey, let's see how diligent Fame is. Oh, it goes wide. Ooh, nearly lost his life and his Zorp. Brokey lucky to get away. Scrap of HP for him. Deleted by Kerrigan. He's definitely on one today. Now, James going to accelerate, or he looks like he wants to. Straight into
But
Rain.
look at the confidence. They're not backing away from the fights, right? They're not letting VP with smoke and mirrors or trying to worm into certain positions dictate how this goes. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, well, you're going to try and push through this. We're going to take the fight. We're going to take the duel. And they're going to continue to rack them up here.
It's too easy.
The nade just landed. And watch this. Rain with the final. Oh, you're planning the bomb, are you? Not on my watch.
Damn, this is diligent stuff.
Speed run.
Whew, they don't look like they've got many ideas left, VP. It's only 7 rounds in. And this one, unlikely to be particularly enthralling either if you are particularly unhydrated, or dehydrated is actually the word people use.
Well, but we can, you know,
now
we
would
can
be the
start
time.
some new language.
Yeah, if you're unhydrated and interested in grabbing a drink, now would be your time. And we do see, of course, a attempted investment, some even pushing the limits down to 750. I guess that's the beauty of max loss. So this will be
the blue turtle shell.
Threatening the blue turtle shell. Yeah, actually, that's valid. Yeah.
That's the mechanism, right? It gives you a chance. It definitely doesn't offer it up on a silver platter. You still got to work hard for it. I think that C4 is always a great little bonus, but they've got 2 AGs again, Alex.
Very different setup, though. Like, the first time those crossfires, Graveyard and Pit, it was very difficult for them to break through.
Let's talk through this, right? If Robs gets flashed off and can't take the fight, he just plays cold zero box, and then they allow them to take Pit. Sure, your long players might get smoked off Moto, but they can then play through middle and come up the short side, and Robs just has to delay them for as long as he can. Still also has a smoke to deal with. So once this pressure comes, likely to see him drop it one way if he feels he has the room to do so.
Yeah, if he has the room, he is going to do that. Drops the smoke, flashes through, straight foul, body's on the site, Robs being spammed. Still, ooh, going to go down. That's a nice one. Rifle falls into the enemy hands. Can establish a boost. This is where Brokey can do some of his best work. Won't be able to catch the plant. Ooh, smacked kick it on the pit side. And now, an interesting retake. Good nade, right down the gullet of Twists. And Flit, will he be deep cleared? No, Kerrigan's back will be turned, and Flit just needs to catch the timing. Now this could be VP getting in back to their winning ways, and sorry for those of you grabbing a drink, because this looks good for VP. Issues, massive issues, and I'm not sure they're even going to continue to press the issue. You don't want to give all of your guns away.
Yeah, it feels like you're starting to give them away back into this half. I know you've got cash, but just look for damage here. It's a lighter investment. You know they're going to be able to buy next round, but just take away the freebies they've been able to scoop up. Flit's been able to hightail it out of there here, so Brokey could be a couple of problems. James, he jumps across, they all line up. James gets away with the bomb. It should be able to take him down. It will. Fame to retain an AK, and Flit didn't quite get his hands on anything there, so there you go. They make it work.
Beautiful. And I mean, you could see the strategy. They are being very stubborn about coming through the apartments. He had all that info on mid, he had nothing to report, and it goes from nothing to Rops being forced to smoke and get spammed. Mir grabs that rifle. The great shot from Brokey on the boost, but yeah, insufficient in their contributions. Flit did catch Brokey on the way out as well. You saw that from his POV in the replay.
Okay, well,
guns are out.
Yeah, how does this change?
Well, if FaZe, or let me be specific, if Kerrigan and Rain stop getting openings, it would be more difficult.
They are having a field day in Banana, aren't they? Absolutely no dramas with the Banana control, and they've had a whole bunch of different looks. They've even had the assistance of Brokey at different points throughout.
Yeah, so Rain and Kerrigan combined are 4-0 in opening duels.
Yeah, and it's been wonderful ever since that second round where Kerrigan had the 5-7 into the AK pickup into the 4 kills in total. But still early stages here. As we mentioned, this is FaZe map choice, and VP did opt to start here on that T side. That is a fantastic nade right down the gullet of James. 53 points of health remaining after that one. Flit worming up behind the smoke. Rain does have support, but it won't be Kerrigan.
Flit is 0-3 in opening duels right now. If he wants to trifle with Rain, it could be a 4th.
And Kick it 0-8 in total.
Yeah, stark contrast to Mirage. He was really doing work for the boys. Didn't translate into a map window, and Kerrigan, ooh, lucky to be alive. Mere proactive spray. Who's going to draw that first blood then? It looks like it might be Rob's forward position, incredibly forward position.
Isolated, isn't he?
He's on his own, but he still manages to do some damage. Mir and Kickert now deft on 30. Still going to be difficult to defend this A site. Rain will cheat around, as will Kerrigan. Twisting a lot of pressure now. The mollies have landed. The flash was good. No, it wasn't. The molly's not great at all. He had a space to frag. Dink through to Fame. Mir's got Rain, and just like that, VP, as long as they plant, yeah, just a second to spare.
Yeah, they made this one work just in time there. But yeah, Twist burning in that pit position. It's one of these scenarios. Oh, they might lose the AWP here. Okay, they know where he is. Does James call out the hunt here? I'm sure he's going to want to save this. You don't want to throw too many bodies. Maybe just concede this one as Brokey's actually moving closer. So they've all hightailed it elsewhere towards T-spawn. But in that position, when you don't have a smoke and you don't have support, he's kind of making sure that they think, okay, the pit's clear, nobody's peeking, and then swings out and tries to get a multi-kill there, but they hadn't scaled far enough. Brokey, where are you getting up to?
I was just wondering.
What are you thinking about here? You don't have time. The bomb is way too far away. Okay, well, this is great from VP. This is what they do, right? They grind you down. And we were really singing the praises of FaZe over there on Mirage with them getting it done with the lighter buy rounds. And, well, Virtus.pro have been able to do the same here. So let's see if we can get offered up a series. Third map is Overpass if we need to get there. And, well, obviously getting well ahead of ourselves. But, yeah, Rob's isolated. Kerrigan not really wanting to swing back into that fight with that low HP. Rob's wanting to maintain some mid control. And we've been talking about maybe not the stubbornness, but the confidence from the FaZe players to take a lot of heads-up duels and stay in the face here. So you can understand why. There you go. Kickert's got himself on the board. So good stuff. As you mentioned, he was very good on Mirage, finding a couple of key rounds with multi-kills.
Flip, talking a lot. As the banana player, the deep util comes through, and you can see he's dumping his to try and battle for it. Oof. Damage inflicted, Kerrigan stubborn, he's pushing that. But this is clearly what FaZe are looking for.
It's quite a luxury to have this much banana control here. Obviously, you're worried about them retaking it late, and you have to use a lot of utility to get this space. But it puts A on high alert, and they're continuing to block now as well. But this is one of the keys with a map like Inferno. With the CTs going for all this map control, if you sit back, you don't take too much flak damage, you don't have to offer up all of your utility, definitely some to make them think you are trying to vie for some control. At a certain point, they're going to be out of nades, and then it's going to come down to the duels, and right now, VP looking like they will have this utility advantage here, so it isn't the most... Okay.
Well, that is an interestingly deep smoke. It's...
maybe intentional, but
yeah,
I don't know, I don't think so.
Oh, the nade as well. Oh, it's working out wonderfully. He could peek over the top of it. Not going to get the frag. Maybe they overlook Kerrigan. Yeah, he needs to, and not to be. Fame, good for the trade. An advantage for VP. Now, they've got 30 seconds for this final commitment. Brokey on his way to help Twists out. They have managed to get bodies on the site.
Does he look forward again here?
He's going for it. With 20 seconds left, he wants to try and take one away, and it's a missed shot. He's surely a dead man. Up close and personal. Going to try and delay them. Stand and bang! Nice flick into Fame. Surely not another! Brokey takes down another. It's beautiful onto Flit. And now they're running out of time. They're running out of players as he nails a third.
Not ready for this.
Not ready for Twists. Denied on the plant for a seventh.
With Brokey fighting so desperately as the only individual, you're never going to expect anybody else. And obviously time being an issue there. But Brokey, that's what he does best. These jarring, in-your-face plays. The difference maker.
Whoa. The first couple, he leaves, what a sequence out of Brokey. Gets 3 in total.
But this is where he activates, right? You always see Brokey, he's pushing through smokes, so he's up close and personal. He finds a lot of impactive rounds like this. Yeah, look, you see Kerrigan slightly frustrated there. Obviously finding himself in the grey screen.
Oh, FaZe returned to their winning ways. It was a 2-round run out of VP.
They really want to continue this banana control, starting 3 over towards, it was the number 4, starting 3 players over towards B here. See how they lather down the utility. Rain had a choice to play in front of that.
It's limiting VP's opening options, isn't it, with the early util from FaZe. Again, banana deep control.
If teams are going to start 3B a lot, and they only did it for util at the start there, you traditionally want to try and pressure Boiler and Halls a little bit more. But there's some great utility that teams are using these days. It's been in vogue for some time now, but you see that balcony molly come into play. They throw that from the short side. The deep G2 mid smoker as well. That means you are less likely to want to brave that as a team because of all the advantages the CTs may have posturing forward. But 4-1 right now is Rain under pressure. It is integral he stays alive for FaZe here. And Flit understands that he can apply this pressure and will draw the rotation back of the AWP. But again, FaZe down to just a few light pieces of utility. Rops twists with Kerrigan, who is disconnected from this. You can see the setup here starting to take shape.
Yeah, not a single flash, Chad, so it is going to have to just be bodies. And aim like that. Fame, brilliant onto Rops. And now Twist is to be tested. They circle strafe, they execute, and all onto Kerrigan, anticipating a second in the smoke. He's side by side with him. Flip, don't betray him. And now a 3-on-3.
Doable now.
Goes down, clock extended. Fame pit side, 2 on the site. Smoked off his Rain. Oh, what a shot out of Kerrigan. Clotheslines Mir on the cross to pit. Another occupying the position. Kick it. Half health, could be susceptible. Oh, Kerrigan, he's got 3 already. Now he has that scoped weapon. He's not going to find another, but they are closing the gap now. VP holding on, kick it specifically, and Brokey not in a position, never mind the weapon, to finish off this retake. Despite Kerrigan's best efforts, he's having a great Inferno, and Brokey not going to be able to find any more on the exit.
A really hard round here, especially with Twist and Rops not getting anything done right between the two of them. Rops got sat in his ass. We saw him play that graveyard position a little bit earlier. Brokey just surviving. Kick it on the other side of the server. Fame goes down to the bomb there. But that means VP are slightly touch and go as far as their buy is concerned. Kicker can drop something across. I don't think we'll be seeing a Jame AWP anytime soon. 7-4, 3-round game. Money for both teams to put what resembles a buy together here. But this is twice now that they found the weakness through apartments. It was with those Tech 9s an earlier round that they were able to get out as well. And that was just Rops. This time, it was multiple members of FaZe.
And a big round out of Kicker. You know, we talked about his absence of frags with 0-9 or something. Now, it's had some impact. VP trying to make a T-side out of this after
Flit's
all.
finally got some banana control early.
Can't quite believe his luck. And oh, what a perfect flash. Rain, supported by Kerrigan. Flip back behind the half wall.
Has to fight, doesn't he?
He has to. He's been flushed forward. And oh, wow, nails the headshot. Plural as he clears out B. They could accelerate. Maybe they should. FaZe completely disconnected and Mir spammed through the smoke by Twist, so they claw one back, but the bomb will be going down shortly.
Well, they know Fame's here legs somewhere, right? There's been no Brokey assist. There it is.
Oh, at his fingertips. Now it's up to Jame. They've got one coming behind T-Stairs as well, so depending on the timing here, Brokey baits, confirms James' position.
But Rops can't take forever on this.
Yeah, this is tough.
I don't even know if they're looking for it. Look, definitely not anymore. Cancel this, save the guns, hold on to your goodies here, FaZe. VP, well, not VP, Flit. That's all about Flit right there. Massive work from him. The fact he gets 2 there, you're talking about him being flushed forward, he has to move, sure. It's 2 absolute scorches of shots right there and sets VP up with 5. Just a 2-round game
and that
now.
was Rain's molly that forced him forward. It's like he was the architect of his own demise.
Smoking him out.
And that, for Flit, his opening jewels going to be balanced out quite nicely. Gets one on the exit. Twist will find another, and James very low on the logs position. No time to chase. But they at least force a lot of rebuys, and I don't know how the funds are looking.
Yeah, well, that's the similar situation as they came into this round with, right? In the previous, you only had Kickit surviving after that bomber detonated on the side, so they will again have to, you know, drop one AK. Flick can buy himself. Kickit can buy himself an AK here, so yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, it's just the fact that for VP, in their round wins, they're usually leaving, on average, with 2 or 1 players alive.
Yeah, and that's going to make things a little bit tougher on them here. Now, okay. Yeah, look, this is Flit's heroics. Take some notes the way he gets that done, and there might be some shortcomings for him in this round because with the FaZe timeout, he has been called with the 5400 to drop Jame and AWP, which means he gets dropped an AK but doesn't have head armor, and we all know how difficult that could be on the T side against the M4s.
Especially against the turret that is Rain.
Yeah, so for this banana control now, do they even send Flit in?
Good question, valid question. I'm interested to see. Now, they've dropped him a molly, which implies he probably is still going to be dispatched.
Kicker could do the banana control. It's something that he's definitely done a bit in his career.
Yeah.
Nah, he's setting him up. You just have to hope for Flit here that he doesn't cop 1 bullet to the brain, because look, you've given Jame the AWP, but James going to have to find some impact with this. T-side Inferno AWPing.
Rain, you're such a gangster. Times it perfectly between the 2 deployed Molotovs. Thinking that the setup now can't be logs.
So look at this, 125 on the clock, 2 smokes, 4 flashes.
Yeah, let's see how they break through, or how they attempt to. Kerrigan, not wanting to waste his smokes, going to look to deploy it upon next bit of contact.
Kicker doesn't have head armor either.
Yeah, I'm going to clear him. No head armor on Flip. Oh, doesn't matter when you're hitting a banger like that. Adjusting to rain, Kerrigan onto kick it, keeps it level. Is he going to commit here? Well, he's kind of trapped now.
No choice.
He has to fight, and they'll flash him through. Kerrigan's a dead man, sitting duck unless someone can bail him out. Isolated on the sandbag position, they don't want to overcommit. The bomb's still at T-spawn. 45 seconds left on this one. Jame, oh, just backing away.
Rob's flashing half.
Oh, no, Kerrigan doesn't go on the flash. No flash required, I guess, because Flit's got another.
What was that about?
Not sure. Not sure at all.
Robs was rotating over to flash for half, or I guess the steps away. Kerrigan gets lured in. That overstepping the mark.
It's cost him.
Wow, twist turn. Here we go.
What have you got for us, Mr. Van Dulken? And kill onto the bomb carrier is a great place to start. They could expect it to be clear. Now he could drop his smoke. They're hunting him, and he nearly takes down Mir. Mir's responsible for the plant. Rotations are miles away. Do they even give it a look?
I think they should save here.
What a recovered half. This is...
Yeah, it is.
This is Virtus.pro, baby.
I can't quite believe that. And this all started with the pistol, and they couldn't find the follow-up. FaZe went on a streak of 6 rounds. In the last 6, they've only managed 1. So it has changed the tide. And if you're FaZe, you know that you've had chances here. We're talking about how much damage they've done to the finances, making sure that only 1 player surviving in 2 consecutive rounds. This time, 3 and an AWP carried forward. And on the other side of the server, the loss bonus is going to be at 2,400. So another discussion for FaZe to have here. VP could win out this half. Still very doable.
They could, and consider how this started. They won the pistol and then immediately got thrust into a brutal second round loss. So they have had to do this really on the back foot for the entire half. A huge haul from FaZe Clan off the back of that second round conversion. They got 6 on the trot. It was 6-1 at one point. Now it finds itself at 7-6. So VP, they zip this huge lead back up to a close game.
Yeah, and this is it, right? We're talking about Flint not having any head armor.
A bit of an awkward one, but you can see it, and I think you've explained it perfectly. You heard those backing steps. Kerrigan started licking his lips, thinking maybe I get that timing. But yeah, Flick couldn't believe his luck. Gets another huge opening, and then a double.
Well, they have made a buy manifest here. Going to be starting with a 2-3 split, not for the full banana control right now.
Ooh, what's this setup? So it's reactionary smoke. If Molly comes in.
A lot of teams, when they take top mid control, smoke long Molly under porch.
Yeah.
And if you throw a well-placed smoke, you can create gaps on either side. That mean the CTs can continue to contest, maybe even find a cheeky one-way here. But Flit has been finding some good space in banana, and he will continue to do so. They basically send him forward as a blunt object mirage in mid, here up banana an awful lot. Three-quarter smoke here. But there's nothing, but it does stop the rotation.
He's going. Flit, can he once again find success on B? Kerrigan doesn't think so. One and done. Kick it, fouls him. Oh, and Rain's a dead man. 4 HP. He has got a gap to work with, but what's he supposed to do? Yeah, spam and hope they don't catch you through 4 on 4. You're going to have to give it a look. It's all coming through CT as well. Jame, he's posted on that banana fight.
They've got U2 here. They can smoke off banana. They're going to molly in play as well. Where do you want to prioritize that? Even a flash on Rops to try and make this one happen.
So that's going to completely nullify Jame. And AWP with a smoke in front of him, just going to have to wait for it.
Bomb halfway gone now, need to get a move on.
They are on their way. It's Mir to be tested. Fame can swing upon it. Rain to bait. Swings through. Oh, and Rain gets them both! What? He had 4 HP! Can Kicker come up clutch? Time is against FaZe, and so is Kicker standing! Oh, Kicker! Beautiful ace to give VP a tied game!
Massive stuff from Kickit here. I can't believe he just mauls them all from the back of the site. Never mind that, Rain gets 2 on the way in. You think even with the U2 we're talking about, still a very tough retake, but it comes down to Kickit having to be the hero here. Bails him out in a big way.
Wow, we'll see that one again. 1, 2, 3. Here comes the 4th. It's all Kickit. Stunning scenes. FaZe. Paupers into our final round.
They're shook now, aren't they?
Shaking a tin can.
We're talking about in that 6-round spread you mentioned just earlier, how there was no bomb plants. Well, that has been a constant fixture of VP throughout this run.
FaZe just happy they started strong at this point because VP have awoken. Kick it from 0-9, now boasting 9 frags of his own. And Flit, can he make more space? Kerrigan this time bests him and gets away just about. Need the smoke, they will disrespect it. It's Kicker on the warpath. He could get them both. And Rain's taken down Kerrigan, but he holds on. He validates it, he justifies it on the retreat. He should be dead, he should be dead to the flame. James catches him, 3-on-3. And Robs' patience is rewarded. Mir can't believe he's still on A balk after all of that action on B.
I'm punching my desk.
Yeah. James across. Still gets very uncomfortable for FaZe unless Brokey wants to disrupt that plant. He's pushing, he's dead. Twist one, missed shot. Not going to engage with him. This is up for James to clutch up, to take the lead. And he opts for the AK-47. 14 bullets to leave with the lead after being down 6-1. This is such a recovered half. And it could be another clutch. Loud and destroyed on the jump. Twist with a smirk on his face. They will leave with the win. They will take the lead. But a competitive Inferno, a guarantee.
With Kerrigan leading the charge here, 16 kills. It felt like Banana was locked down in the early stage of this one, but Flick came alive in the later stages. And we'll be right back. A break, and maybe, just maybe, VP will be waving goodbye at Gamers8.
So what do you make of the first half, Chad? 8-7, starts 6-1, VP coming back, Kerrigan at the top of the scoreboard. I'm not quite sure what to expect into our second.
Well, normally we would say inseparable at the half.
Yes, we would.
But in terms of the change of momentum, you have to say it is with VP. The only saving grace for FaZe is the final round they were able to scoop up. Now, it really changed because there was conditioning out A. They had 2 good rounds where they were able to get out apartments and really make it that FaZe had to play the 3-2.
Right.
And then in the later stages, Flit had a bit more room to move in Banana, and that really was the tail of this one. All about the Banana.
And it's all about stacks. Welcome to VP CT side, folks. 4 dispatched towards the second letter of the alphabet. And James making sure he's spotted on Apps, because if there was 1A, why would he be jumping across Apps window, right?
Imagine if he goes all the way around here and
all
just
deception.
Joins the lads.
Decepticons roll out. He actually is. This is such pod racing out of James. Plays
Yep.
alongside for the early rotate.
Getting ants in the pants though, aren't they?
Called the stack. They are getting inquisitive.
Fame has a flash.
Oh, well, he gets a face full of information. The whole squad's there, and maybe Rain's thinking a bit second guessing whether they want to commit to that. They've dropped the coffin smoke. They're dumping util. They aren't going to try and commit. They're running into the stack through grey screen. Surely this doesn't go well. Rain knocks them dead with 2. Mir responds in kind. What? And Mir in the back of the site running out of bullets for us. So the reload is good from Kerrigan into the 2-on-2.
Kick it, what?
I'm not sure what's going on. Kick it still behind the smoke. James CT.
Spotted.
Spotted. Twist is a dead man. If the crosshair placement's good, what can Van Dolken do? P250 versus USP.
Oh.
Nails it. And now leaves Kick it. Kerrigan hiding out. Turned and that's a FaZe fan pistol.
Where's Kick it going?
Over to Chatty B.
Where's he going, man? The poor guy.
He's on the CT side.
Yeah, he is. I don't know how Rain gets 2. I'm also questioning the commit because they knew there was a player site and there was also a smoke from CT. So even if you assume there's 2 players,
right.
So they're following through with their execute. They trusted Kerrigan's flashes.
Oh.
And some nice shots there. But Kick it, I'm just focused on him. Look at this. You probably, I guess he assumed he's gone towards ruins, or I don't know.
He was distracted. He had Kerrigan trying to shoot him as well.
Oh, that was a fun round.
Whew. And this one could be a calm round, right?
Yeah, look.
Oh, wait, I want to see that lineup. What was he throwing? Is that a flash? Yep.
Oh, no. What a comedy of errors.
Mickey Mouse counterstrike right now.
What a comedy of errors. Okay, Goofy got eliminated a little bit earlier today.
He did.
Well, no harm, no foul, I think they say in the business.
It's been said before, I reckon.
Not sure what business, but definitely one of them.
Could be the name of a vegan convention as well. No harm, no foul.
All right, not bad.
As in, like,
yeah,
the chickens.
The bird.
Yeah. Comes from the game of basketball.
Oh, okay.
During
Yeah,
the
no, that makes sense.
1950s.
No harm, no foul. If you didn't break a guy's arm,
If
then
no physical harm was done to a player,
wow,
no blood, no foul would be called.
How do you measure that?
No blood.
No blood. Well, times have changed.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's a street ball rule, but I like it. I like
They've
it a lot.
definitely changed. All right, well, we know what this means. Straight into the guns here. No time for VP to take their foot off the gas. That was the team flash moment. We'll highlight that one for you again. Rob just go, yeah, thanks, man. Cheers, Rain. We'll give it another go, shall we?
Oh, it's funny. Is that a flash? It is? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah. Oh, well. Flip, kick it towards B. Jane Fame and Nia starting over towards A here, and standard exchange of utility towards Banana. We've seen plenty of this, but Kerrigan, 17 kills. Let's see how far he can really push the issue here. Making sure that car position is held at bay right now, but the molly in there. The flashes come through, out towards Broom, out towards Logs. A great little retake of bottom Banana, half to half wall.
You can see the timing of it as well, as Twist was crossing Logs. That one opportunity where Flit forward position would have been rewarded, flashed off. So they've got their protocols and their flight path timed out nicely.
And this is one of the things with the Banana control, right? I say like standard utility, but there's so many different configurations, there's so many different moves you need to be ready for. Oh, and they're ahead of this, they might have to fight.
Yeah. Kicker's not going to be ready for this one now, and they've got that front side smoke, so he's panicking. He loads his whole magazine and ends up getting spammed.
They all save here.
You'd think they would.
Oh, Rain.
May not be allowed to. Mir, good awareness. That should lead to Mir perhaps being hunted down. And Flit is actually going to be...
Might get a chance here.
Yeah, that's the bomb. That's the bomb. VP are definitely going for it now with Mir's frag and Twist's response. We're into a 3-on-3.
You can see how low Twist senses, can't you? He's moving his hand around so much. Camera's bloody shaking with him.
James going app side. Fame and
he's hearing
Mir
me.
Rotating.
Hello.
See how much they can take away from him here. Wow, Mir is well drilled, well aware. And now they will at least leave with 3 rifles. It doesn't look like there's any reason for Kerrigan and Twist to be getting a move on.
No, but this is exactly what you're talking about, right? These gamble stacks from VP, and that's essentially what it was. They had left Kicker to his own devices. He was throwing top banana utility, and they extinguished and went. So they put the pressure, right? It was meant to just stop them. It was meant to just give, Kicker a little bit more time. They were already across to the left-hand side of top banana, and they even had the extinguish to be able to pressure this. So, look, the fact it got a little bit weird, that it was a chance for VP, but FaZe, and I think especially that Twist push through the CT smoke to deal with Flit, if he was able to be in the breeze, get away, could have had a few more dramas. Yep. But FaZe continuing their winning ways. 4 consecutive, 3 out the gates in the second half. A timeout to be called this time from VP. Take a look at the buy potential here. Now, this is the choice. Do you want to drop across a couple of rifles? You can. You're still going to be light on with at least 1 player as far as the util. Kits as well will be another conversation. And James, prized possession of the AWP. Nowhere in sight. The money's not there. However, if they just play with these 3 rifles, have partial investments on Flit and Kicker, it's still a dangerous round for FaZe to have to deal with, and in the next, it can be a full investment.
Oh, I mean, it's funny because you set the scene, but it explains completely why Kicker's just unloading 30 bullets into that smoke. The only way he actually defends that B site is from miraculous smoke spam double. Didn't work out for him. Kerrigan just tracking those traces.
And there was so much behind that as well. I don't think he was expecting 3 players already to take that much of an attack on towards the site here. So a little bit unfortunate for Kicker there, who, he started very, very slow. 0-8 or 1 for 9 at a certain point in this game, currently sitting 11 frags. Second most for his team, just under Mir on 12. But they need to start activating here. And Alex, they didn't decide to go for the partial. They decided to shove all in. And I mentioned kits might be a problem. Just 1 for Kicker here.
Light on, so a lot of this VP hope hanging in the balance. Could be a short trip to Riyadh for VP.
Lots of space already here. Minute 25 on the clock, and not playing a transitional defense. Very passive. Nice. That's a passive position from Fame paying off. Now, I didn't say not playing transitional defense. You see players jiggling short, playing on boost, dropping back. They've started in such a fortified position to pit.
Robs is going to kind of have a little bit of an investigation with the investment of a library side smoke. Mir, he's well drilled. I say that as, yeah, he does poke his cheeks out into Robs' aim. Nade, ooh, does connect, saved by 10 HP.
But there's also the question of maybe someone braving that long smoke and making their way through to mid to B. Mir, it can't be certain, so it means Flit has to worry about it. Silent drop here from Robs, staying cheeky with it, as in Banana R3. And information, not at a premium right now for VP. Individuals will need to step up.
Yeah, it's up to Kick It and Flip. Throws a flash high and peeks upon it, setting himself up for success, but already Twist. Just as that smoke blooms, he's in. Clears the back of the site, the whole squad converging into... Oh, Molly. Brokey, spam. Oh! Kick It does so much work on the B defense. There's your hero moment. But hold on, Rob's alive. Fame will crawl. James still CT 2 in towards that church position. Are they going to push Ruins, or are they going to play the time? Wait for that Fame crawl up Banana. James still CT now. There's confirmation. Multiple bodies. Twists overextends. And it's surely curtains. Robs would have to pull off a 1v4. And the first is found. The second as well. Only the Glock. He hasn't got hope. And they're on the defuse. He needs to nail it as soon as they come through the smoke. It's all looking good in the VP hood. And you said they went all in. Chips to the center of the table, but they leave with the round.
Oh, Kick It. How much work did he have to do there, right? The double up, and they had essentially given up the site at that moment, right? You saw both positions. I mentioned Flit had to worry about the mid to B.
So he self-flashes, mollies the plant spot, and gets a double, essentially.
Well, here it is again. Oh. And this is it. He's not looking. See, he thinks he already stopped the planner. Right. Because he took down Rain, but the molly had to do it. Rob's trying to make something of this, and that's great work from Kick It. He had to defuse as well there.
Brokey, what is that? A misbuy? A misbuy?
I would imagine so. Let's see who... Well, we have to wait for him to whip it out in his hands. I'll stay on it. We can see exactly how this one went down.
Whoopsie daisy.
And especially in a 3-round game, and they've just force bought back themselves here. So
in a $1 million counterstrike tournament, in the
single elimination.
Single elimination in the first round.
Well, at least they got a map up their sleeve.
Oh, that's unideal. Optimal. Suboptimal is how it's supposed to be said, but you know what? Let's find out how this one goes.
Well, unhydrated.
Unhydrated, unoptimal.
This double pit setup, Alex, they're about to chew them up here.
Yeah. Unless the Negev comes out. Okay, overlooking that because Mir's holding him. Nice work from Rain to actually get his boots on the ground and find a headshot.
Come on, Brokey, whip it out. Just start spamming the wall.
Give it to us. He's only Deegan. Kerrigan's crawling. Down goes Brokey with the bomb and the hopes of FaZe's conversion.
James
here.
looking.
Yeah, should be good for this one. Look at this, just jiggling out, ready for it. And a quick scope required, just like that. Nice. As this gap's going to close in FaZe.
Yeah, going to start sweating now,
I
aren't they?
think so. I think so indeed, considering you know you've been completely humbled down to your 2K mark. You will not be investing a penny. VP, starting slow, but really warming into things.
They've gone for the double pit setup a lot here, haven't they, VP, in a few of the rounds we've been watching, so...
Nice from Fame, good round from him.
Oh, we got some visitors. Na'Vi boys poking their head in here, and they're checking out... Well, I guess this is the fun location, huh?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, they've got a big game.
They do have a big game. Na'Vi taking on Vitality coming up after this one. You don't want to miss that. Might be extended another map here. VP have their way. Remember, Overpass is up, map number 3, and I would say that's where anything can happen.
Overpass, you say?
Overpass.
Fuck. It's a God B reference.
Shout out to God B one time. Well, kick it full banana control. Jamin Flit in combination towards alongside Mir and Fame to lock down short. And the apartments. And now they can limp through the utility with about a minute left on the clock. Have to be some big shots missed here from both Jamin and Flit for this one to go wrong.
So if you're unhydrated,
that's a
guys,
cheeky boost.
Yeah, Flit unable to find lethality on that, but aware of where the lion's share of FaZe are, and they have managed to find one on that twist Deeg. Fame puts him down, another one from Robs. This can't work, this can't go wrong. It wouldn't go wrong. Jamin Flip now low. What's going on? It's a 1v2. He hasn't got health. He's only got a P250, but he could find James, and it could become a 1v1. Kickit to save them, and he's just running straight out, hoping Kickit was coming round through mid, but valiant attempt considering the investment. VP saved from a red face.
Yeah, lots of damage done there, wasn't it? That's not the type of round you expect so many kills to be coming through. Do you want to take a timeout on either side of the server here just to steady the ship? It's just a one-round game now. Oh dear. Okay, well, we've been talking about Kerrigan's heroics here, but this is where on the T side, him finding space, it's going to be more sacrificial, Alex. You're going to be expecting him to make room for his teammates here, but what's the call going to be? That's also his job, right? It's just not about the kills, it's about how do they deploy the troops. Run boost across mid. James not going to swing back out for a fight. Just got a whole lot of information as Twist barreling up Banana here.
Spam
down.
So
much damage done.
Yeah, but he's forward. Maybe he can catch Flit, and he can on the edge of the smoke. That was a risk he was justified in taking, and you got to get through Kickit. As we've seen, he's been a real problem, a real issue.
Oh, look how far forward they are.
Yeah, they're well ahead of his util dump. Nice nade damage. Kickit will reposition. They have access to the site now.
Kickit's got nades to disrupt again. We've seen him. He's a wild man, but Kickit unaware. No, not unaware. Taking a risk.
Yeah.
Like that right there. Out of the box counterstrike, but again, it's this desperate situation. He has no help. If Kickit makes the play, if he gets the kill, all good, right? But it's a risk. Otherwise, there's no chance for them to even try and get back into this round. So Kickit, by giving it the Hail Mary attempt, if he could make something happen, then maybe Jamin would give it a look in here. I think a bit of typing, I'm going to put this in translator, actually. I think it might be talking about the pop flash missing because Twist was already up on barrels and he wasn't blind at all.
That's exactly what it's about. I was trying to work out what that could mean.
Yeah, that must have been it. And then you saw, because we were on Twist POV at that point in play, that he was calling for more util for that second push, right? He was essentially, this is what you want from your players. If they take the space and he's hearing things, he's calling for the flag, that's what you want, right? So Twist essentially taking that round into his own. Yeah. I'm just going to translate this. Ah, yeah, you didn't hit the flash.
Damn.
Well, we know in CIS teams, in Russian teams, they're much more direct.
Oh yeah,
right? Yeah, like it's
but
one of these
also
things.
necessary to
oh, for sure.
Don't use that lineup again.
Yeah, make sure we're hitting it next time, mate.
As you can see, Flit's holding W under the assumption that okay, well, if anyone was there, they'd be flashed.
Yeah, so frustrations obviously if you flip because the player flashing for you, they have to be pixel perfect if you're going to take those type of swings there.
Yeah.
So, look, there's still money for the buy.
Hey, look, we've had a miss buy and a miss flash.
Yeah, okay.
In terms of the unforced errors.
Isn't Google Translate great though?
That was, yeah, that's cool. The future is now.
Twist of space again towards Banana here. Nade echoes just next to Logs. And again, this is not the way that... This is an uncomfortable way to play Inferno. Let's put it that way. NIP, back, I'm talking years ago now, when Nork was on the roster, when they first like formed it, they would always play in the dark. They weren't playing like transitional like I'm talking about, which means they have no information. Didn't have banana control, didn't have top mid control. You need to play for something. If you don't have banana, you need to be more forward on mid or in apartments or somewhere where you can have some real estate because right now...
It's a two-man pit setup, which has worked for them. It has worked for them. James got like long side, at least he can call. So if Rain, braves this angle, yeah, it's a dead man. Great work from James, actually heading back to B off the back of that, expecting to channel them now into the B side.
Curious though, isn't it?
Yeah, but maybe they're going to re-aggress because he's got util. He can flash them up for Flit to maybe take some early answers down Banana.
But if they wrap long, it gives them, I think, more favorable fights towards these pit players. But look at the response here. This is good timing.
Yeah.
Good play.
Twist needs to round that corner ASAP. Just around the corner in time. Fame spamming away. They know pit is occupied, but look at this. They're getting crunched. Rops needs to be precise. James is 2. Trades it out. Advantage still VP. Oh, and now they know Mir is in the mini pit as well. Not an easy exchange to find. And look at Mir go. Twist has to do an awful lot now. From open over the top rope, Kerrigan controls the spray. Kerrigan needed them both, and he can't finish off onto Mir. It all was up to him. And James and Mir with 5 frags between them makes it a 1-round game.
All right, well, a good understanding there from James, right? He takes that shot, he goes, well, maybe they isolate me long, and then the pit players get stuffed here. They go back to B, they play together, they push through Banana, they make sure that's clear. And this is Flit running up first. James with the necessary trade. Good work from Mir, just delaying a lot of time.
Kerrigan's going to be miffed he didn't get the second there. Felt like he had a lot of time.
Yeah, you could see the desperation, though, because once you're pinned in, you're really feeling like you're screwed. 1-round game yet again.
James, touch of aggression on that AWP, at least for a passing glance. Ouch, twists. Stomachs a nade.
Just remember, though, Mirage, the rounds that FaZe got, those miracle-type rounds, they had to work quite hard for them. There was a Rain 1-on-3 towards the tail end, and there was also that Deagle round where they threw the bench smoke, jungle smoke, window smoke, short smoke, feigned mid-presence, and just coming out apps, wrecked a couple of heads here. So, look, if it has to be rounds like that for FaZe, it has to be rounds like that. It's a bit of a signature at the moment here, but you can see, we heard from both teams before we got into this, it's going to be a clash of styles, and you've definitely seen differences in approaches. And we'll have to see if the meme of paid by the round lives on here.
Yeah, well, that's 2 HEs, bringing Twist down to 7 HP.
And he's been quite the entry force, 4-1 on this map.
Kerrigan, yeah, he's been caught by James. Good angle from the AWPer.
They're just kind of waltzing into him now, though, aren't they?
They are a couple of rounds in a row now. First frame now, Kerrigan.
Oh, Twist can't go through this.
Yeah, he wants to be stubborn on this, and Kicker wants to take a forward stance too. Oh, and the spam's not far off the mark. They are trying to contact in.
They have to cut noise, though, don't they?
Yeah, most def. 25 seconds, though. What are you supposed to do?
Might just be a save. Look at Rops, yeah, this is a save. So, look, they're in the deep end right now, aren't they?
Oh, well, we're heading in towards the last 5 rounds of this map.
I don't know what you meant to try and get away with in the next. Kerrigan will buy, and this is the thing, as we know on the T side, no loss bonus about to come into the bank account here. So Rops will be able to buy a whole bunch of nades, you know, Molly, Smoke, Flash in the mix as well. Rain won't be able to buy anything. The same said for Brokey. Twist has $200, he can buy a Flash, which means Kerrigan's going to have to go maybe P250 armor and nades. So right here, they're going to be operating it around with not an awful lot. Kerrigan should shove, considering nobody on his team just got that loss bonus. You want to level out the cash here going into the next with the 2900, but more than that, you want to try and convert this one because VP are about to grab the stranglehold here on FaZe's map pick.
trying to play these different timings, right? And at the moment, they don't have James leashed. Even though he's positioned and he only has 11 kills, he's still being a nuisance here. That's 2 rounds with openings.
Yeah, VP a full team effort right now. Every member within a couple of frags of each other, and there's aggression on this. Kerrigan to test Flit. Flit on the back. Need response from his supporting util. Kick it, throws it out. Looks to take down Twists as well. Fully blind now, should go down. 12 HP on Twist. Still trying to show presence, puff up his chest, forces a smoke out of the B players. Now, luxury perhaps, they can juggle that rifle to the Kerrigan from the Tech 9.
They just kind of have to cut noise now and hope that there's a VP reaggress at some point here. With this banana real estate, Kickit still has a smoke and a molly available, so they could do top banana retake util. That is possible here. We saw Kickit try and throw it from this position before and get caught off guard, but if he was to do it, it would be perfectly placed. That pressure is coming.
Game cheating back over. Nice division smoke, so then for them to play around, but this is the commitment. Flashes are high, that's the last of their flashbangs.
James got a HE.
And this hurt right on the money. Twist dunked on 4 on 5 now as they are 40 seconds deep. Oh, and Kickit nails Kerrigan on the cross. They're running out of options, they're running out of players. Only Brokey left, now Rops with it all to do. Leg shot from James, he's hitting his shots now. The real must-win rounds. VP to take the lead. And James and Kickit, oh, not going to be bringing that double AWP home. It's actually, they swapped weapons given the low HP, but he hasn't really got time. 18 seconds, bombs on B.
They can just hide here.
And maybe he could grab that AWP in the last second if they hunt him. I don't know what his plans are.
This is the problem, because he's lingering. If he goes down after time, that's worse. He should take the fight here. He needs to make sure he gets this loss bonus through. You can see he's in 2 minds. They're going to kill him after time here. Robs, you got to take this fight, mate.
Oh, disastrous.
450 bucks.
That is disastrous.
So Robs in the last 2 rounds has had no loss bonus. Because he saved last round, and then this round here he's gone down after time. They have the stranglehold of this game.
You can see Dastan holding the mic. He's probably saying the same thing.
They've just taken over. Because right now, FaZe are going to take what should be just a partial anyway. VP almost guaranteed to get themselves up to 14 against the partial. The nade comes in. Oh, look at that. It couldn't have been better placed right under the Tootsies there at Twist. And Kicker is doing it all, Alex. Yeah. He's throwing flashes, he's delaying, he's doing damage. The smoke that he threw towards the back of the site bought a safe haven for Flit. Otherwise, he would have been between 2 mollies as they were running in. There was a new box molly, there was an emo molly, there's a defensive smoke from Kickit. Supportive and finding the frag. So great job from Kickit here. You got to sing the praises.
I'm trying to understand why Rops wouldn't just be like holding W, like come and get me, boys.
He's in 2 minds. He wants
the AK.
Yeah, and he also thinks, well, maybe they find me before and I can still clutch with 18 seconds left. And Rops is a more passive, slower type of player, right? If you're in one of these scenarios and the fights come to you, you know, but there was just too many unknowns.
Right, but just given that it's round 26 and you've got $450 to boast, it's going to be a while before you recover. And VP could be taking us to 3.
Doesn't feel informed, does it? But Alex, remember what we were just talking about before. FaZe, the type of rounds they did win looked something like this. And we just had a FaZe timeout where Neo had an opportunity to get on the mic. So let's see.
They're gambling.
If the pride of Poland can get a call for them here.
Interesting. There's so much faith in Kicker.
Same pit setup again. Yanko, he's always talking about fame over towards Bike.
Yeah, he knows how to make it work. The molly decision forced forward. James still going to get run down. Still nails the shot. He's getting chased down. Oh, and Rain does dispatch of the AWP. Now they could go for the split. Do they dare?
They just need to hit the pause here. Just wait. Let this simmer for a moment. Let VP make the next move.
Brokey's got the AWP. Can they use James' weapon against them to do another signature FaZe ridiculous win?
Look at the position from Kickit here.
Yeah, passive, tucked in. This is where he got his ace from.
He's going to have to do an awful lot here. He's on an absolute island. Take a look, radar, top left of your screen. Nobody close to him whatsoever. And as FaZe comb through spawn. Even another smoke here for them to be able to scoop up, I think.
Well, that smoke's blooming. They're going to surely start to rotate now. Let's try and through banana side.
Rain's not getting any help here. They're going to have to cover this off.
Brokey. Oh,
that's
okay.
It. That's the round.
He's won it. And so with FaZe Clan. Fame's going to have a little look. But Flit and Mira not interested whatsoever. This is FaZe Clan doing it again with the little guns.
Oh, okay. Twist, is he going to pick in front of this? think that was destined to be a half-wall molly there, but regardless, that is going to be the round. I cannot believe it. This is the type of rounds that get them through games, and they pulled it out when they need it most here. Just as the loss bonus for Rops was in the bin. Right, he got dropped something in this round. Somebody gave him a Tech 9. He didn't even have to buy that himself. Who donated? It was Rain who gave that one across, right? So he even had to buy for an extra person. Rain knows an awful lot about that now. He's a dad, but hooking up Rops in a round like this. Yeah, and now they get an AWP for free. They get 13-13. They tie it all up again. And that was all with the pace. They played in front of James Util. It actually thrust them into him. It forced them to take the risk up top mid, and they just run him down. The gap to CT Spawn completely open. Poor kick it. Left on his own. Just as we're singing the praises of him in the previous, he gets made to look a little bit silly here. And just mauled.
That was a sick shot. I mean, if Kicker gets 1, 2, buys time, delays the plant, things could feel different, but FaZe, they've just given themselves a lifeline.
But what has worked in the gun rounds? They had the pistol, the conversion. Since then, it's been splotchy, right? And this one here was just the pistol. So what do you return to? What do you look for? The time that they've been able to find access is aggressive top banana early.
I'm just saying that right now, in this series, there has been a direct correlation between a Neo timeout and FaZe Clan winning a BS round. We'll see if they can build an actual gun round off the back of it now, because they've called a second, straight just back-to-back timeouts. They know that this is within touching distance of eliminating Virtus.pro in a 2-0 fashion, which has been very trendy in the round of 16.
James has 5-0 in opening duels, and in the last 4 rounds straight, managed to open in all of them. So wasn't converted upon in the previous, but you can see he is being an absolute annoyance here.
Yeah, that's a great util set out of Flip. There's no way to really brave that smoke, and Molly waits on the other side, and he's just going to keep throwing them. Look at this. Interesting game plan.
This is Logs extinguished there, so they'll come through and they'll try and take the broom control as well as Logs here. Smoke didn't land perfectly, but regardless, buys Twist the space that he's looking for. This could be a chunky nade, destined for damage, and ooh, very deep. Kerrigan swallows that, so both Twist and Kerrigan extremely low on HP now.
And Flip's still got a full belt of util. They're trying to make it feel like there's 3B.
But this is the... Ooh. Okay, this is the right call, because what we were just talking about was the fact that when they exploded up top banana early, they were able to pressure kick it and flit. Yeah. So this is an adjustment from VP. More utility and also a different stance. But this game must be so boring for Fame and Mia. They're quite literally in the same position almost every round.
And if they don't come, you just stay there.
Lurk smoke out apps here from Robs. Should keep the attention here of the pit
James
players.
showed presence long on multiple occasions, so you can see why they're hesitant. They'll throw the smoke, they'll flash it. James this time focused on short side. Brokey on that T side AWP as well.
Splitting B again.
Oh, okay. Maybe this is the formula for FaZe.
But they're going to have to push down middle here. Rops will be tasked with dealing with that. He's hearing some steps. Rops is definitely hearing some steps.
Yeah.
He has to win this duel.
He does, and Flit's going for an interesting one over the smoke, and that's caught Kerrigan nicely. Rain could be his next victim. They couldn't work it out.
Well
this
done.
is perfect from VP. And now Rops, 7 seconds left on this one. He will go down. And so VP, they respond. Beautifully executed response, actually, out of VP. They got 2 AK-47s to boast, but most importantly, 14.
Feels like VP just prescribed by safety first for these A defenders, right? Like, it just starting so fortified almost every single round. And this was great, wasn't it?
Like, you can see the comms are, I don't know.
Yeah, and because of the time, you just have to be thrust into it here. So, might have to be more direct. It isn't going to be the all-in from FaZe. 2,900 into the next. They've hedged their bets in the buy. Got out a couple of AKs here. VP should be able to seal up 15 and overpass next. We've still got another series coming tonight. We're burning the midnight oil last night. We may be the same again here, but the counterstrike delivering as we have a close game.
That we do. Do FaZe really have another one of these BS rounds in him?
And whose turn is it?
Not Twist. That was 80 damage.
Yeah, he's stomached so much util damage this half.
Yeah, there should be utility damage taken. I'd be intrigued. Feel like he's eaten a fair share of shrapnel.
Rops or Brokey, we turn to you, and you've been talking about these gambles. Looks like another one coming into play here.
Yeah, Mir's just playing like a jiggles defense on long side. So they're not that 2-pit setup that you grow to expect.
Then they have one smoke.
Deployed it towards the balcony position. Smoked off. James makes
have to go through this.
Presence known, and they will. Oh, James just looked away. He's isolated the player on the site. Mir, it's only a Glock against him, so is it all smoke and mirrors, or is there a whole squad coming my way? Yeah, Kerrigan's gone, but nothing else to report as Rain Cramp walks into the scope. A trade out of Ro16 rifle certainly is doable, but 2v4, you'd need some heroics out of the rest of them. And not to be, Fame and Mir, the A duo, do it nicely. 15 in the bag.
Kerrigan got a lot of room there with just the Glock, right? But they're having to worry about Jame over towards that long side. They deal with him, but it's the other two. And dearie me, FaZe. 2 needed now on the trot to take us to overtime. Finally, they're able to get a buy here. This is the one that Twist stomached. And you could see Mir talking so much. He understands how much pressure he's under. It was only a Glock, fortunately for him.
All right, big round, folks. Do we see overpass or will FaZe extend play? 2 consecutive demanded of them. Oh, Kerrigan, he's feeling himself. Sometimes he catches the timing, just like that. Jame down, gonna be traded. It's Mir that provides it, but now the reaction is required. Kid gets cheated over B. It's only Flit. There's only one here. They're taking the risk, they're taking the gamble, they're going all in, and Flit to receive them. It's not Kickert. He's handled it. Can Flit do the same?
Waiting for a flash.
He's waiting for it, calling for it. Does push through, only one. And Rops is gonna be coming behind Kickert as well. Just flanks on flanks here. They're both going banana side. Now the bomb's gone down. Nate did 0 damage.
Redeploy of a smoke here towards Ruins. That's going to allow them to fortify backside. Rob, surely the linchpin of this one.
Does he go through Ruins? Does he catch Kickert? Either way, it's going to be very hard with the action on Banana as well. He's in a prime position. Molly from the Ruins side. They haven't really got time, but perfect placement from Rops. He's gotten the first, knows there's another. Kickert's alone, and he's not got the health or the hope, as this will be the final round. We're going all 30, folks. Maybe even more. Kickert trying to hold on. The bomb will take him down. And just like that, we head to the final round of regulation.
But we really got to look at the finances here, Alex. They threw a lot of bodies right there, so there should be a drop available for Jame here. I think everybody else should have just enough here. Yeah, Kickert's got 7.2 left. I think it has already been dropped. No, it hasn't been just yet. Okay, they will take the timeout, so hold up a second. If they prioritize the Jame AWP here, I'm interested to see what Kickert gets gifted out of all of this. And this was Jame getting caught off guard. Someone who's had a good job finding the opening towards the long side, and it was Kerrigan who, I think he had 16 kills in the first half.
He did.
That is his 4th frag in the second, and it was an opener onto Jame to open up the round. So look, the impact of Kerrigan, we were singing his praises. He was doing a great job with the banana control with Rain, but this is it. This is an in-game leader move right here. Somebody has to get it done, and Kerrigan realizing it is himself. There was dicey moments over towards B here, but Rops' lurk, the difference maker.
Wow. Crunch time, folks. Virtus.pro will feel like all of their hard work was for nothing if they're faced with overtime.
Oh, late buys out of spawn here. Very late buys out of spawn.
Used the timeout, they've had their conversation, and they do start with just dropping some extra util. In fact, Kickert and Flit given a whole extra cache of nades, and there's some pace. Oh, Flit's gonna be mad about that. Quickly boosted up, missed and flustered on the nades, but still, that's an opening kill. FaZe 4 frags away from taking us to OT.
That's Flit's 8 opening death here within this game.
Oh, you just saw him on the cam as well.
Yeah, he's really unhappy with that one. But this is the difference. It was Kerrigan again. He was the pedestal to put Twist up top for the boost, but you can see Finn, he's had enough. He understands we take this aggression, we take these fights. Let's go back to the heads-up counterstrike. Remember how this half started.
I've never seen the A site so open.
And that's because they've been bloody pit every single round. Why would FaZe want to test that crossfire?
Lurk smoke out A, does that? Yeah, Fame's already like, that's my job. I'm normally over there.
But do you send anybody across here? Do you at least have a look at what type of resistance there is over towards A? You should.
Do you have the presence of mind? Yeah, I mean, the conditioning's there. Kerrigan showing presence on A. And James, he sent Fame back. He said no.
Oh, Kerrigan, he's going to walk into this.
He is. He is. They're doing the BX sec. Kerrigan's going to walk into Jame, and now it's going to be up to these guys. Fame delivers. Kickert 2. 3-on-3 for all the marbles, and overpass is just a couple of clicks away. Kerrigan and Rops with 30 seconds left, and the bomb loose in front of Mir and VP. It seems like a guarantee. Staring at smokes, eating flashbangs. They haven't got it in them. Kerrigan and Rop's last hurrah, one last attempt. James sends him to the Shadow Realm, and Rop's in the clutch. He can't win with 15 seconds and 3 to find. It's hopeless. Overpass, a guarantee. VP taking us the distance. We will see the third map. Unable to close it out. FaZe Clan falter on their map pick.
That's what we know and love from VP. All 30 rounds here and grinding FaZe on their map pick. Great performance from Kick It Over towards that B bomb site in the second half. Mir as well, newest addition to this team, showing his name, and just some counterstrike that's a little bit more out of the box, paying off for Virtus.pro here, sticking to their style and taking us the distance.
Look into your heart, tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've
Wow. Just when you thought maybe there was a chance for FaZe to close this out in 2, that was a big lie. And in fact, I can't believe you thought that to begin with. Of course, we do go to a third map, and as disappointed as we are in you, couldn't be any more happy to be here with my gentleman friends and Yanko and Moses. Everybody, this is Gamers8, and also time for some STC analysis, boys.
Hell yeah.
Jason, you want to tell me a little bit about Brett Favre?
In recent times, too. Let's start with the recent times.
Yeah, man, he had quite the arm.
What is he known for?
I used to see videos of his wide receivers with dislocated knuckles for catching his passes. He threw a ball quite hard.
What else is he known for? Help me out here.
Packing it. Packers.
Packers.
All right, one of the things he's known for, he never gets out of the game, even when he's injured. Why? Because the way he became the #1 quarterback was the other guy got injured, and that's how he got his chance. And he was never going to let another guy get that opportunity. Because kicker baby right now, he might be, changing minds over there in the VP camp, right? Like he's here, Norbert is injured, like he was transfer listed at the end of last season, but the way he's been playing, he might stay on this team.
Yeah. Tom Brady came in for an injured Bledsoe.
Yeah, and
nice.
I was just going to say, Brett Favre came back from retirement once, sold some jeans. I don't know where he is now. I don't really care. But the truth is, yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying there. Brett Favre.
Kicker had a great game.
Yeah, well, he had a roller coaster of a game, didn't he? Like that pistol round where he does like back turn going towards CT spawn. A couple rounds later, he's like rushing out to fight Banana, and there's 2 players in the bomb site. And both of those rounds, I'm like, what is he thinking in these moments?
What is that?
But outside of those 2 rounds, he was an absolute monster at the B bomb site. Like quad kill spray downs, utility damage had to have been off the charts. He was blowing up Twist and Kerrigan. Out of your time, they moved up Banana. It was absolutely disgusting. And considering how much emphasis FaZe put on the B bomb site, massive performance from Kicker.
So let's look at it right there. What were the big shortfalls that we take out of it? Obviously, we can sit here and say that this guy stopped them dead in their tracks, right? But for FaZe, where did they go wrong?
I think the problem is they couldn't string rounds together on the T side, right? They won the pistol and converted, but after that they started losing, and they would win a round but couldn't win 2 in a row, meaning they couldn't ever break VP's economy. It was gun round after gun round, and I think it's tough sometimes against VP because you're coming into the game and you're like, they're going to be doing some weird things. Like think of Rain, where they have mid, they have Banana, they haven't really seen the op, and James is just Speedway holding that line, towards long. If, let's say, Kerrigan had just called Smoke Heart, Smoke Library, Rapay, that's 5v2 on the side. How many times were, Mir and Fame alone there? So I think it's like, Rain is there, is like, wow, why is he here? That he's walking into it, he's expecting something else. So that sort of plays with your head a little bit. A couple of times, very late, they have some utility left, like the fountain smoke that we saw, which just as that smoke falls, you're like, this round is over. Yeah. There's a one-way there. It's like impossible for the T's to get that kill, to trade that kill. So it was very frustrating for FaZe towards the end of that game.
And you got to say, even going back to the first map, two flat T sides out of FaZe. Even here on Inferno, they got another one of those like kind of miracle, maybe not miracle, but they got those FaZe rounds where they win with like Tech 9s, where they win with pistols and just can't build off of it. As you said, never won 2 rounds together once the guns came out on the T side, and yeah, that's a scary factor for FaZe.
So I guess maybe more on the inside, what would make you go to the conclusion to think that, yeah, their T side's a little lackluster, but how does that even happen?
I think it's just difficult, right? Like you either have to play more calls from spawn, which you don't want to do, and in the defaults, VP was putting a lot of emphasis, even if just a player goes and drops some extra nades, right? So either you take more risks, but you don't want to do that because you have a good score and you trust in your defaults in some of the late rounds. So it has to be said that VP just played solid. The individuals were good with their holds. There was no easy rounds going FaZe's way.
Yeah, I think it was a little like, it was not very dynamic. A lot of attempted finishes at the B bomb side. I think also when you think about it too, like one of the great X factors that FaZe has, like a player who can change the look of this FaZe team and make them immeasurably more dangerous, is Brokey. Obviously, we've had plenty of conversations over the years about the AWP on the T side of Inferno. He had a pretty rough half, and yeah, I think it's just they couldn't. I mean, with the way Kicker was playing at that B bomb site and the way they emphasize it, there's not a whole lot of openings you could find. The one round where I felt like they really like kind of wrapped on that A bomb site as well. Remember, like it was 2 Glocks leading the way. It was like a half buy, and like 2 Glocks were attacking into the A bomb site while AKs stayed further back. So it really felt like FaZe towards the end of that T half and the end of this game shied away a little bit from what makes them a solid team, from actually attacking into that A site.
Yeah, into that T half, I think is a great place to start. Round 27, we'll walk right into it. I don't think we should waste any time.
Yeah, I mean, this was just them bouncing back. This is like where VP bounces back after FaZe managed to, steal around really with another one of those sort of half buys, and you can see just a more passive setup towards B. Look at the time here, right? 17 seconds, late call from FaZe to split B, and there's a smoke, you know, and flit over the smoke. This is very hard. Like, you're aware that this is some sort of a one-way, but where can he exactly be? He has the advantage over the smoke, and flit and kicker just
and how are you supposed to call that out if you're Kerrigan as well?
And it's not even just the smoke. You know, you got the whole fountain construct right there that really does create for a, I don't know, it's just a lab. You can't really topple that, right? Like, it's not designed for you to win, not designed for you to beat. Yeah, you look at VP right here. They showed us signs of life. They've even picked up a map in what is obviously single elimination. I've said that several times. I'll continue to say it until it's not true.
Keep saying it.
It's single elimination, and I'll continue to say that. Oh, sorry. I was just it's sort of like an autopilot loop. Yeah, but overall, though, Inferno gives life for VP.
Yeah, and I think this is where it really gets interesting on Overpass, because, I don't know, let's say VP played 6 series with this roster. They picked Overpass 5 times. In a best of 3, so very comfortable on this map. And you know, FaZe lately has had success on it. They tend to pick it when it's a punish pick for some of their opponents. Lost in overtime to Navi in Cologne, but after that, before that, it was 3 wins where the opponents only get single digits.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're FaZe 2, just to touch back on that, like two relatively flat T sides, that puts a lot of pressure and a lot of importance on winning that pistol round. I mean, if you go back to Inferno, what you only get like 2 or 3 rounds in your T side if you don't win the pistol and convert the second round after that. So hugely important for FaZe, I think, to win that first round on their T side.
And they got a good start all 4 halves. Like, they lost the pistol on Inferno in the first half, but they won the fourth, and they were up 6-1. You know, it's looking like, oh, FaZe is just going to stop them. It's going to be a 2-0, but VP, man, they just somehow always find a way to grind out some of these rounds.
You think that's a testament not only to problem solving, or do you think it's more about just how they approach the game?
I think
fundamentally.
I think it's a little bit of problem solving, a little bit of just belief. You know, I think if you look at their run in Rio, I think what was obvious there as well is just belief in James's system, in his calling, all of that stuff, right? You have to have that when you're going to play. Sometimes drag those rounds out, you have to trust in the call, and you have to try, you know, you think it's fun, man, to save like in 3v4s on T side. That's not fun, but you do it because you believe that in the next round he's going to come up with something, and you're maybe going to win that round, and that's going to reset your opponents, and in the end you are going to win 16-14, right? This was another 16-14 game. We've had countless examples over the years even of VP winning game 16-14. Well, during the game, you're like, why are they not going for this? Why are they saving here? Other teams would go for it. You lose when you go for like a 3v3 retake. That means you lose 16-14 instead of winning 16-14. So for them, it works. And you just have to accept that, Trace.
I do accept that.
Deal with
That's
it,
taxes
bro.
and VP 16-14.
16-14, 30-round affairs. No, but in all reality, we look at Overpass as that next map, right? So give me an indicator here as to how this can go wrong for FaZe again.
I mean, I'll just say it again. Like another rough T side is going to go horribly wrong. I think too, this is a map. It's going to be really important to see what kind of mid-round positionings players take on the map. They're going to need to be able to gather information, where are you going to position yourself in bathroom, push out towards the flower pots out towards long, grab some kind of a safe space, because VP is going to be moving around this map, and I think economy is going to come into it, obviously, the amount of utility that you have to bear, because that's another factor of this VP style. They'll get their like 2 or 3 kills round after round after round, and they're able to kind of put a stop to your runs because you just kind of run out of money to fight against it. They're maximizing the amount of times that they have weapons and really diminishing the amount of times that you can keep having the strongest buy possible.
Just shutting opportunities down.
Yeah, and still they're playing well individually, right? Like for FaZe, you look at Overpass, Rain on CT side with his aggression, you know, he can do a lot of damage there, take over a game, but you know, with the way VP's players have been playing, that's going to be tough. Rob's on the T side, around that B site area, Monster as well. He has a couple of aggressive moves to try and catch you off guard, right? So I think Overpass is one of those maps where really there's no that many set things you can do from the start on T side. You're almost forced to play default, and it's almost like having 2 different squads on the map, like on A and on B, trying to poke and prod and see what's up and give information, and then throw a lot of mini fakes and try to, you know, this sort of confuse the CTs, because it's so quick for them to rotate between the 2 sides, and for you, especially if you don't have connector control.
I was going to say, that was going to be my next point. Connector control is going to be massively important if you want to be able to be mobile around the map.
Yeah, which is exactly what you're looking for on a map called Overpass. Rather large place, a lot of variety, a lot of things that can unfold here, but what will? That is the biggest question. You're watching Gamers8, and we're ready to go with the 3rd and final map. Somebody's going home. Who's it going to be?
Not us.
Definitely not you, Yanko. Sit still and watch this one as we are ready to get ourselves into the third map. You can see the recap in front of you. Yes, the full 30. The desk has set the scene as we are off to Overpass.
Third map in our third series of the round of 16, going the distance. And of course, who better to take us there than VP? Just had it highlighted by the desk, just how annoying they can be in play style or pushing you the distance here. This team understands that Counter-Strike is first to 16. They're more than happy to play out the full distance. It's not as quick as you can, it's just as long as you get across that finish line. And Dastan, I'm sure he'd be looking for a bit of success with this team today against FaZe. The upsets, they've been few and far between in the round of 16.
And in Inferno, I'd argue unforced errors. A couple of wobbles from both squads. It was a real, neck and neck affair. So let's get ourselves situated.
FaZe Clan won the knife round, have opted here to start on the CT side, VP to attack, and we know that means probably slow going out the gates. U2, a couple of smokes, handful of flashes, and a heavy lean over towards B.
This doesn't look slow. This looks far from slow. This looks like James got a smoke and a flashbang set, hoping that this investigation from Ro16 and Twist gives them that first kill.
Bit of a wombo combo set up here right now. They're boosting connector and also cleared deep. If they think this is clear, that's not true.
Hard to hit. Twists.
He's mad.
Gonna make a meal of that one.
Real mad.
Rops will stay forward, but the site is lost. Kerrigan back towards Graffiti, and yeah, there's a lot of bodies now. The boost is huge, though. They might overlook this position if he could just catch one. They're about to isolate Kerrigan. Oh, he does well to find one on the swing. Bomb down, 3 on 4 in the retake, and they're smoked off.
James still here.
Yeah, he's actually ready for this. Oh, magnificent play out of James. Can he get them both? Yes, he can. Clean as a whistle. And now a 1v4 goes 3 for Rops. See if he can find anything. They run away from him. This is typical. Playing that win condition, using that low HP on Flit to rot the clock. He's won the round for the squad by confirming Rops is miles away. Mir jiggles out. Second attempt. Rops looking for a couple of extra stat padding frags as he's already lost the round and will have to go down. Fame secures it.
Not too bad right there, was it? Okay, yeah, and look, with a couple of extra kills, you can argue what could Rops buy. He can actually drop a silenced M4 here. So if he has that equipped, we could see that laid out. Looks like it was a FAMAS instead that he's dropped here. But if Rops got away with his armor, he could have bought himself and had quite a tidy looking buy here. So this round, and a good understanding from VP, isolated towards short multiple members, and then just really burrowing down on Kerrigan, who could have been a nuisance if he got to stay alive. But check out this second round for FaZe. It's not going to be the easiest for VP to get past. Oh, quick scaling up here. James was very close, a chance to track down Brokey. Another boost in the play as Flit with his connector control. So you can see the layering of Molotovs here has helped him clear out the close quadrants.
This is the scariest round for VP now.
Fortunately, they haven't copped any tags just yet. And that's where Brokey's scout could have been a real issue, but now
they can group up.
They have a lot of room here when you think about it.
When you've got full underpass.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, Twist.
Oh, second flash.
Oh. Yeah, you get confirmed 2 are out towards short water. And a Deagle. Oh, wow. Spam successfully leaves Mir on 1. 99 and 2. It's not enough. Twist just panic smoke to play around, hoping he can get away. Brokey gets nothing done with the scout. Keeping 5 alive would be dreamy for the second round conversion. Now with the bomb going down, Rain walking on in. He's looking for where the bodyguards are. And Fame's back was turned. He's quickly swung upon. Damn, James just drive-by pre-fire. He's already got himself 4 kills, and VP have got 2 rounds.
Yeah, showing us all the definition of a wide swing right there is James. Using that MAC-10 to its optimal. You just throw a jump in the mix and it would have been picture perfect. But that right there was a force buy that was flat. You get old mate Brokey pushed off extremely quick. They even have this setup over towards B that was looking great to do with the door swing. I love the diligence of the second flash. They threw the standard one, bounced it off the stairs. They throw a secondary that doesn't give off a sound cue. So what's going to happen is they're going to turn off of that sound cue on the bounce as they turn back. Face full of flash.
I mean, if you think about maps that I feel are iconic for this VP, Overpass for me is right up there. They've always had a very signature style. And it's so, I would say, diligent. They will continuously take map control, see what's given to them for free, and punish you for overextensions.
I think the Desk brought up obviously one of the keys here of Rain, who essentially in a lot of scenarios can play deathmatch towards A. I believe that this half is going to be
determined by how much he can get away with. And that's not just kills, but amount of space and information that he can facilitate to the rest of his team here. So we're not too worried about his approach right now, but into the next round to play the gun round, are they going to set him up? Broky's AWP also needs to come into play here. So there's a lot to be discussed, but you were obviously focusing in on the VP side of things. And the reason I think it fits them so well is the options of just cutting audibles and disappearing.
And it is a big map.
Yes.
I think that lends itself to this style very well. Oh, his crosshair was bang on, just caught off guard. I think maybe got punched.
That's both A defenders, right? So I know it's a lighter investment. You expect more of a stack here, but you see Flick calling it forward. Kerrigan started Inferno hot, and you've got to feel a really... You got to feel, you know, if you're Kerrigan, you start really strong on your map choice and the rest of the team doesn't show up to the party to help you get across the line. I know he cooled, but it's not his responsibility to drop 30 every game. He's the puppet master, definitely has to contribute. Okay, so no AWP available here going into the first gun round for FaZe. Now, one would have been available for James here. Now, they might want to operate with something fast, having this MAC-10 still in the hands of Flit, as you see it doing in his best work. He hasn't upgraded away from this. We've got what is going to be a standard 1-4 split of the CT defense. Distinguish comes in. Oh, he has upgraded last minute. Thank you very much, Ops team.
Oh, a little gift down the hatch.
Always got our back.
Deeper one. I think that's the adjustment we've seen teams make recently as opposed to the stagnates towards the sandbags. Very rarely occupied early. And, well, Kerrigan's getting tested here in round 4. Kick it. His first victim. He's well aware there's likely a follow-up, so he will tuck in. And, ooh, Twist is going to be alive only for a moment longer. That nade's got his name written all over it. And again, Twist down to the nade.
And Rain died on A.
Yeah, having a bit of rough go of things as far as catching nades goes.
But this is where it's difficult now. A minute on the clock, and he can just park the bus here. Fame, right? He can listen for anything on the side. There's still spam going on over towards B. So Robs and Kerrigan can't really go anywhere right now. And then playing for information. Do you really want to push through the pipe? You don't know what's going on towards short. But Fame, he's got a great idea of the space he needs to take. Coming through with the assistance will be James and Mia. 40 seconds, still chance to call this one off, Roki. Oh my god!
Oh, that's a cheeky one, isn't it? He had 10 HP.
Well, that's a save call, 4-0 start here for VP. Great guns out the gates.
What a lovely little lineup as well for a deep, well-covered smoke.
Well, we're due an upset, aren't we?
We are. We haven't had one.
You could make an argument.
One?
It was a Gamer Legion Apex game. You could make an argument, right? That Apex have had really rough form.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you take Cologne as an example, I'm not sure that's an upset.
Yeah, Gamer Legion actually played much better than I would have given them credit for in Cologne as well. So impressive stuff for them to have a brand new team, Nealon as well, coming from EG. He's really opened up his world as Nealon by in-game leading in English now. So we'll get more of Gamer Legion coming up tomorrow.
Did Apex lose to in that play? And I remember watching it. OG. Yikes.
Yeah. Yeah, an OG with a brand new roster as well.
Exactly.
Keto and Fasher in the mix. Rigali, they played one tournament with him, kept him. Nexa came back, and Fiku was the only one who was standing from the old roster, but OG not here.
It's a shame because Tatsunito has been a bit of a rising star.
Yeah, it's one of these players who packs a punch, but I think that there's maybe a bit of overlap between him and Jacob in terms of how both of them like to approach the game.
Ooh, you don't really want to cage him considering I feel like Jacob's had a consistent presence.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Considering he's an older boy as well, you want to make sure Jacob can stay to the things that work.
Yeah.
But we did have some retained weaponry here. We're still going to be able to get a buy out our FaZe. It is suboptimal, as Broky has a scout in play. So that nade just scuttled in. Twist, he copped an awful share of banana util over on Inferno.
Look at the way in which Fame got these kills.
There's that. And coming out of the crouch as well, you can see just sharp as attack. But this is the thing with FaZe, right? This is a major winning roster. They're fast, they're sharp, they're experienced, big names. But right now, and off the back of Cologne, and they're just not as scary as they once were. Look at this.
They're rushing. Kerrigan, he's got a lot to deal with. He's just got his vision back and he's been run down. Look at VP go! Oh, Twist only the one though. Fame, he'll double up into the site. 6-1 is Fame.
If you're a FaZe fan, you don't like where this is going. We've only got one opening kill so far for them throughout this first half of play here. And that came in the last round. They are getting run over here. A quick start for VP.
Yo, legit. I mean, they have been really just charging into FaZe and humiliating the defense. I don't feel like, you know, put yourself in Brokey's shoes. He hasn't had a, here we go, 0 ADR. He hasn't had an opportunity, not one. That's 5 rounds deep into a must-win map. Otherwise, you're packing your suitcase and heading home, eliminating the first round.
Maybe he wants to do his best kick it impression, go down like 1 for 9, 0 for 8, and then come back and just bomb everybody.
Entry.
I liked Yanko. He had a bit of a, I guess, an NFL analogy. I know nothing about the normie games, but I think it's great. You know, a quarterback, he gets a chance because someone's injured, comes in, impresses.
It's kind of how it works in World, really.
Yeah. And this is obviously what Kickit understands. Not only is he putting himself on the market, right? He also can play some good counterstrike here, and maybe that dialogue can shift. Who knows how long Norbert's going to be out for?
Yeah. Norbert's like right now rapidly Googling like any sort of homeopathic remedies he can rub on his hand. Any sort of voodoo will do.
Well, P9s are plenty here. This is not a full buy, it's a partial. Max loss bonus is in play. This time a nade stack at the ready. Twist, hello. Oh, they missed one of them there.
If Twist had caught another stack nade, I think he'd have actually punched a hole in his monitor. Slow this one down. Now, they have gone for a 2-man long setup, so I'm intrigued to see what their reaction is to the play here, because I've just watched Jame and Mir go back to spawn to pick up nades. So it is only Fame here. He's pulling pins, he's trying to show presence, implying that there's more than one.
Diligent Yuto, but this is the next clear that's quite difficult. He should have to wait for Mir here to set him up with a flash.
Looks like it's coming. Or not. Dry and dead. Can't lose the bomb. Mir won't swing. Oh, maybe he will off the flash. They weren't ready for it, but Rops was. Nails it second. And now VP, they're in trouble. Oh, and naded down to 30 as well. So Jame, he's walking wonky. And they've got control of the bomb as well. That smoke does not do them any favors. He's got to keep his eyes on the prize.
Nobody's coming to help Rain and Rops here. They're just letting them take this fight on their lonesome.
2 confirmed here next to Rops here, and he's going to use that smoke catch. The timing Jame is holding. And catches it perfectly. This is a round Rops can be proud of. A triple kill on the half buy to get FaZe there first. And it's not a guarantee. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee. Rops has nailed them.
He's got so much done with this. He might even go for the ace here. They know where Kickit was.
Let him off the leash.
In the backyard. He got the kill onto Kerrigan. That freed Rops and Rain up to try and isolate that final duel. And now with 18 seconds left, I don't even think they need to deal with Kickit. And that's the round that they're going to get on the board to break the streak.
A la FaZe.
Yeah, and that right there, it felt like it didn't have to go down that way. You're mentioning Mir with the bomb overextending in that scenario. It was Rops that was there and not Rain, the traditional A holder. I think maybe they thought maybe the MP9, we can just isolate this fight. But overzealous from VP, and it is going to cost them. Still plenty of cash for a buy.
Oh, dude, they left with 4 rifles.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
I mean, in terms of, you know, managing the economy, that's going to be a nice little injection of not only confidence, but finances. Timeout called. VP have called this one, so we're going to be seeing Dastan on that mic.
Yeah, and he should be happy with how things are trending so far. They have a residual buy available, maybe even 2. I should see James AWP come out here as well. So, yeah. Well.
Really played this beautifully, didn't he, Robs? Especially this last one. So just entering that smoke on his own kind of timing, inner timing, catching flip, pushing through it. Yeah, big smile on his face. Good vibe, Tribe. FaZe find their first.
Well, that's going to change if they lose this follow-up. Let's see here if they're able to...
With 3 AK-47s, it's the most even the playing field's ever going to be.
And, yeah, full util, diffuse kits, everything they need and more here. Actually, Robs is being freed up to play over towards A here.
Interesting. Where does that put Rain?
He's going to start over towards B after a monster smoke. Mr. Robin Cool tucking himself in towards connector. So this is them being scared of a B play. Instead of having Rain playing A map, they're allowing Brokey to be the sentinel with the AWP here. See if Fame wants to test this again. He has Mir alongside once more.
We're going to run boost in. What's Brokey got for us? Yet to find anything. 0 ADR. Oh, and spotted. You see that counterstrike in the air there, Super Mario style.
He knows the run boost, so can confirm at least 2. And now that James is posted, they can waltz on up, apply a bit more pressure towards the upper bathroom in combination with Flit, who is still somewhat worried about Connector.
They're walking up.
First stage of bathroom should be theirs.
Oh, Brokey. That was a must hit. Flit, a great contribution, is 9th as well. He is head and shoulders above the rest of his squad right now. After conceding 8 opening deaths in Inferno, still converting.
He's coming quick.
Kerrigan and Rain to be tested. A lot of bodies on long side, trying to play anti as Rain.
He's dead.
Swing through. He should be a dead man. Is now. VP are about to send FaZe right back to economic despair. Unless Rops and Twist can actually go for this one, it doesn't seem like Twist is interested. Rops just getting one and done.
The flank was too late there from Rops, right? If he was maybe 5 seconds, and that's a lot. That's a lifetime in Counter-Strike. He was way off the pace in that moment, and even trying to hunt, take Twist rifle away, you can already see Flit springing into action. Twist now playing the game, trying to find a safe haven. May have just found that avenue, but as I mentioned, the smiles, they're going to turn into grimaces once more.
Something to celebrate at the bare minimum.
Yeah, and like Brokey 0 and 5, an AWPer on overpass is key. You really need him to at least, even if it's just 1 kill, to maintain territory or to at least fill them with at least the worry.
The way in which the Flit peaked him as well, that's the way you peak someone that you're expecting a rifler. You're expecting another rifler. Brokey had just fired off a shot on long. He was very quick to have rotated to the toilets at in that timing. And so in order to just kind of, miss his opportunity, he's going to be really kicking himself. I'll remind you, single elimination FaZe after winning the first map in impressive fashion.
Second timeout now for FaZe. And again, they have everything they need and more to have a competitive round here. But you can see Rain, he's just waiting in the dice box, Kerrigan getting flushed out. Like, U2 was great. I think Kickit was even throwing like the drop down smoke from so deep back towards T stairs. So around that fountain area, they had the util they needed and were able to apply an awful lot of a threat. So VP felt like they returned to the same round as the previous, where they had lost the MP9, right? Because they all had gone through long. It felt quite similar in that fashion, at least with the bodies. We'll never know what the end was meant to be. T-stairs, Molly in play, extinguished. That's going to change the timer. Brokey flashed, under pressure again.
Yeah, he's not been dissuaded though. Oh, they do land that nade nicely onto the boost this time. Chipping away at Rops and Twists. Kerrigan eats the flash. Oh. Was he not spotted?
I don't think so.
He didn't pull the trigger, so it favors him in that sense.
And it's not that they're acknowledging with another nose flash, giving that another crack here. They've kind of just called it off. So
wow, okay.
It doesn't mean that that entire side is clear.
But Flit on the warpath here.
And it's forcing more rotations.
Just one man. Kerrigan will throw out the smoke.
They should see the trajectory of that.
One would imagine.
Take on A here. Couple smokes dotted. Rain's gonna get caught. Kerrigan's worried about the wrong side.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Flit, again, is just a one-man faking machine. If he gets another one. Oh my god, he's a robot. He's done it again with Flit frag. He's single-handedly selling it. There's no bomb here. It's just Flit. It's just Flit finding more frags. Flit kills 3 on A, but they committed to Kerrigan. He's dead too. And VP, this is polished. And the individuals are shining oh so bright here against FaZe. There's nothing for Twist to do. 7-1. Surely you need a timeout, throw in the towel, take a break.
Be their third if they take another already. Be their third already. And
but it's spiraling, Chad.
It is
spiraling.
Well, it's not only spiral, it's down the gurgler right now. I don't know what they can try and change here, because remember, I discussed Rain being far forward on this map playing deathmatch. Have you seen it once?
Have you seen Flit's deathmatch appearance right now? He is body bagging.
But think about how much room they're enabling for Flit here.
Yeah.
He's just being able to waltz on up and take those jewels. He's comfortable. Now, we've taken a risk here, FaZe. There's an investment into the hands of Brokey, and they need to get him started. I think Twist dropped him that AWP. They need a fire starter here, something to remember that energy we were talking about.
Exactly, yeah.
Kerrigan in the pregame interview talking about reset.
Mirage was a long time ago. And the call off of the rip was, let's walk long. And now it's only Rain spotting it with a deagle. It's not going to get information rapidly. In fact, it looks like he's just kind of called it clear and called for Brokey to come and fill that gap.
This is Brokey's best opportunity here to find some impact. This is an unknown investment.
Perhaps being a bit more lackadaisical. I say that as James looks like he's poised and ready. And now the orb is revealed. Fame. Send back to spawn. And 50 seconds for the reaction out of VP. He goes looking for the toilet frag. This could be brilliant out of Brokey. Deep clear. And investigating and nails the second shot onto Mir. Rain dead. Damage onto Flit. And nice catch from Rops as well with that rifle onto Kerrigan. Only 2 left now, and Brokey racking up the multi-kill required. It looks like FaZe have done enough, unless Flit feels like he's got an ace clutch up his sleeve. Underhand, nails it onto Brokey. He's looking sharp, but Twist at least puts him down. They'll recover the rifles as best they can. Didn't quite get their hands on a second one there, so there'll just be that AWP thrown back into Brokey's hands, but he's earned his stripes.
Yeah, and that's necessary, right? Now we just need Rain to come online. He's got 1 kill, 1 assist, 7 deaths. So that's Brokey showing what he's got, burying the teeth over towards A here finally, but now it's Rain's turn. And if they're just going to be zoned out by a lot of this utility, then sure, you can't play as aggressive. But that's the bread and butter for FaZe when things are working well. Right now, they're looking meek, they're looking timid, and Virtus.pro are looking like they are having a field day here. Third and deciding map. They had to push it here. It was 16-14 on Inferno. It was not easy. They lost their map choice. And this is a team that, I don't want to say they've been off the radar, but they've been out of the bigger tournaments for some time. We're talking about downward spirals. Well, ever since the major, things have been looking a little bit more skew-if. But right now, this is looking fantastic. And remember, the winner of this game will be taking on G2 in a quarterfinal tomorrow. And I just think if you... Well, I don't know, I guess we'd have to ask G2, but if I was G2, I would prefer to play FaZe because VP, they're just such an annoying team to play, and I mean that in the best way possible. They're gonna make you pull your hair out, you'll be fuming.
Feel kind of as helpless as possible, that's their game plan.
Well, is Brokey invigorated?
Let's find out. Still throwing aggression into the mix when you are feeling rather helpless. They nade off the door. Brokey's gone for that connector fight. Flit's playing a more passive game plan this time. It's Kerrigan that's going to be first contact here. Reacts, strafes away from the flame. Nice awareness from Kerrigan.
I love the timing of that move.
Yeah, Brokey talking a lot, aware of at least one. And that Rain Fame head-to-head elsewhere might be taking place with Monster smoked off.
It does feel like this will be the B finish based on James' investment. He didn't have to buy a Mac 10.
No, absolutely. I was just interested to see whether or not Fame's going to get the better of Rain again, trying to show presence.
I think the thing is, if you keep them turtled, right, like they are right now, then this is great for a B explode because the rotation point is going to be so far away.
Yeah, he re-smoked Monster, so it's going to be the go off this one. There's no more smokes left for FaZe Clan. Kerrigan up jail. Twist anti on the surf. Nose flashes will follow. Twist will be able to react. Can Kerrigan unload his mag? He certainly can. Now eats the flash and down he goes. Will they overlook Twist's position? Now he sprays. It's only the one. Fame has opened up the site. They have to get through Brokey though. Good quick flick needs another. Oh, not far off the mark. But Flitz dead to Rain, and Jane will not be planting. FaZe hold on. Full team ace there, every player on FaZe Clan finding a frag. And I have to reiterate that Flit's performance here is overwhelming.
It's one of these things though. It's not like it's a quiet 18, but it's 18.
10 rounds, 18 frags. And we'll see the reaction here. Who was it that caught Twist on that trade? It was Fame. And Flit, yeah, dead to Rain nicely. Okay, so 3 for FaZe. They're trying to recover the half. Could be a bit of a role reversal from our previous. Let's not forget Inferno, where we saw a 6-1 start favoring FaZe. And recover to a very even scoreline. This is different. Flit, he's already using that open door to have a glance. And yeah, not ready for Robs. Pushed on down, walks through the screen and upgrades his gun. Thank you very much.
It helps them understand the setup, but we know that VP don't really snap into action too quickly off the back of it. So with the AWP on James, and the heavy hitter Flit that we just highlighted dead, who do they turn to? Hearing a lot here, Rain.
Yeah, he's going to be communicating that. Oh, establishing the boost here. Be able to take just these passing glances at anyone trying to maneuver out towards the short water side. Seems like their attention is going to be towards the first letter of the alphabet. Of course, quick pivots on overpass, but with 40 seconds left, Rain's forward position could make or break this round. Fame staring at it. It's going to be a reaction speed test here. You can see the timer. And Fame crawls further, hinging on what Rain can do. Sees the shadow, doesn't finish the meal! Oh, adjusts into kick it. That was necessary. And now with 20 seconds, what can Mir and James do?
Oh, I think we know what that means, don't we? Bomb's loose. James just looking for somewhere to save here.
Mir's already found his position to save.
Yeah, and they'll lock this one down. But okay, so now if we're going to be talking about this comeback, 3 consecutive rounds now, but VP have already done a lot of work. 7 rounds on the T side of Overpass is more than par for the course. So if they get anything more in this half of play, there's going to be smiles, well, no, because of VP, but there should be smiles from ear to ear because this is a great T half. It is FaZe now on the back foot who are going to have to push in. And this is the team that, hey, we talk about VP being a hard team to put away historically. FaZe is the team who never give up. They always bring the comebacks, right? They've kind of made that their story over the last year, I would say, right? Maybe not making it deep in all the tournaments, maybe not winning all of them, but still a difficult team in a lot of circumstances to get on top of. Here we go again. Just how many more of these can FaZe mount? They haven't even built a big enough bank here to get a residual buy with all the trimmings. So they're still quite fragile in the finance department. Another one of those with, 3, 4, 5 players staying alive. And they can make a half out of this. Kick it to Harass, twist with a light liquor damage there. 3-1-1 on the T side.
See, that's a nice little routine between the two of them.
So much trust in the flashes there as well. There was no molly over towards the divider position, so just the flashes to usher Mir across the clear out connector with Flit. But util now extremely light on.
Yeah, so they have at least party first stage of toilets under Fame's remit. This 3-man stack going to be tested with a barrage of nades. Molly on that pillar is well placed. No commitment on this, but it is forcing FaZe's very little remaining util to be burned through. Oh, wow, look at that one onto Robs. Shoulders, 60 damage from utility. Rain,
30 seconds now.
Gotta stay focused. He's about to be tested. He's on an island. The rotate's gonna be on its way, but he has to delay, and that's another success from Rain. Here's another. Rain audible on James. Nice from Flit. Emerges out victorious. A 4-on-4 as they commit to the side with 15 seconds left. Brokey, hyper-focused, needs to nail the first shot he takes. Strafes out, and it's Kickert that knocks him down. Twist good for one, but Fame bodyguarding. They need to be planting now. Flit, what are you doing? Crosses across, that could have been it. The bomb would have been loose, but instead Robs doesn't finish, and now Kerrigan thrust into the 1v2. Is he considering long? Fame's back is turned. Flit now confirms it. He's got an idea as to where one of them resides. We'll take the fight onto Flit. Is he ready for long? It's not planted directly for him. Could get panicky. Oh, the damage. He gets him to 8 HP. The nade could be brilliant. Fame catches it. Kerrigan clutches it. And FaZe continue their spree. 4 rounds consecutive. This comeback is on.
All right. Kerrigan, you can see that one. That's going to fire up the team here. Leader happy with that one, and that was under pressure. He came up with the flank, he gets the kill. He's the reason they couldn't plant default, and they're scrambling across towards Truck, but then identifying where both players are, the HE perfect.
Oh my God, it was 7 seconds. 7 seconds as Flit was forced to go wide.
You see, Kerrigan's kill comes into Jame, and then they realize we can't play in Dice. If I die Dice, Kerrigan wins the round. It still wins it regardless here.
Okay, that makes more sense. It felt like it was just a complete misread. But no, with Kerrigan in the feed, it's understandable.
It would have been really disappointing if we had another one of these games that go 3 maps just to be a whimper, right?
Yeah.
This is good to see a bit of a fight coming out of FaZe here. We saw against the Na'Vi Furia game. I feel like Furia somewhat disappeared come map 3.
Nice from Kerrigan, the Extinguish might slow them down. No, they're committing. This is a full all-in. Look at the time. They're already full committing. 4 into the site already. Kerrigan, good for the first. Trades off at the kick it, and it's a double out of Kerrigan on the Org. Fame will keep it level. Robs Robs will use these smokes. Perhaps he can peek around. Rifle found for Flit. He can't adjust the spray. Robs does well. Advantage FaZe. Can they really find another? Kerrigan clutch, reinvigorating the squad. Goes wide on this. Robs does damage to Jane, but it's not the frag he was hoping for. Just the two of them then. Rain and Brokey. Oh, spots out Jane. Hard shot though for the AWP, and Rain can't finish the job either. Does so eventually. And Fame in a clutch now. Can he respond in kind? Doesn't have bullets or health, and another for FaZe. Racking them up.
Okay, just 2 more rounds here in this half. We're going to determine very shortly who's going to walk away with the lion's share of the rounds. But another close one. You reminded us of Inferno and how the late stage of that first half went. It was VP bringing things back. Now it's FaZe's turn. And look, if Flit just disappears here, remember, it was Rain, it was Kerrigan in that first half of Inferno. Banana control, banana control, banana control. Well, if Flit cools a little bit too much, and that's not, he's done his job, but if he cools and nobody else is contributing, FaZe can end up winning this half. Sure, 8 on overpass, not great, but better than what it felt like they were worth.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sensational start out of VP, but finding their legs now of FaZe.
I think Rain as well has had a lot of impact in these bathroom fights. It hasn't been aggressive with the aim map or deathmatch style, but it's definitely been these smoke fades. He's gotten the better of a few individuals here, and they have been difference makers in these A crawls out of VP.
Lurk smoke.
Quite confident here that it might be an A play. They played Rops, upper bathrooms, Rain alongside. Brokey is going to be the flex player here with the AWP.
Oh, it's because they just locked down that all-in on B.
And now Rain is feeling himself, right? This is what you would normally expect.
Jane spots out Jane. Oh, Jane gets away on a scrap of health. Him and Flit are bleeding out. How do they recover this round? They've got 40 seconds, and it seems like this is the commitment. A single flash and go. Catches Kerrigan. Progress made. Frag found. Twists on the barrel's position. Finds Fame. Oh, Kerrigan. Good headshot as well. The rest are low. It should be easy. It's not easy, though, for the AWP. It doesn't matter if you've got low HP, because Rain and I think it was Brokey to find those final 2 to tie us up at 7-7.
Yeah, going into this last round, VP with the max loss bonus. No plant coming in here, meaning we're talking about 3.5 across the board. Flit with the high end on 4K. So they can buy. And they have to buy, with it being the last round, but the momentum shift. There's a big change here. Pistol rounds, haven't been a whole lot of those for VP throughout this series, but they've managed it here on overpass, and good trading. That's been one of the keys, I think, for VP in a lot of these rounds. They've had some good trading moments there, but not enough.
Can they leave with the lead? Let's find out. Rain throws aggression into the mix. Yeah, he's found himself right when FaZe's needed him. And he gets away scot-free. Oh, spotted on the divider. He's so low, he could be susceptible. He's chosen to go forward on this. Yeah, Rain actually catches another one. They weren't expecting him to try and take the fight, knowing he's low. Kerrigan on to kick it through the monster tunnel, and now up to Brokey. Loses his head. Flit, if he could find Kerrigan, he's got the bomb site. Kerrigan now noted. Flit scary, intimidating force. 21 frags in this first half. And from behind, Rops will find him, leaves it all onto Jane. And Kerrigan will catch him, surely. That's an 8-7 half. What an insane recovery. It was looking so good. Virtus.pro, they can boast 7, but FaZe will leave the half with the lead. And a must-win game. One of these teams is going home. VP and FaZe in a final half to separate them. We've gone the distance, and it looked like Virtus.pro, well, they looked like they had it in the bag to start things off. FaZe were helpless after a good pistol and a good slew of rounds. VP managed to net themselves 7 in the first 8 rounds. Well, FaZe responding kind and actually show some tenacity and some resilience that's necessary in a cutthroat single elimination bracket that we have here. This is the last game of the round of 16, and we've got some quarterfinals coming up after this.
Yeah, there's been 2 key players throughout this map here. I would have to say Flit, 10 kills above anybody else on his team, 21 in total, and then Kerrigan with that clutch. Maybe a bit of a momentum shifter here as we turn to the pistol round. How much has the leader done? It was Inferno. You felt he was desperate. He was trying to get them across the line. More aggressive maneuvers when the chips were looking down.
He saved him on multiple occasions. It's been an exciting affair. Let's see if this final half delivers in a similar capacity as we head into our pistol. Or Virtus.pro find both, or will we split it down the middle?
You can see with this type of pistol around here for FaZe, they're hoping to see if there's like an aggressive maneuver or a stack somewhere across the site. Rain searching over towards A. He's got that P250. Kerrigan's got a smoke and a flash to deal with. So that is the investment. Other than that, Kevlar across the board. Long call clear. Nobody contesting over towards the party position as well. So this might change the strategy. How much room can we get? VP are the type of team, as you discussed on Inferno, who love to gamble. This is another map where 1-4 setups are very prevalent, at least at the start of the rounds for the CT side. And now, with the silent crawl, contact yet to be found, how close do they get before the go from Kerrigan?
Yeah, the smoke and the flash combo. It's James that's supposed to call for a backup, and he hasn't seen anything yet. Rain goes in looking, and now James confirmed he might need some help. Doesn't shy away from another fire off the shot, but they're committing. Opts for bankside as they are in. Brokey dice. Let's see if that plant goes uncontested. No one can really rotate through. There's 3 of them still on B. Now they'll try and trundle over to the site for the retake, and James nails Brokey. It's going to get uncomfortable for FaZe if they lose. Kerrigan as James. He's nailing his headshots. Twist his next victim as James pulls his team into the lead, looking to take both pistols in this game. In this map, only Rain, too many bodies, too many men. VP take it. And that is gorgeous play out of VP.
It feels like the lack of resistance lured FaZe into taking that fight.
Sweet.
They wanted some real estate, right? And you can maybe understand why. Do they have a smoke? Do they have a kid? If we evacuate the site and they get in towards Dice and we have to take the jewels at range versus the USPs, hold up, we're just going to feed JM a couple of tiny ones. Bang, 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 and in they go.
Is that not a tilter though, Chad, considering the way in which that went down? Like, the death of Brokey, sure. The death of Kerrigan, it sucks. But at that point, you just feel like you've kind of given them the way back in.
Oh, definitely so, right? Because it was up to those flashes to try and brute force. If they had just played bathroom side, obviously we have that advantage, but they would have had a much better opportunity at that one. It was like easy sailing all the way up Banana, but the force buy back, this is where the difference could be made.
That's exactly my thinking. Seems like they've got a very rigid idea of where they want to play this one. Now, they did jump for info. I think Mir spotted Ro16's crawl, and so he's going to throw the nade in pursuit of him, but Mr. Cool safe up on the ledge. Exchange of incendiary. Mollied out was Kicker.
A lot of teams like to go for monster walks here. It's kind of like when we talk about nuke and squeaky door, right? It's a good position to aim map. There's certain fights that you can take and headshot angles, positions where you can just rip apart the CTs, and while they're aware that there might be problems coming as they've siphoned through an awful lot of this utility, the key right now is these leftover smokes, and there's one of them. So a redeploy of a monster smoke will hold them at bay for roughly another 20 seconds here.
It's interesting, they started 4-1. James actually gone to rotate to fill that long gap after the timing in his head feels like it could be occupied. So there is only 3 here to receive them, but certainly a weapon advantage.
Huge problems here. There's another redeploy, and there's one more from James, and he can do this from the A site. So, right, you can see him jumping here in case they need it over towards A, but he can always throw this. In about 10 seconds, Kicker's going to say, hey, fading.
And James will say, smoking. They're going for short side entrance, though, and just like that, Kicker mows down 2. Robs with a response. They're in front of the smoke. Full commit. Flit. Can you really get more done? 21 frags. He falls back. Goes wide and finds Kerrigan. Brokey dead as well to James, and this is all for naught. FaZe kept at bay by the smokes and found by that double out of Kicker and James.
Oof, and no plant here, so that one is going to sting. That momentum that they were able to pick up with the 7-round spree to close out the first half of play has been halted, and you mentioned both pistols. First time VP have been able to do that in this series, and it's come at the most opportune time.
So that's so far 4-1 every time off the rip from VP.
They're going to start 2-3 now.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a kind of a way in which you can get an idea as to if there is only one? You just have to take some gambles?
Yeah, I think normally on more low-buy rounds, they're going to probably pay 4-1, and this is not that example, but James close connector here with the MP9. He wants to farm up. He will be able to buy an AWP in the next round, assuming that they win this one. So I think that James, this would be probably one of his more active rounds.
Fame gets the info. He's going to be happy with that one. And FaZe, we know they're notorious for these quote-unquote unwinnable rounds and converting them, but down in the dumps on this one. No armor. Already lost twists. And there is a potential frag to be had on Jame, but it's instantly traded. Good work back from Fame.
You'd love to find one more here, just to try and keep things a little bit humble, but with Ro16 and Kerrigan already chipped away at, Kerrigan on 65, Ro16 on 45, and up against 4 rifles. Don't see this one happening. Kick it, takes the first exchange, he's getting a rotator back, and well, out of ammo now. But job done, bomb loose, Rops to find, and smoked off, so if there was any chance for an engagement, it will have to wait. May as well search for something here, Rops. It's unlikely he finds anything, but as I mentioned, a kill would be nice. Not just for the stats, but it is still early on in this second half. As there you have it. 3-0 start out the gates. Do you want to take a timeout early if you're FaZe? Do you want to try and set the record? Do you want to have a discussion of how we want to proceed forward? Because you know that James is going to have an AWP. He just rocked out with an MP9. He's going to reinvest right now. It's going to be 100% you're up against an AWP. It wouldn't be any doubt in my mind if I was Kerrigan.
Extinguish and go, says Brokey. Wants to, get themselves out playground early, but yeah, there's a nade as well. Well placed onto Rain. Limping, Robs tagged up as well. VP looking very strong on this defense already. The nade doesn't look far off the mark. Saved by the tunnel there.
Yeah, Kerrigan over towards B here to help out Robs look for a little bit of space.
Everyone's getting peppered here.
That was through the wallbang as well from Mir, right?
I think so, yeah, twist, I think you're right, through the condor. We're talking about birds.
Or the discontinued aircraft. Well, standard A space util lobbed out here. Rain and Brokey with Kerrigan to make this space, but you can see VP in a very strong setup here. Unlike Inferno, you know, we're talking about playing in the dark. It's still hard to just play from sight, but I think this map is a bit more convenient to transition.
Yeah, it's an effective smoke. You can walk up against the typical AWP line, but they've responded with the deep toilet smoke as well. So Rain, he'll tuck himself in. Eat that flashbang. Well-placed utility. VP, this is definitely looking well-drilled. They are not looking like a team that wants to be going home on the second day of play in their first game of Gamers8.
Rain's using this against them here.
Yeah, he could. Lurking through it. Need a distraction, need a flashbang. They're going to go on this. And look at the timing. Oh, Fame gets 3. Sprays down FaZe as easy as that as another round comes home for VP. 4 rounds now on the trot, and this was the first gunny.
Yeah, it's a bit remiss of me here, but I should have been highlighting just the shortcomings of FaZe's T-side throughout this series so far. You think of Inferno, it got very desperate on Mirage. We had to highlight the Rain 1-on-3, as well as that round they got done with the Deagles and the set-piece smokes. So here, now that they've been blanked, 4-0 start, no plant again, and Rops on the save. Those woes have really come back to haunt them here, and this is one of the hardest T-sides out of all maps in Counter-Strike at the moment, no doubt about it.
Yeah, which is what makes that VP 7-round haul so impressive.
Yeah, and that came with the pistol and the conversions and staying on top of the economy, where you keep them in the tumble dry, right? You're forcing them into saves or lighter buys. And remember how Brokey started this game. What was he? 0-6, 0-7, unable to find any traction. And then he did come alive, and it wasn't just him. He did have other members contributing here as well. But this is it. It can't be Kerrigan at the top of the scoreboard. His players need to step up and be counted for.
Fame, he took a gamble there, goes for early info and spots a majority of FaZe. Missed shot from Brokey's scout.
Pretty direct out the gate here from FaZe.
Yeah, well, James got his AWP, and I think this is the kind of shot he likes to take, but he's actually looked away from the angle and given it up. Heads back to the site, realizes that there could be a potential for a full squad just walking in on him. Takes it at range. Interesting pre-aim. So it's for the potential jump up as well as getting info on the strafe out.
Boost.
Oh, wow. Someone got dinged. Fame. Hit by Kerrigan. That's enough of a distraction, though, that you can see Robs has managed to get quite far forward here on long. Is there a world where Fame doesn't check it? They're going to get caught off guard. There's too much pace on this. It's brilliant.
Oh, no.
James jumps away. Look away. They didn't check Fame. Oh, it's a disaster for FaZe Clan. And surely now VP can close this one out. There's kick at flank coming. Low HP. Missed shot from James. Maybe there's hope after all.
They're so low.
They're very vulnerable. One player can do it all here. Mir could be that candidate. Don't forget that flank from Kickert. Yep, he's connected, and so has Mir. Just like that, another round fall through FaZe's fingers.
Oh, that overlooking that position, right? That is really going to come back to sting Rops. He's so close to the monitor, I'm sure he probably didn't even see it, right? We see how close he is able to sit to that screen. And that one there, that might come back to bite them here. If they were able to contribute in towards the side with the AK, get the double kill, okay, that's safe, worth its weight in gold. But now, third timeout, Neo, his opportunity here to try and rally the team because it's a 4-round difference, and FaZe really struggling here. Closest round so far has been 2 kills in any given round of the 5. And this is it. You see Rops just glued on that position. The trade takes way too long to come on in. At that point, low on the site, mincemeat, made light work of, and job done for James and Fame.
It took FaZe 5 rounds to get started on their first half. Well, now 5 rounds deep into the second, will FaZe be able to match that? Second gun round, must-win game. We're all aware of the stakes.
Well, this would be the biggest upset of the round of 16.
It most definitely would be. Considering, I mean, what world rankings, I think FaZe by HLTV standards are at number 5, I think, as if memory serves. VP, I think they're in the teens. So a discrepancy there, but VP definitely, you know, showing just what they're capable of. And James, good for it onto Rain, goes wide on long. They note the AWP, but already feels like that FaZe tailspin continues. Their woes continue. Rops ahead of the util. Perhaps there's more to be done. Oh, he nearly nails them both. Flit at 10 HP on that one. 2 body shots just shy of the third.
The double there, completely different round. Okay, it's still on. Touchdown from Twist. Flit gone. 3v3, plenty of time on the clock. util sparing for both teams. Kerrigan will go investigate. They know where the AWP was, and Mir offers himself up.
Yeah, I couldn't quite believe it. And Brokey had the bomb as well. Had he been caught off guard by that audacious push, we would have been seeing Twist have to try and find that again.
But they know that this is the 2A defenders.
They do.
Are they going to overthink this here?
They are walking into Famous.
This is a wedge they got to get past.
James. Twist nails the headshot. Seems like FaZe, true to trend, will be finding their first gun round and first round on this T side now. James, by the flash and the smoke, he's not going to be able to go for that wallbang on Dice, and Brokey would have been susceptible to it given his HP.
And this should be it here. Even with the smoke on the fade, James not going to give this a look.
No.
He's going to be coming out left eye with the AWP in his hands. They know the position. You saw that util come in as soon as the scope. I think Kerrigan was close enough towards the truck to hear it at the time. And James just looking to do a little bit of damage here. So, as you ordered, 5 rounds, down the drain, and then FaZe rock up. It's about consecutive here. So we'll draw it back to just a 3-round game. James just still hanging around, hoping for a bit of something. Doesn't have a kit, so absolutely no hope in this one here. Twist with a double kill in this one, and yeah, really, we talk about it again. Rop's probably worth 2 in that position, but Twist will make good on the promise there with the HE. No timeout necessary for Darsan. You can see him looking cool as a cucumber there. Got a lot of major winners in the server here today, don't we?
We do.
An entire team, and then you've obviously got the 3 of Virtus.pro. It's Flit, Fame, and James for the uninitiated. Actually, kick it as well. What am I talking about?
Sure. Oh, Robs didn't choose to extinguish. He paid a heavy price for that. Guess he wanted to have the element of surprise. That's squandered now as he sprays out the mag, and 30 HP for him. As you said, consecutive is compulsory. And at this point in time, there is 3 towards this B site. And Brokey, he's going to be set up to try and catch anyone transitioning back towards the monster side. Is that something they dare brave? One Heaven, that's clear. One Barrels, that's made clear. Brokey's getting a lot of information based off of trajectories now. Yeah, didn't pull the trigger. Lots of util being cycled through here, and they're looking to try and catch these players that Brokey's now noted. Boost up. A bit loud about it. Mere hearing a lot of this. And Rain has managed to crawl all the way to the mouth of toilets.
He could execute and flash him in. Oh, we'll have to respect that for now. But with the space he's been able to buy, the util could be set up in Banana here.
He might be brave enough to walk through it. He has. Oh, bloody hell, James. Caught off guard. Rox' favorite position. Rewarded as Kickert rotates out.
Wait, they're going back to B.
They're going into Flip. They're going into Flip. This could be awkward. Very, very awkward. They're running into the 3 remaining players. And Flit's going to be overlooked. Someone's got to hold him. Now he's revealed himself. They need to find someone on that frag. It's Twist for 1, but now the bomb is loose. 13 seconds. It's getting really uncomfortable, especially because Mira's hit that frag. Brokey needs to plant. Brokey needs to plant. Where is Ray? Pushes Heaven. Okay. Making it as exciting as possible.
Oh, yeah.
3v5.
That would be the worst way to go if you were FaZe there, especially after that kill from Rain. Just waltzing in, big headshot. Robs gets one. You think, no, there's nobody on the side. Of course they're rotating. Of course they're going back towards the A side.
Giga brain from Rain.
Oh,
thinking it's probably James, and he's probably thrown that util so he can check long.
But you see that from Flit in that situation. His aim looked a little bit shaky, right? And understandably so, because he could essentially win the round right there. A little bit steadier, and maybe that would have been enough. A multi-kill could have been the difference maker, but this is the opener. Massive shot. James Head pinned to the back. There's 3-on-5 situation coming down to a 1-on-1. So Flit, the nuisance, and look at them just scrambling forward. Mir, he understood the assignment, knew that he needed to put his body on the line if they wanted to win this, and getting fired up still was VP forced into a timeout. There is money there for another buy, but this game is back on, and we're talking about the woes of the T side. We're talking about consecutive necessary. FaZe have done it, but one more to break VP and tie up this game. Has to be the eco for VP in the next. If they lose this, only 2,400. So if they lose a site, I would be expecting a save.
James anti-flash wants to try and peek into Brokey, but he was ready. And that's a big contribution. I'm not sure there's...
Only his second opening kill for Brokey.
Okay. Well, he's chosen the right round to find it, considering this could break and tie us up at 12 each.
And the AWP's marooned here. It can't be picked up. It can't be wielded by somebody else. It's completely removed for the remainder of this round.
Interesting to see Fame. He drops all his util. He knows he's going to go for an all-in position and would rather have that supporting util thrown from the site. Yeah, equipped with all of it.
You spoke about these gambles from VP, Alex. There's another one coming.
Will FaZe be able to sniff it out in time? They have a man advantage, but for how long? Fame to be cleared. Kerrigan dead. No trade. The flash is good. Rain. Oh, covered by twists. So the advantage maintained, but they're still committing, and they're still hitting every head required. Flit the next challenge. You've got to get through him. Got to get through him. They combine. A double from Flit. Kickert's there, and Robs has to nail this. A one-on-one for all the marbles. He can break VP if he could just find the head, and Kickert holds on with just 3 HP. VP find 13.
The Kickert, the hero again. This guy, the impact right now, a one-on-one sure, but a round nonetheless. AWP picked up, thrown over.
Oh, this is down to the wire, down to the nitty-gritty details. Those flashes we discussed, saving Fame and the initial engagement. Look at this.
You finally saw a little bit of intensity on the face there at Dustin as well, but this is massive work right here. Flip with a double up, the support's there, the gamble pays off. They were already rotating before they knew it was the full A commit, before the U2 was there, and you see the intensity from Dustin. He's in the face of Jamie. He wants that timeout. He wants the 4th and final here.
Oh, still, yeah, it's higgledy-piggledy for the defense, despite that, just because it comes down to that one-on-one. It comes down to 3 HP. But they keep the distance between them and their adversary.
Yeah, you don't want to be broken late here on the CT side, right? Sure, you've got this range right now, and Dustin well aware of that. If you can get it done with this type of a buy, a couple of Famises in the mix, surely James is going to invest in a kit, or you would hope he's the only one with the cash, but I assume he wants to retain a little bit extra of the resources here. And he will do, so they haven't invested. Oh, he did finally. Okay, just as he left, he did buy a kit. I was going to say that could have come back to haunt them in a massive way here. FaZe, though, they're looking shook. 2,900 for them into the next short. They would need a plant to put them in that buy, and this is Kerrigan trusting in one of his stars. You can see here, Rops, you're sharp. You love a bit of a lurk, but we're going to set you up. So much pressure. Look how early they forced out. A lot of util here. Flit and Kicker under pressure. Spam back through, a little bit of flak damage done to Rops. But the net of FaZe on the default has been set. No Brokey AWP.
And no forward defense of toilets. Util now deployed, going through their crawl.
And that's wild. We just discussed Brokey with the second opening kill of the game for him in the last round, and they can't convert off the back of it.
True. 4-1 split of this defensive resources, and Flit's caught Robs. Just catches him up on the fade of that monster smoke. Wait, is there a missed smoke?
Yeah. That's just chilling in backyard.
Yo.
So something has been misthrown, but regardless, the frag has been found.
Yeah, this is a big round for FaZe. Do they really...
Again, look at the rotation
let
again.
this one slip?
It's just looking clumsy.
It is, and Flit's looking deadly.
They've got 4 players here again.
FaZe just being read like a book. And Fame, he's got the back turn of Kerrigan. This is too easy for him. This is perfect from VP. 4-5 alive off the back of the timeout. The must-win round. Twist can do nothing. Brokey would have to be the hero. Caught out, trade out, and 14 secure.
Well, I can read lips there. Hirosh and Devai probably just came at just Dustan's mouth right there. He can't take the timeout, but I think Neo has 1 left. They're not going to call it. Yeah, it has to be a half buy for FaZe with the max loss into the next. They have had these throughout every map. They have been able to win one of these rounds here with the lighter investment. But again, like VP just ahead of them. There's so many bodies to deal with. Sure, you get through 1, you get through 2. Well, everybody else is there. VP, they will not be bowled over. Strength in numbers here today, and the Polar Bear about to let out a bit of a roar. This would be upset of the round of 16, upset of Gamers8 so far.
No doubt. No diggity. And no money for FaZe. This is where VP just tighten it up. Go through your protocols. You've got the weapon advantage, utility advantage, and awareness. Look at that supporting flash as well, but Rops is going to come through the monster pipe. Kicker's going to be caught out by the pace of this. He sees him, panics. Flit in support though. You've got to get through Flit. You've got to get through him. And they do get good damage into the site. FaZe get the bomb down. Smoke on short for the retake. They've managed to get into the site, but could they possibly close it out with only Tech9? This would be true FaZe fashion, just to give themselves something to celebrate, something to hold on to. Elimination just 2 rounds away from FaZe, and it looks like this one really requires some heroics out of Tech9. Sure, the bomb's half gone, but what can you do? Up and boosted on the sandbags. Rain nails the first. They have to get onto the bomb now. Kit on Jame. Only Jame has the kit. Kickit has to cover. They have to clear. Nice shots. He's doing it a lot. He's still on the bomb. James down, and FaZe somehow leave with the round.
Another one of these low buy rounds, these half investments, again with the pistols, again getting across the line just as they need it. Still a 3-round game, but what that means to the finances. No loss bonus available here. VP, they have been bottomed out. This is what they wanted to avoid, getting broken on the home stretch. And now they're feeling it. And this is just jostling for position, being annoying, jiggling, peeking, tapping away, doing the damage they can. And flustered, Kerrigan with impact yet again here. VP down to this eco. And FaZe a chance to make it just a 2-round game, a chance to slow things down, to calm it, to take control, because throughout this, they haven't had exactly that.
Unbelievable that they've managed to make that happen.
You think now as we move down this home stretch though, these stacks from VP reading the play, being ahead of it, having the right pieces in the right places, that's still going to be a worry for FaZe.
Well, not on this case, as I say, walking in to be nice and early. Twist even catching a nice spot onto Fame and a clean headshot to boot.
Do you buy next round though if you're VP? You
What
only
are
get
they gonna have?
you only get 1900 loss, right? We can all start doing some maths
yeah,
here.
3,900 on the high end. Maybe Kickit can buy something nice and juicy.
Right, this is what they could probably opt for here. If we're talking 1900 loss bonus, he could, right? If we want to,
You know what he's gonna do.
If we want to go classic VP,
Yeah.
Kickit drops Jame and all.
Yeah, and he probably wins the round with a 3K.
Right, and that is VP in a nutshell. That is the fabric of this team. And now we're at map 3 in the final few rounds, and the game's intense. This is what a VP match is all about.
Always delivers.
They'll take you the distance, they'll take you to the finish line, and then they'll get you excited.
Absolute madness. I can't believe FaZe won round
But they were just
25.
jiggling, annoying.
Yeah,
That was, I couldn't
pestering,
believe it.
poking, prodding. Rain with that P250. He's had a lot of high-impact rounds here, and don't want to be losing your rifle there, bro. Safe.
I think as well, just trying to determine what that purchase was. So we'll kick it. Offer this up.
He's got 5K on the nose, and yes.
Oh, come on! Let's go!
So, let's see. Let's see if your crystal ball leads to a 15th for VP. This is a ballsy choice. And what's so impressive, I'm speaking ahead of this, but James consistently in environments like this where they demand something miraculous out of him, he tends to have the answer. He tends to have the remedy. And he's opted for long initially. Now, they're not going to be expecting an AWP, right? So why not be a bit more lackadaisical into long?
Well, Brokey has his, and we've seen this from FaZe. More often than not, they love to...
Oh my god, they're going straight into him dry.
Run boost. This is so classic.
He has no idea.
Okay, well, the space is theirs. But what do you do with it now? On the other side of the map, there's still a couple of smokes in play. The pistols can lock down towards B, but that's not the problem. James, you're going to have to do some combat AWPing very shortly here.
Audible from Rops. He hears the jump spot.
If they execute with all the util, all the advantages they have here, Alex, James shouldn't be able to do anything. He might even get blindsided.
Yeah, he hasn't checked long in a while.
Well,
Still super worried. They give him the warning and the util, but what's he supposed to do? There's an AWP! Spotted out, tagged on down, and they might just have to save that AWP. The rest of them...
Protect the president here.
Exactly, protect the VIP. Because FaZe will close this gap to a one-round game.
Rops has got the door sealed somewhat.
They're coming his way. High focus, need them both. They surf into him and he's getting seconds, not thirds. MIR? He's gotten one back. That's a rifle, and that's the AWP. He gets away with it, bodyguarded by Mir. A second as well. A Tutov twists tongue as he cuts his thumb.
You can get over there and try and find that rifle. They go grab another one.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah, I mean, they've sweetened the deal. They've definitely managed to make the best of a bad situation.
Get kick at something. He dropped that AWP. Help him out.
$250, and there it is. There's his gift.
Oh, this is... Look,
it's worked out.
Considering the circumstances, they obviously still need to get themselves up to the magic number of 15. It's just a one-round game right now, but look, it's classic VP, and James saves the AWP, and back into the den.
Back into the DJ set.
Wow, this has gone the distance here today. We still have another series, everybody. Simple versus Zywu, Vitality versus Na'Vi coming up next, and that has the potential to be another absolute banger. Spinks, Flames, the Apex, Magisk, Zywu up against the new international Na'Vi.
This is a big round, Chad. Massive ramifications attached to the next 1 minute and 40 seconds.
But somehow FaZe have dug themselves out of this. And again, with just these pistols, and now they even have the economy, if they lose this, to have another buy. I wouldn't say it's a luxury, but it's definitely a buffer that they didn't have previously.
God, the pressure on the leader to make a call at this stage in a best of 3.
I just think if you're going to rotate late against VP, it feels like they're going to have your number.
Yeah. But also going in direct when you know they gamble early, it's a bloody nightmare.
Well, right now they're stuck in a pretty standard setup. And very passive out the gates. This is what we were discussing on Inferno. We just saw Fame and Mir over towards Pit round after round. Well, this time it's a passive setup on A. Mir will be the linchpin of the rotation point to help out either site.
They're boosting. This could be Kerrigan's demise. Oh! Accidentally baits the shot, confirms it. What are you doing, Kerrigan, once more? And Rain's walking up. Jane will jump, doesn't get the info. It all hinges on Rain, really. They're going back to B, but gets the info on Jane, keeps his feet planted. Another spotted 2 on that A site, forces a rotate of Mir as well. If they can strike now, it's up to this fight with Rops and Kickert. It's back turned. Nice find from Kickert again with impact. Twistworth entering the site, but not looking for Flit. They hit the shots. Kerrigan holds on. It's only Kerrigan. A 1 versus 3, and he's caught by Flit. 15 in the bag, and FaZe 1 round away from elimination.
Another hard-fought round here, and you mentioned it all on Rain. That comes down to the minutia there, the tiniest of details, and that is it. I think Neo has just called the final timeout here of this last map. Timeout number 4 for FaZe, and this is one of these moments. Just have a drink, have a sip of water, center yourself. You don't even have to say an awful lot here. You've probably likely got the call that Kerrigan wants to run with, but you've been here once, you've been there before. Neo, mouth moving. Absolute counterstrike legend right there. Well, let's see if he's got another legendary timeout. can assist his boys to get across the line here. VP, are you really going to eke them out in the final throws of this? And there's that kill from Fame, just playing that truck line. Has been actually troublesome for FaZe. I think Flit was playing that position in some of those gamble stacks towards A as well, so just getting a lot of damage done from there.
Big round, and James takes a chance. An aggressive stance on the AWP. Rain starting his project.
They've been passive the entire time.
Yeah, and he flirts with aggression, but you can see that they're not going to overcommit it. You don't want to be caught out, caught short in a round that can determine the entire best of 3.
Well, they've been able to get this long space again here. So we've seen Rain waltz up before and get awfully close. We've seen rounds with impact and rounds where he's fallen flat.
Interesting angle. It's not one that they'll be particularly anticipating. He jumped for the info. I don't know how that flows.
Which way did the info
go
there?
Precisely. Well, Mir's reaction kind of implies it was spotted by the jump.
Yeah, and that molly as well confirms that they did see something, so feeling the pressure.
Constantly, look, they're in rotation and movement. They're not sure where the fight and commitment's coming from. James flashed, smokes, mollies. FaZe are committing, the cavalry charging. It's about to be a brawl. 5 versus 5 for all the marbles. This could be the last round FaZe play at Gamers8. And the last 20 seconds, it's Twist that draws first blood. A nade looks good, caught out by Mir on the spam. A 4-on-4 retake.
No flank.
Brokey focused on the dice box. He's got 2 that will exit through the bank side. He's got support from Rain, holding towards the trash can. Time ticking. VP, will they commit to this? Will they commit? Or will they play for the final round? This is Virtus.pro, after all, the full 30. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe live to see one more round at the minimum.
Oh, and the silent descent as well. FaZe hanging around, just thinking, is this going to be the last-minute retake? That's not the case. The 1900 lost into the next. There's money for the drop. James, he can hook up Fame. They can go for another gun run. We're going to have everything we need and more for round 30. And this is exactly how you want the game to end. You don't want one team just down to pistols, one team on the full buy. You want everybody to have all the goodies here. We either get it done. Another 16-14 victory for VP. We're going to overtime, baby. Remember, no timeouts left either, so there's not going to be any opportunities for these guys to take a bit of a breath here. Invest everything, drop flashes at spawn, leave yourself a couple of extras. Everybody get the defuse kits, the head armor, all the good stuff. It's all out, it's all purchased, and we are back underway. And I really feel, Alex, VP should play aggressive and stay aggressive towards A. It's the change-up that they haven't gone for, but they're not operating on that assumption.
Oh, but to take that kind of chance and to deviate from your norm in a must-win round, otherwise it's OT again.
It's a gamble regardless. Look where James off to here.
Ooh.
See, they haven't gone with anything standard, so they're going to try and set James up for picks over towards B with this AWP, which means they need to play on the front foot.
This is all hanging on that first exchange. So the setup really requires Fame to be hyper-aware of both the toilet crawl and that long work.
They've been able to get this long space almost every single time.
And they like to do it audibly. You know, if they don't fire off shots, they'll throw nades.
We saw on the last round of Inferno, the risk. Remember, they stacked B with the rifles, and James played A with the solo AWP. So right now, I was expecting to see more risks come out of James here with the type of calling, but he's just on a bit of a string here. Kerrigan pulling him across the map.
Mir's cheating over as well, and oh, they
That's
know.
the bomb, that's the bomb!
Woof! That could have been Brokey's last round. Fame forward now. James joins him. Oh, spotted out. Kerrigan's in trouble. He's gone down. Is this really it? James posted perfectly for the long fight. Rain's a dead man.
30 seconds.
Shadow betrays him. They're going to have to hit something. It's going to have to be B. Mir knows it. James knows it. They're cheating over. And this is all on a 3v5. Flit's in the perfect position to collect, as is Kickert. Mir's already done it. And FaZe looking to be eliminated in the first game they play here at G8. Just 2 of them left. No time for this. No hope. And no players. Only Rops with 10 seconds left. And Virtus.pro knock FaZe out in a full 3-map affair. Every single round on Overpass. It's theirs.
Virtus.pro delivering exactly what we expected from this team. They will grind you down to an absolute pulp. Back-to-back maps, stealing Inferno away from FaZe to keep themselves in this series. Overpass started so strong. Flit, he was off to the races in the early stages of the T side, just looking like an absolute monster, but lacking with FaZe. The energy was here, the clash of styles, but right now, VP, they're gonna hold their head high. They have just set themselves up for a quarterfinal against G2 tomorrow.
Virtus.pro, a lot to be proud of and a lot learned as well. FaZe Clan, they had glimmers of brilliance and quite the opposite as well. Goes both ways. Virtus.pro, they reign supreme. And individuals, lots of them shining bright. I have to say, Kickers it may not be statistically standing out, but in terms of impact, in terms of what he was doing for the team, in terms of his utility usage, he was on the ball and a big reason why VP have taken the W.
Oh, Norbert is even here with them, giving the high five to the team. A big win for VP. We're going to throw down to James on the sideline. I think he's got Dustin for an interview.
That's right, Chad. I do have Dustin with me here. And, well, VP managed to survive it. You keep it close. You keep it exciting. But I want to ask you to start off with, in terms of having so much time to prepare and get ready for FaZe, did the game plan kind of work out the way you expected? Was this what you were hoping for?
We play against Kerrigan a lot. We playing against him whole our career. We kind of understand some of their plays, and even if we don't play against them a lot, but we used to play against them a lot of big matches previously, and it's helping us a lot.
زي ما تشوفون معنا داس اعزائي المشاهدين من فريق في بي بعد فوز كان جدا كلوز من 1-0 لصالح فايز الى 2-1 لصالح في بي، لكن كان السؤال الاول نتكلم على انه هل خططكم اللي كنتم مخططين لهم جاهزين للمباراه هذه هي فعلا اللي انتم قدرتم تطبقونها؟ كان يقول انه صراحه اي، لانه خصوصا انه كيريغان نلعب ضده كثير وكنا قاعدين نلعب ضده اصلا طول عمرنا في CSGO، فاحنا عارفين وش الخطط اللي ممكن يسوونها وحنا كنا جاهزين لها، فكنا عارفين البلايز حقتهم قبل ما هم يسوونها اصلا.
I want to start by asking, though, Mirage being your first pick was the map that didn't go your way. What were you struggling with? Because once you got to the second half, there was a small fight from you guys, but really, they seemed to have control.
We lost, I think, both pistols, even if we had read, and we lost 3 crucial rounds. And it's first game, single elimination tournament, and we just, everything goes wrong. But we had opportunity to come back on Mirage. And experience helped to go to second and third map. Even, also in Inferno, it goes also very bad from start, and it was 6-1 for them. And but we managed to keep our brain in, and we were focused and take our rounds and took our rounds.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين في سؤالنا الثاني كنا نتكلم عن وش اللي صار في الجيم الاول، لانه ما ندري شلون قدروا انهم يخسرون اصلا زمام الامور في الماب الاول بالذات. كان الجواب يقول انه احنا خسرنا كل البيستل راوندز وحنا زياده على كذا 3 كروشال راوندز احنا برضه كلها خسرناهم، كانت حرجه جدا ولازم نفوزها، وزياده على كذا كان هو اول جيم وحنا داخلين بس 3 سنجل اليمينيشن، فكان عليهم ضغط مره كبير ولا قدروا انهم يلعبون بالشكل اللي هم يبونه، لكن بعدها قدروا انهم يرجعون وخلاص، وعقبها رجعت الثقه عندهم، خصوصا انه في ماب ميراج يوم انهم يعني بداوا الجيم الثقه عندهم كانت مهزوزه شوي، لكن في اوفرباس وانفرنال اصلا قدروا انهم يرجعون الامور لصالحهم، خصوصا في الماب الثاني يوم شفناهم قد ايش قدروا يتغلبون عليهم.
Now we also noticed when it comes to overpass, you were using the timeouts right towards the end, right? A key round came in when you won the round, another timeout was called. What are you saying at this point to the guys to keep them together?
I said a lot of things and what we need to do, what to expect, what we need which things we need to be focused, just to keep their minds online. Like they need to be focused and don't lose their focus. That's the main thing. But some things I can't say what I'm saying every time. But it's more about focus, be on the moment, and awareness of some things.
They are certainly focused, that's for sure. They make it work.
Yeah, definitely. زي ما شفنا اعزائي المشاهدين في السؤال الاخير كنا نتكلم مع داسن على وش اللي صار في ماب اوفر باس بالذات، لانه لوهله كنا نحسب انهم بيخسرون الجيم، فوش الكلام اللي كان يقوله للاعبين عشان يقدر انه يرجعهم الى الفورم حقتهم؟ يقول انا بس كنت اركز على انه اخليهم يكونون مركزين على اللحظه ولا يفكروا باي شيء ثاني، بس احاول اني ادعم الثقه حقتهم قد ما اقدر. في بعض الاشياء انا ما راح اقدر اقولها لكم، لكن هذا كان اكثر الاشياء اللي احنا نتكلم عنها، انه فقط تركزون في الجيم، يركزون على اللحظه هذه ويحاولون يفوزون الجيم يكونون كلهم على صفحه واحده.
Well, that's it here within this match, and we see Virtus.pro march on forward in the first upset of the tournament.
انتهينا هنا من البطوله، من اول الابست اللي شاهدناها في البطوله اعزائي المشاهدين، يكون انه في بي تغلب على فيز 2-1 حتى. خلينا نشوف ايش ممكن الاستوديو يقول.
Yeah, we're approaching that midnight hour, and by that I mean at least an hour and 10 away. It doesn't quite matter because going away is FaZe at this point.
You could have gone clock strikes midnight on FaZe.
What strikes midnight?
Clock.
Yes, the clock. That is correct, Mundo. And it's time for our STC analysis. And in doing so, Jason, how do you feel now that FaZe has been eliminated?
It's time to raise the alarms. It's time to let them ring out. This is now an issue, a full-blown problem. We've been given some passes saying they can figure it out. This is like a mental issue. Well, I don't know. This is now, I think, a real consistent, persistent problem for FaZe that they clearly don't really have a good game plan on how to figure out. So they've got to be worried. I'm worried for them on the outside. This was a well-played match from VP, especially this third map was absolutely wonderful for them. A lot of really tough decisions, and this was like the full gamut of what VP is as a team to overcome FaZe and overpass.
It's rough, Trace. And I think the problem is that you look at this particular game, and we said FaZe had a good start to each half on the first two maps.
Yep.
And now it all came tumbling down, right? You look at the first half, 7-1 lead for VP. Second half, they kicked off 7-2 lead. 14-3 just at the start of the first two halves. Needed only 2 rounds on the CT side remaining to close out the game, and that's what they were able to do. And it's rough because you look at the CT side for FaZe to open up this game, and Rain and Broky just were not on the server for the first 7 or 8 rounds.
Yeah.
You know, it's missed shots, it's losing duels where you probably have the advantage, you know, a 70-30 duel in your favor, and you can't end up converting the kill. Like, that mattered a lot compared with one change of pace call from Jame in round 5 to rush Monster, which worked out perfectly for VP, and that was it. By the time FaZe woke up or Rain and Broky more so woke up in the first half, I mean, VP already got all the rounds they needed.
I think kind of the cool thing about this too is, like, if you go all the way back to the pre-match interview that was hours and hours, maybe even days ago, that was with Fame, he even said, like, this is going to be a clash of styles, right, between VP and FaZe. Well, in this third map, we've got the stereotypical rounds that both teams bring out, like the desperate low buy from FaZe that they win over at that B bomb site with the Tech 9s and the P250, and then later on, you get that hero op dropped over to Jame. He falls back to save the op, and they end up scraping together 2 more AK-47s out of it, which set up their economy for what, the last 3 rounds they had to play?
Told you, even the 15-13 round, right? Like, they're playing more passive towards A. FaZe is coming. It's a 4v4, and they're like,
yeah,
maybe there's a
flirting
way
with the idea,
like, if they try and they get 1 more kill, but they're just like, hey, we're at 15. We need to win 1 round.
Yeah.
Do we have a better chance of winning this 4v4 with the bomb down for them and they're in position?
Or just resetting.
Or just play the next round and play a 5v5. Because if you go for it and you end up losing, then you have pistols for the last one and it goes into overtime. And I told you, like, that's like other teams would go for it and they to go to OT, and who knows what happens. VP is going to save and they're going to eke it out 16-14, and that's what they were able to do.
Yeah, you think about what, there were eight people alive left at the end of that round, if I remember right.
This team just wins games in, like, the margins. That's why it always gets so close. They just those last couple steps, they always just kind of grab them here and there, round after round, just grab that one extra, the inch. You add up all those inches at the end of the day.
You get a mile.
And I think, listen, and FaZe won again one of those rounds with the pistols, right? And that gave them a lifeline, because that should have been
should have been
on match point there, like 15-10 up, right? Instead it went to 14-11. But even with all of that from FaZe, the economy, the loss bonus started mounting up for VP, and it's so hard. Like, that's the worst position to be in, to have to come back on T side, doesn't matter the map, on T side against VP when they're playing CT. Because James just has, I feel like he has better understanding than anyone how big of a gamble to take in terms of stacking. And there's a level to the economy where it's like, the loss bonus plus the amount of guns you save, and if you do it like 2 rounds in a row, you have buys 3 rounds in a row until the end of the game, right? If you're on the CT side. Like, there's an extra layer there of mats that you can do when it comes to Counter-Strike, which I feel only he does.
Yeah, and you know, it's just like an onion, layers. That's exactly right, Yanko. I think you've nailed that spot on.
And cakes.
Yeah. Yes, cakes. Cakes also have layers. Also, certain hairstyles have layers. The earth has layers. Where do we stop? Who knows? But I can tell you this. The Kyria MVP is going to be Flit for this matchup. And in that notion, Jason, I know that you said he had a great game in that second map, but really came to life, really came to his own.
Yeah, he actually a little bit of a slow start in this series, but here on Overpass, he was so important. This T side, he was a guy causing so many problems for this FaZe defense, just obliterating them at the A bomb site a number of times, really making this defense spread thin, allowing James to really work this map at his own pace because he was causing so much chaos and having so much impact across the entirety of the map. So just the fact that in this third and deciding map that he steps up at a massive degree and gives them, it delivers them so many T rounds, fair play. Take the MVP award, baby.
Flit had more kills on Overpass than he did on
first two maps
combined. Yeah. So, and out of his 30 kills on Overpass, 21 came in the first half on the T side, 130 ADR, 1.93 rating.
That ain't bad.
An absolute unit on that T side.
As they say. Yeah, he was spectacular. And I mean, I want to give, I mean, that was the great thing. He powered like a really good T side for VP. They also had a good CT side as well. As Yanko mentioned, like there were some rounds in that second half. VP just stacked the bomb sites, just perfect. Like 3 rounds in a row. They had an absolutely perfect read on FaZe of where they were going, where they were heading, and just always being in prime position. And man, FaZe just got suffocated in this.
Yeah.
And it's rough because like FaZe likes to, Kerrigan likes to run those sometimes late fakes, right? He was trying, he didn't get the proper reads at the correct, like when he's trying to sort of throw a mini fake late into the round and go to the opposite bomb site, that's when VP would sort of either make an information play or they had a guy who was a little bit more forward in bathrooms and could get that info. And when they tried to go all in to avoid that sort of a thing, that's when VP was actually stacked, waiting for them, right? So
and shout out to Dastin as well. Said it in the postgame interview. Like we've played against Kerrigan so much, we kind of know some of the tendencies. We know how to pick them out. We know exactly what we're looking for.
I thought you were going to shout him out. I like the part where he's like, I can't say everything that I said to them, which means he was cussing them out. He was cussing them out. Jason was
nuts.
like, you little, like you're going to lose this, aren't you?
You're going to give me that off. Oh, wait, no, sorry.
Yeah.
What?
Do not resist.
Yeah, well, that too. Hey, speaking of that, let's go ahead and run it all the way back to round 8, gentlemen. Let's just fly.
Yeah, we were talking about Flit, right? So look at the radar here in this round. He's alone towards the A bomb site, right? He has some utility left on him, which he's going to use. This is a very good smoke he's going to throw on this sort of flowers position, right? Which denies vision for the cities. You see it here on the right. That's his smoke. And he's just pushing, trying to draw attention to himself, right? He gets 1 kill. He gets 1 more. This drew a lot of rotation from FaZe. Look, there's a 3rd player there, a 4th guy almost rotating over. At this point, the jig is up. They might even be trying to save, but actually everyone else is coming over to the B bomb site. You can see how both Kerrigan and Twist, they're pretty much dead instantly, and the round is over. This was just a fake, and Flit is a one-man army, and he was just on a tear in this.
And they're
round.
probably just like kind of hoping he goes like 1 for 1, right? They're like, go 1 for 1. Everything after that is a bonus, and he gets 2 more. So it's like,
I think
GG.
it also gives you a little bit of a window into FaZe's mental state at that point. You know, it was a little bit of panic because if one guy is able to draw such a huge rotation, you know,
and you're not able to kill him on top of that.
Yeah, things weren't great, but they managed to sort of get back into it. They salvaged that first half. It looked really horrific, but you lose both pistols in this sort of a situation and the first gunner and all that stuff. It didn't come down to really overpass or strategies. It came down to just you can't start off that slow.
I mean, FaZe came into this map winning 3 out of the 4 pistols, right? So, you know,
and the 4th and the one they lost, they equaled them back.
Right.
In the
yeah.
second round,
So there's a form of response there, but you know, overall, it's simply not enough. Right?
Not enough.
What we will do is go to a break. That way we can come back. We can watch what is the final game of the day. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Vitality. Jason, I know you've been saving up a lot of analysis for that, but we're going to go ahead and get you out of here. Anything you want to add before you go?
No, I'm good, man.
All right, cool. Great. Thanks for that.
Thanks for that, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Anyway, that's Jason O'Toole.
Wow.
You can find him at Jason O'Toole.
What can you say about that one?
At getthebag.com.
I got some actually. My bracket prediction on Twitter is absolutely perfect so far.
No one cares.
Boom.
Let's go to break.
We could probably pull that up. Yeah, and he's right.
He is right.
Go to break.